Chapter 1144. 1144 Reunion after a long separation. When Lu Ming told him about how he came to the Holy City, participated in the competition of the younger generation, and how he entered the Abyss Demon territory, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Lu Ming, you've been deceived by them. Like me, it's very difficult to get 10,000 points. Then he looked at Lu Ming affectionately and said, Lu Ming, why are you so silly? It's all because of me that you're in this place. You fool, if I didn't come here to find you myself, I wouldn't be at ease. By the way, did you come here after you came back from 9 Dragons? Lu Ming asked. Xianxia nodded and said, when I first came back, Xiaqian sent someone to send me to the Abyss Demon territory. Unfortunately, although they knew that my bloodline was inclined to darkness, they didn't know that my bloodline was the heavenly demon bloodline. In the Abyss Demon territory, I was like a fish in water. My cultivation speed was faster than the outside world. Moreover, I've awakened the 3rd bloodline. Using the demon chi and demon stones, my cultivation speed was even faster. At this point, Xianxia's voice turned cold. He seemed to be filled with hatred for the Xia family. Lu Ming tightened his grip on Xianxia's arm. One could imagine that Xianxia had been struggling and cultivating alone in the Abyss Demon territory for the past few years. He had been walking on the edge of life and death. Otherwise, he would not have such a high cultivation level. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart ached. Lu Ming, I'm so happy that you're here. Xianxia's voice whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming's head turned slightly. He looked at the beautiful face that was right in front of him and felt Xianxia's gentle breathing. He could only feel his heart beating rapidly. This unpolished face was peerless and alluring. The faint smile that was brimming on her face seemed to be Lu Ming's everything. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they naturally had a moment of warmth. It's really painful to the eyes. After an unknown period of time, a sudden cry interrupted the two of them. The two of them opened their eyes at the same time and saw Dandan not far away, staring at them with her eyes wide open. Xianxia's face turned red. Even his ears and neck were red. Continue, you guys continue, don't worry about me. When he saw the two of them looking at him, Dandan said leisurely. Get lost. Lu Ming swung his palm and a palm print condensed from quintessential essence blasted toward Dandan. Dandan was sent flying like a rock by Lu Ming's palm. Arg. Lu Ming, you're a guy who values your lover over your friends. No, I mean you're a guy who values your seniors over your friends. Dandan's voice came from far away. In the end, it turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air. No one knew how far it had flown. After Dandan's ruckus, the two's boiling blood also calmed down. Lecherous. Xianxia tidied up his messy clothes and said with a red face. Lu Ming chuckled and held Xianxia's hand. Little Qing, why did those Immerse race attack you earlier? Because of a golem. Xianxia said. Then a demon statue appeared in her hand. The demonic statue was very small, only the size of a fist, but it exuded a terrifying demonic will. This demonic will was arrogant and overbearing, as if it wanted to destroy the heavens and dominate the world. What a strong demonic intent. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It was only a golem and it was already so terrifying. This golem was definitely a valuable treasure to cultivators of the demonic path or to the Fiend clan. No wonder so many powerful people from the Fiend clan wanted to surround Xianxia. I obtained this devil statue from the Devil Tablet Mountain. Xianxia said. Then he put away the golem and the pressure around him disappeared. Little Qing, did you really enter the Devil Tablet Mountain? I heard that it's very dangerous there and everyone who entered died. Although he knew that Xianxia was fine, Lu Ming could not help but worry. I've heard that the Devil Tablet Mountain is indeed very dangerous. In the past, many Devil Clan and human warriors had died. However, I don't know why, but when I get close to this place I feel a strong throbbing in my heart as if I'm being summoned by something. There seems to be something on the Devil Tablet Mountain that is attracting me. That's why I took the risk and entered the Devil Tablet Mountain. But the strange thing is that I didn't encounter any danger when I entered the Devil Tablet Mountain. Instead, I obtained an opportunity and had a breakthrough in my cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have my current cultivation and I would still be able to bring out this devil statue. Xianxia said. You also have this feeling? What is it that is attracting you? Lu Ming was shocked. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Don't tell me you have one too. That's right. Ever since I got close to the Devil Tablet Mountain, my second bloodline has been burning and restless. It's as if something is attracting it. If I didn't control it, it would have appeared on its own. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He felt that this was very unbelievable. Little Qing, what's in the Devil Tablet Mountain? I don't know. I was just walking around the outer area and didn't go in. The Devil Tablet Mountain was covered in fog and I couldn't see clearly. I was planning to study this devil statue before entering the Devil Tablet Mountain. Xianxia said. Then the two of them discussed for a while more, but they still couldn't come to a conclusion. In the end they decided to go and explore the Devil Tablet Mountain. This was because there was no danger when Xianxia entered. The two of them chatted for a while more before walking out of the mountain and river diagram and looking at the Devil Tablet Mountain in the distance. Even though they were very far apart, Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline still throbbed. As for Xianxia, the bloodline at her spine was also emitting a faint blood-red light. Chapter 1145. 1145 Chapter 1145 Entering the Devil Tablet Mountain. The two of them concealed their auras and moved closer to the Devil Tablet Mountain. Along the way they sensed the aura of the Mo Sha clan, and the two of them went around them. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the Devil Tablet Mountain. The closer they got, the more the prison-suppressing steel bloodline in Lu Ming's body throbbed and felt hot. Soon the two of them were 100 miles away from the Devil Tablet Mountain. There was already a faint black mist permeating the air. The two of them didn't back off and continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed 100 miles and entered the Devil Tablet Mountain's territory. Mo. Suddenly, a loud roar rang in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was filled with a lawless feeling, but it also revealed a sense of helplessness and unwillingness. Black mist filled the air. With their cultivation they could only see within 20 meters. Moreover, there was a terrifying pressure on the two of them, making it difficult for them to fly. They could only land on the ground and walk forward. Little Qing, be careful. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and walked forward carefully. Buzz. Lu Ming's spine was suffused with a blood-red light. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was beating continuously and it was getting stronger. Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline and did not let it manifest. The two of them walked for half a day and felt that they were already halfway up the mountain. They were getting closer and closer to the peak. That throbbing feeling came from the top of the mountain. Xianxia's presence here also had a strong attraction to it, and it made her bloodline throb. So many bones. All of a sudden, Lu Ming noticed that there were skeletons on the ground. The skeleton wasn't big and it was obvious that it was from the Devil clan. It was rumored that many of the Devil clan had died here. Seemed to be true. Furthermore, these skeletons all had storage rings on their fingers. Xianxia grabbed a storage ring in the air. The next moment he took out a pile of black stones from the storage ring. The stones emitted a strong demonic qi. This is a demonic stone. It's very useful for those who cultivate the demonic path. To me it's even more useful than a raw stone. Xianxia explained. There are many storage rings here. They might contain magic stones. Take them. They will be of great use to you when we leave this place in the future. Lu Ming said. He reached out and drew in the storage rings one by one, handing them to Xianxia. Xianxia cultivated the demonic Tao, so these demonic stones were most suitable for him. Xianxia took them and kept them one by one. Then the two of them searched around and found many bones of the Mo Sha clan. Of course there were also the bones of humans, but they were very few. Devil. 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 At this point the sound became louder and louder. This sound was directly transmitted to the mind and not through the ears. It was as if there was a peerless demon emperor shouting and roaring from above. The two of them continued to move forward. Along the way they collected the storage rings of every Devil clan skeleton they came across. Along the way they collected no less than 100 storage rings and a large number of demonic stones. Just these storage rings alone were a huge profit. After another half a day the two of them finally reached the top of the mountain. The two of them did not encounter any danger along the way. This made the two of them secretly amazed. The Devil Tablet Mountain was very dangerous and anyone who entered would die. This sentence could be verified by the bones of the Devil Clan and Human Clan along the way. However, the two of them had been very calm along the way. Other than the constant demonic sounds, there was no other movement. Buzz. When he arrived, Lu Ming's spine was filled with a bloody light. The prison-suppressing steel's blood meridian was beating wildly. Even Lu Ming himself could not suppress it. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged with a loud vibration. It expanded rapidly and shook violently. Buzz. In front of them on the mountaintop there was a terrifying tremor. Then they saw the black fog roll and split into two. The scenery in front of them was completely exposed. Seeing the scene in front of them, their hearts trembled and they were dumbfounded. There was another stone tablet in front of him. A stone tablet. This stone tablet was extremely huge. It was like a majestic mountain. On the stone tablet there was only one big word tablet. There was only one word, tablet, at the top of the stone tablet. It was uneven as if it was not a complete stone tablet but only a part of it. The stone tablet was filled with an ancient aura. Its color was very similar to Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Buzz. Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline flew out and stopped in front of the steel. The two of them kept shaking and emitted a bright light as if they were responding to each other. Lu Ming, why do I feel that your bloodline is so similar to this stone tablet? It's as if they're one. Xianxia was extremely surprised. Lu Ming himself was also extremely shocked. This was because he felt that this stone tablet gave him a very familiar feeling. He knew that the throbbing earlier had all come from this stone tablet. The two stone tablets trembled and brilliant light filled the air. The Wuxia clansmen around the Devil Tablet Mountain also noticed it. The strange movement of the Devil Tablet Mountain, could it be that a peerless treasure has appeared? It's a brilliant light. A peerless demonic treasure has appeared. Let's go and take a look. Figures gathered at the Devil Tablet Mountain one after another. Each of them exuded a mighty demonic aura. They were all experts from the Devil Clan. Even the weakest among them was at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. There were even experts at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. A group of Mo Sha appeared 100 miles away from the Devil Tablet Mountain. At this moment, the black mist on the top of the Devil Tablet Mountain became very thin. One could clearly see the huge stone tablet shining brightly. However, the Devil Clan stopped here and didn't dare to go any closer. The Devil Tablet Mountain's reputation wasn't just for show. Anyone who entered would die, so they stopped. However, when they saw the stone monument shining with a blinding light, the Devil Clan couldn't help but give in. Now that the Devil Tablet Mountain has changed, it might not be dangerous. That's right. I saw that human girl go in and bring out a devil statue. Nothing happened to it. It's time for the Devil Tablet Mountain to come out. Shriveled sounds rang out one after another, and the eyes of many of the Wuxia clansmen shone with a scorching light. Charge! A portion of the Mo Sha finally couldn't take it anymore and roared as they charged towards the Devil Tablet Mountain. As soon as they entered the range of the Devil Tablet Mountain, a voice rang out in their minds, "Devil! Devil! Devil!" The demonic sound filled his mind and was filled with a terrifying destructive power. A few of the 5th and 6th level spiritual god realm demons screamed in pain. Their bodies were like dumplings in a pot falling from the sky and landing on the ground. They were no longer breathing. Dead. At least 20 of them had died in an instant. A few of the 7th level spiritual god realm demonic Sha clansmen roared and retreated frantically, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. It can obliterate souls. A 7th level spiritual god realm demonic Sha clan member roared and retreated hundreds of miles in fear. The other Mo Sha clansmen who didn't move forward were rejoicing. They were rejoicing that they had held back. Otherwise they would probably end up the same way. Chapter 1146. 1146 Chapter 1146 The true form of the prison-suppressing steel. At the top of the Devil Steel Mountain, Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the huge steel sensed each other. They emitted a bright light and trembled continuously. At this moment the shaking was getting more and more intense. Buzz. The The huge stone tablet buzzed and the entire mountain shook. Huge rocks on the ground exploded and the stone tablet was rising slowly. The steel rose up as if it was going to leave the mountain with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Slowly the stone tablet rose up inch by inch. It seemed that a section of the stone tablet was embedded in the mountain. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from under the stone tablet. This aura was extremely overbearing and dominated the world. At the same time, a monstrous demonic qi filled the air, as if a supreme demon was about to be born. Lu Ming and Xianxia could vaguely see a tall figure under the stone tablet. It was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and long black hair. His demonic aura was overwhelming like a demonic god. The aura of an emperor. This is an emperor, a demon emperor. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could feel the mighty pressure of an emperor from this figure. This was the pressure unique to an emperor. Could it be that there's an emperor suppressed under the stone tablet? A demon emperor. Lu Ming's mind whirred and he thought of many things. After so many years I can finally get away. The demonic figure let out an excited roar. Its terrifying aura surged and hit Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming's five-colored concept surrounded his body. His essential core surged and his dragon power erupted to resist the pressure. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xianxia's head and blocked the aura. No, we can't let this demon emperor come out. Otherwise, little Qing and I won't be able to withstand a single slap from him. Lu Ming's mind turned and his eyes focused. His mind was completely immersed in the prison-suppressing steel's blood meridian. Come back here. Lu Ming roared in his heart. A bloody light spread out from his spine as he controlled the prison-suppressing steel bloodline with all his might, trying to retrieve it. Buzz. The blood meridian of the prison-suppressing steel trembled violently and was slowly pulled back by Lu Ming. Come back. Come back here. Lu Ming kept shouting in his heart. The blood-red light seemed to turn into a substance and his eyes were red. Whoosh. In the end, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was pulled back by Lu Ming. It turned into a ray of blood light and flew into Lu Ming's spine, disappearing. Boom. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel was taken back, and the light of the huge steel dimmed and fell down again. No. An unwilling roar came from under the stone tablet. With a loud boom, the huge stone tablet came crashing down, and the entire mountain shook violently. The monstrous demonic aura also disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming and Xianxia felt their bodies lighten, and they let out a long sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them did not expect that there would be a devil emperor suppressed on the Devil Tablet Mountain. No wonder all the Fiend clan members who entered this place had died. It must be the doing of this devil emperor. Lu Ming, the reason why I feel my blood throbbing and a strong attraction is most likely because of this demon emperor. Xianxia muttered. It should be so. Lu Ming nodded. Xianxia was here because of the demon emperor while he was here because of the huge stone tablet, a broken one. What is this stone tablet? Why does it have a connection with my bloodline? Lu Ming had many questions in his heart. Kid, use your bloodline and let me out. At this moment, a deep voice came from under the prison-suppressing steel. It was the demon emperor. Senior, you're the demon emperor while the two of us are only low-level spiritual gods. If we let you out and you kill us with a single slap, wouldn't we be in deep trouble? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, since you know that I'm the demon emperor, why would you do such a thing? You saved this emperor, so you are this emperor's benefactor. This emperor will definitely repay you generously. The demon empress continued to speak under the steel. That being said, I still don't trust you. Lu Ming said bluntly. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless in the face of an emperor. Otherwise he would be killed with a single slap. There was silence under the stone tablet as if they were thinking about what to say. After a while the voice spoke again. Kid, your bloodline should be the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, right? I didn't expect that someone in this world could really awaken such a bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flashed but he did not say anything. Kid, let me tell you. The steel in front of you is the real prison-guarding steel, the original body of your bloodline. The demon sovereign's voice was heard, causing Lu Ming's heart to tremble. What? Is this broken steel the real prison-guarding steel? Lu Ming's eyes widened suddenly. He was in shock and he looked at the huge stone tablet in front of him in disbelief. Otherwise, why do you think your bloodline can resonate with this stone tablet? Because they were originally one. The demon empress continued. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked. It was said that the bloodline awakened by all martial artists could be traced back to the world. It was real. Some of them might have gone extinct in the immemorial era and had never appeared again. Some could be found in the modern era. Lu Ming initially thought that the prison-suppressing steel might be an ancient item from a long time ago. He did not expect to see the real body in this world. This made it difficult for him to calm down. It is said that the prison-suppressing steel was a supreme divine object in the distant past. It was broken into several pieces in a great battle. The one in front of you is a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel can suppress all living things in the world. If not for this steel, how could it suppress me? The demon sovereign explained Lu Ming's doubts. His tone revealed his unrivaled confidence. So, as long as you control your bloodline, you can take this prison-guarding steel away. If your bloodline is integrated with the real prison-guarding steel, you will obtain great benefits and a supreme divine item. If you can collect all the other pieces of the prison-guarding steel in the future, you can use this treasure to dominate the world. The demon empress continued to speak. Her words were filled with temptation. Lu Ming was indeed very tempted. There was a hint of passion in his eyes. Bloodline was just a bloodline. It could be said to be illusionary and had a part of the power of a real object. It could also be said to be a kind of inheritance. For example, warriors with the true dragon bloodline could comprehend the true dragon's combat skills and borrow part of the true dragon's power. The stronger they were, the stronger the power they could exert. However, it was not the true body, so it could not be as powerful as the true body. However, with the help of his main body, it was a different story. Lu Ming did not expect that he would encounter the true form of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Now that he had encountered it, he really did not want to miss it. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly, various thoughts running through his mind rapidly. To release or not to release? Lu Ming could not make a decision. If he let the demon sovereign out and the demon sovereign went back on his word, they would be in real danger. Chapter 1147. 1147. The Sovereign of Chaos, Xiaowan. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be moved, the demon sovereign continued. Moreover, this girl's bloodline is very similar to mine. If I come out, I can pass on all my skills to her. With her talent, she will become an emperor in the future. She might even surpass me in the future. The demon empress continuously tossed out temptations. Moreover, they were all temptations that were difficult to refuse. The legacy of a demon empress was definitely a great temptation. Lu Ming, you decide. Xianxia held Lu Ming's hand and said, Little Qing, it wasn't easy for me to find you, so how could I take you on an adventure? You don't have to take these worldly possessions. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and was about to walk back. Come back, what are you doing? Or do you not trust me? I Xiaowan, am actually the kind of person who goes back on his word. Seeing that Lu Ming and Xianxia were about to leave, the demon emperor panicked and shouted continuously. Lu Ming and Xianxia shuddered at the same time. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiaowan? Xiaowan, the sovereign of chaos? How was that possible? The two of them turned around again and looked at the huge stone tablet. You're Xiaowan. Xianxia opened his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiaowan, the unparalleled figure of the royal Xia family 30,000 years ago, was also a taboo of the royal Xia family. With his power alone, he had changed the entire central continent's situation from the ancient Saint dynasty to today's divided lands. He was an alien bloodline of the Xia family, just like Xianxia. However, this was a figure from 30,000 years ago. How could he still be alive? That's right, I'm Xiaowan, the sovereign of the chaotic heavens. Nua, your bloodline is very similar to mine, and you're also a variant of the Xia clan's bloodline, right? Hee. The demon empress smiled meaningfully. Impossible. As far as I know, emperors can only live for 10 to 20,000 years at most. If you are Xiaowan, how could you still be alive? Lu Ming said loudly. When the steel floated up, he had sensed the aura of life, Not just a wisp of mark, which meant that Xiaowan was still alive. How could an emperor live for 30,000 years? It's all thanks to the prison-suppressing steel. It suppresses my body and slows down the flow of my life by several times. 30,000 years is only about 10,000 years for me. If I'm suppressed for another 30,000 years, I'm really going to disappear. The demon empress explained with a sigh. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still uncertain. Lu Ming, what this person said should be true. I can sense that this person is from the same bloodline as me. Our bloodlines are very similar. Xianxia whispered to Lu Ming. Was the other party really Xiaowan? The two of them were still unable to calm down. It was said that Xiaowan had rebelled and fought a great war with the imperial family. The battle was earth-shattering and countless experts of the imperial family had been killed by Xiaowan. In the end, Xiaowan had still been defeated and killed by the experts of the imperial family. Could it be that Xiaowan did not die but was instead suppressed here? Back then no one in the royal family could kill me. They could only suppress me here with the help of the prison-guarding steel, hoping that time would kill me. But they didn't expect that although the prison-guarding steel suppressed me, it also slowed down the loss of my life by several times. Boy, you and this girl from the Xia family must have been exiled here by the royal family, right? I can imagine that after what happened to me that year, the royal family and the Xia family must be more than 10 times more wary of foreign bloodlines. I'm surprised that they didn't kill you directly. The demon empress continued. Lu Ming and Xianxia were silent. Do you want to be exiled to the demon realm of hell forever? As long as you let me out, I'll take you and break out of the abyss demon realm. Don't worry, I've always been a man of my word and I'll always repay kindness and hatred. The demon empress continued. Lu Ming and Xianxia were moved by his words. It was even more tempting than getting the prison-suppressing steel or the demon emperor's inheritance. The biggest problem they were facing now was how to get out. It was obvious that Xiaoqian wanted to exile them here for the rest of their lives, trapping them in the abyss demon territory. However, Lu Ming still had many things to do. He had besieged Mount Liangyi. His family and friends were all at Mount Liangyi. He had to get out. All right, I'll let you out. In the end, Lu Ming decided to take a gamble. This was their only chance. All right, you just need to control the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel and take it. That will do. The demon emperor's voice rang out. Buzz. Lu Ming did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline emerged. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared, it had a strong connection with the huge steel. It grew rapidly, shook continuously, and emitted a bright light. Collect. Lu Ming shouted and controlled the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, trying to put the huge steel away. Weng. The giant stone tablet kept shaking. The word, tablet, on it was glowing and it was almost identical to the word on the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Be it the strokes or the aura, they were all the same. Lu Ming was certain that this was the true form of the prison-suppressing steel. It was a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel slowly floated up and rose into the air. Demonic chi filled the sky below. The burly figure appeared again and a vast demonic might filled the sky. Collect. Break. Lu Ming shouted. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel shook and flew into the sky with a loud bang. However, the demonic shadow below also flew out with the prison-suppressing steel and entered it. One could see that a huge demonic shadow was trapped in the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. What's going on? Lu Ming was a little surprised. I've been suppressed by the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel for too long. My demonic body is almost obliterated and my demonic power is almost exhausted. The aura of the fragment and I have almost become one. Even if the fragment leaves the ground, it's still suppressing me. I can't get out unless I recover my cultivation to the Emperor realm. The demon Emperor Xiaowan sighed. I see. Then how will you help us get out of the abyss demon realm? Lu Ming said. It's simple. You just need to merge the fragment with your blood and put it in your spine. Then you'll have initial control over it. As long as you withdraw the suppressing power, I can get out of it. However, I can't go too far away from the fragment or I'll still be suppressed by the suppressing power. Xiaowan explained. Lu Ming nodded and began to control the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel to merge with the fragment. A moment later, the bloodline of the prison-guarding steel merged with the fragment. At this moment, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel shrunk rapidly and merged with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. He could clearly see that the lower part of the bloodline was shining like a real entity, taking up about 1/3 of the area, while the upper 2/3 still looked unreal. This was the real fragment of the prison-guarding steel. There was no mistake. Collect. With a single thought, the prison-suppressing steel turned into a ray of light and sank into Lu Ming's spine. Chapter 1148. 1148 Chapter 1148 Charge out. Then with a thought the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared again. If I perform the bloodline fusion now and turn into the prison-suppressing steel, I'm afraid the power will be amazing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could feel waves of vast energy coming from the prison-suppressing steel's blood meridian. The level of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline did not increase. It was still at divine level 7. However, Lu Ming could feel that its power was very shocking. If he used the bloodline fusion, it would not be weaker than a divine level 9th bloodline. It might even be stronger. My cultivation is still too weak, so I can't fully exert the power of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. As my cultivation improves, I'll be able to exert more power. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he smiled. This way, the fusion of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline would become his most powerful trump card. I wonder if I'll be stronger if I use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. One could still see Xialuan's figure at the bottom of the prison-suppressing steel, faintly discernible. Lu Ming's mind sank into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. He adjusted the suppression power of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline on purpose, adjusting the suppression on Xialuan. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel shook and Xialuan stepped out of it and appeared in the air. Boom. A vast demonic might burst out and broke through the clouds. Ha, I'm finally out. Xialuan laughed heartily. His long hair was loose and his brows were sharp and his eyes handsome. One could tell that he had been a peerless beauty in his youth, but now he seemed to have gone mad. Lu Ming could understand. A person who had been suppressed for 30,000 years would be considered lucky if he did not go crazy. After a long while, Xialuan finally calmed down. He looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said, "Let's go, I'll bring you guys out of here." A wave of demonic energy swept up Lu Ming and Xianxia. Xialuan took a step forward and appeared at the periphery of the Devil Tablet Mountain. Many of the Mo Sha clansmen looked at them in shock. It just so happens that I have some tonics that can help me recover some of my strength. Xialuan's cold voice came out of his mouth. The next moment, a terrifying demonic qi exploded from his body, enveloping all the fiend clan members below. Not good, let's go. Ah, save me. Within the demonic qi, shrill screams were heard. Lu Ming saw many 5th and 6th level spiritual god realm demons turn into ashes without any resistance, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Xialuan. Xialuan's body was like a bottomless abyss, constantly absorbing the energy. The few 7th level spiritual god realm demons were able to resist for a while, but as Xialuan took a step forward, they exploded in the air one by one, turning into energy and being absorbed by Xialuan. Xialuan's skin was wriggling and his aura was getting stronger. It's a pity that these Mo Sha are too weak. My immortal demon body can only recover a little. I'm still thousands of miles away from my peak. Xialuan sighed. Lu Ming and Xianxia were secretly shocked. The other party was indeed the demon emperor who had caused chaos in the world. He was truly terrifying. He had been suppressed for 30,000 years and had just come out, but his strength was still shocking. We can't stay here for long. I'm afraid the royal family and the Xia family will find out soon. Now kill our way out. Xialuan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He wrapped Lu Ming and Xianxia in his demonic power and stepped forward at a terrifying speed, heading for the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm. In just a few moments they had covered an unknown distance. The city at the exit of the Abyss Demon Realm was already in sight. Above the city, there was a light barrier that enveloped the entire city. Looking down from the sky, there were powerhouses guarding the city. In a flash, Xialuan, Lu Ming, and Xianxia appeared in the sky above the city and struck down with a palm. A terrifying palm print hit the light shield. The light shield trembled violently and a hole was created. Xiaowan rushed in. "Who is it?" "Not good, a demonic creature has broken in." Roars rang out from the city and powerful qis rose up and charged at Xiaowan. So many experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Those auras were all powerful, overbearing and extremely terrifying. Many of them were at the 5th or 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and he could even sense many of them above the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. "All of you shall become my nourishment." Xiaowan's eyes were cold and his demonic qi was monstrous. He struck out with his palm and a group of spiritual god realm experts exploded. They turned into rolling energy and poured into Xiaowan's body. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Miserable shrieks continued to ring out as experts were killed one after another. "Not good, this person is too strong." The experts were shocked and retreated frantically. "You're looking for death." At this moment, a few terrifying auras rose from the depths of the city. A few figures appeared in front of them in an instant. So strong. He has surpassed the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The people who appeared later were absolutely terrifying. Their auras were strong and above the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. There were 2 whose auras were vast and unfathomable. 2 9th level spiritual god realm and 2 great circle spiritual god realm. He. Xiaowan sneered and charged forward. Endless demonic qi condensed into a saber and slashed at his opponent. His opponent also exploded with powerful strength, and a terrifying attack poured towards Xiaowan. The entire city was shaking and emitting a resplendent light. One after another, large formations were activated. If it weren't for these large formations, it would have already been destroyed. "Ah!" A scream was heard. A 9th level spiritual god realm expert's head was cut off by Xiaowan. His spiritual god flew out and was swept up by demonic qi. Xiaowan absorbed it and his aura grew stronger. The remaining 3 people's expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to block it and instead retreated rapidly. Xiaowan didn't give chase. He led Lu Ming and the other man toward the exit. "Where do you think you're going?" A majestic voice resounded. In the sky, a huge palm print was formed. It was as big as a mountain and it was filled with a mysterious aura. That aura was much stronger than the intent realm of heaven and earth. Paragon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was the attack of a supreme martial artist. A supreme being was also considered to be in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. However, a supreme being was already half a step into the martial emperor stage and possessed some of the martial emperor's might. Their combat strength was much stronger than other great circle spiritual gods. Xiaowan's expression turned grave as the supreme martial artist made his move. The demonic blade in his hand exuded a terrifying demonic might. Chaotic heavens, demonic blade. Xiaowan's saber slashed out, splitting the sky in half. The terrifying pitch-black saber projection crashed into the giant palm. Boom. With a deafening boom, the giant palm was split open by the demonic blade, but Xiaowan was also forced to retreat. In front of him, a white-haired old man stepped out. The aura of a supreme martial artist was revealed on his body. What kind of demonic being dares to barge into this place? The white-haired old man opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish his words, he was stunned. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Xiaowan, his eyes filled with fear, shock, and disbelief. "What? How is that possible?" The white-haired old man let out a roar of disbelief. Chapter 1149. 1149 Chapter 1149 Shock in the royal family. The white-haired supreme martial artist was completely stunned when he saw Xiaowan. His eyes widened in shock and he momentarily forgot to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowan led Lu Ming and Xianxia and dashed toward the exit. A few experts tried to stop him, but Xiaowan sent them flying with a single slap. Xiaowan, along with Lu Ming and Xianxia, dashed into the door of light and disappeared. The white-haired supreme being only came to his senses after he watched Xiaowan, Lu Ming, and the others disappear. "Autark, who is that person? How could he be so powerful? An expert flew over to the white-haired sovereign and asked. They were very curious. The white-haired supreme martial artist had clearly been able to stop the other party, but he had stopped at the critical moment. I have seen this person's portrait before. This person is the sovereign of chaos, Xiaowan. The white-haired sovereign said in a heavy voice. What? The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Hurry up. The white-haired sovereign shouted and chased after the exit. The surroundings blurred and Lu Ming and the rest appeared from another door of light. This door of light was the entrance to the holy city. Kill. As soon as Xiaowan appeared, he immediately charged upward. The demonic qi surged as it broke through all the barriers. Xiaowan broke through all the barriers at the entrance and finally broke through the earth and into the sky. Selah. Xiaowan tore open the space and stepped into the crack with Lu Ming and Xianxia disappearing. At this moment, in the center of the sacred city, deep within the palace, Xiaqian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of shock and doubt in his eyes. What a powerful demonic qi and demonic power. This is the entrance to the abyss demon realm. Did something happen there? Xiaqian mumbled. He then stood up and took a step forward. The space around him split open and he disappeared. In the next moment he reappeared in the sky above the entrance of the abyss demon territory. At this moment the white-haired supreme martial artist was rushing out in a hurry and happened to bump into Xiaqian. Sage Emperor, bad news. The white-haired old man said in a panic. What's the matter? Xiaqian furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. What could possibly cause a supreme martial artist to be in such a panic? Sage Emperor, it's Xiaowan. I saw Xiaowan. The white-haired sovereign said. What? Xiaqian's eyes widened in shock. What did you just say? You're saying that the person who just charged out of the demon realm of Tartarus is Xiaowan, the sovereign of chaos? Xiaqian asked this question a few times, showing how shocked he was. They look exactly the same. I don't know if it's real or not. The white-haired sovereign said. Let's go and take a look. Even though Xiaqian was a saint emperor and his expression remained unchanged, he lost his sense of propriety and became extremely anxious after hearing that it was Xiaowan. Xiaowan was a taboo of the royal Xia family. Back then, the royal Xia family dominated the central continent and even the divine wilderness continent. They were extremely prosperous and had many experts. However, because of Xiaowan, their strength had plummeted and declined by an unknown amount. Now, if it really was Xiaoluan, how could the imperial family resist him with their current strength? Xiaqian hurriedly entered the abyss demon territory and tore through space. Soon he arrived at the Devil Tablet Mountain. Xiaqian stood in the sky above the Devil Tablet Mountain and looked at the empty mountain. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. 30,000 years, how could he still be alive? Xiaqian mumbled to himself. Buzz. Buzz. The space rippled and two old men appeared beside Xiaqian, exuding a vast emperor's might. Near the Devil Tablet Mountain, there were still some scattered powerful beings from the Masha clan. When they felt the terrifying aura in the sky, they all fled for their lives. The Devil Tablet that suppressed Xiaowan has disappeared. Could it be that Xiaowan is still alive? How is it possible that he hasn't died in 30,000 years? An old emperor said in a trembling voice, revealing a trace of shock. In the past they had heard about the strange phenomena of the Devil Tablet Mountain, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They thought that it was just a trace of Xiaowan's demonic will. After all, how could an emperor live for 30,000 years without dying? This seemed to go against the rules of heaven and earth. They had no idea that the steel that suppressed Xiaoluan was the prison-guarding steel. Nor did they know that the prison-guarding steel had actually slowed down the rate at which Xiaoluan's life was flowing away. Xiaowan is simply heaven-defying and can't be measured with common sense. Moreover, the guard said that he brought Lu Ming and Yanqing with him. This must be related to them, said Xiaqian. His voice was filled with coldness. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? An old emperor asked. Even if Xiaowan is still alive, he can't be completely fine after being suppressed for 30,000 years. His vitality must have been greatly damaged and his strength must have been greatly reduced. Otherwise, with Xiaowan's character, he wouldn't have fled in such a hurry. Use the Heaven's Secrets instrument and lock onto Xiaowan's Lu Ming's location. At the same time, spread the word to all the overlords and forces to kill Lu Ming. Those who succeed will be rewarded with a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. At this moment, Xiaxia had already regained his calm, reenacting the bearing of a generation's saint-emperor. At first he wanted to say, Xiaowan, but he changed his tone and said, Lu Ming. He had a vague feeling that this matter had something to do with Lu Ming. In the past, Xianxia had been in the Abyss Demon territory for so long, but there had been no trouble. However, Lu Ming had only been in there for a short time and now there was such a big mess. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. Yes, Your Majesty. The two old emperors bowed. Xiaowan brought Lu Ming and Xianxia along as they tore through space. After 7 or 8 consecutive times, Xiaowan stopped, his breathing weak. I've been suppressed for 30,000 years and my vitality has been greatly damaged. My demonic body has almost collapsed and I don't have much strength left. The supplements I absorbed before were too weak and I've almost used them up. I can't help you anymore. Xiaowan sighed. How can Senior recover? Lu Ming asked. I need supplements. I'll naturally recover by hunting experts. If I can kill an emperor, I might be able to recover my emperor's strength. Xiaowan smiled. Lu Ming was speechless. Kill the emperor? Forget it, he didn't want to die. Of course there are other ways. Although I was suppressed back then, I still have a backup plan. Take me to the border between the central continent and the east continent. I have a backup plan there. If I go there, I can recover some of my strength and I can protect myself. Xiaowan said. Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for a person like Xiaowan to have a backup plan. Then Xiaowan gave Lu Ming an address. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared from Lu Ming's spine, entering the fragment of the prison suppressing steel. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and flew toward the east. However, the two of them suddenly stopped after flying for a short while. This was because there was suddenly an endless flash of light above Lu Ming's head. These lights then gathered together and formed a spherical object. There were waves of mysterious fluctuations that spread into the distance. Chapter 1150. 1150 Heaven's Secrets Instruments Projection. Not good this. Could this be a Heaven's Secrets instrument? Xianxia exclaimed in shock. Heaven's Secrets instrument? What is a Heaven's Secrets instrument? Lu Ming looked at the ball of light above his head and frowned. With such a huge ball of light on his head, how could he travel? At this moment, Xiaxia's figure reappeared. He looked at the sky and sighed. As expected, the imperial family still used the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Senior, what is a Heaven's Secrets instrument? Lu Ming asked. You should know about the Secret Chamber of Commerce, right? Xiaxia said. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and said, I heard that the Horizon Chamber of Commerce is controlled by the royal family, the Xia family. That's right. The Heaven's Secret Chamber of Commerce was founded by the royal Xia family. Their goal is to grasp the news from all over the world. They use the Heaven's Secret instrument to see through many things that others don't know. At the same time, the Heaven's Secret instrument has another function, which is to pursue and pursue. As long as you can grasp a person's aura and activate the Heaven's Secret instrument, you can condense a projection of the Heaven's Secret instrument above that person's head and find that person's location. Now, the imperial family has obviously activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument. The projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument will emit a kind of Heaven's Secrets force field. As long as an inscriber makes a disk array that can sense the Heaven's Secrets force field, they will be able to sense the approximate location of the Heaven's Secrets instrument projection and lock onto your position from there. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you are found. Xiaowan said. It's actually so magical. Lu Ming frowned. He circulated the essential core in his body and threw a few punches in succession. A few rays of fist radiance shot up into the sky and pierced through the space. However, they were of no use to the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection and directly passed through it. It's useless. The Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection can't be destroyed. Unless the other party stops operating the Heaven's Secrets instrument, the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection will always be there. Xiao Wan said. I don't believe it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he formed a seal with his hands. 2 light doors appeared in the sky. It was the sealing gate of the 9 seals of the Gate of God. The 2 doors of light landed on the 2 sides of the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection, emitting a resplendent light. Under the light of the sealing door, the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection actually dimmed and slowly shrank. The 9 seals of the Gate of God? Xiao Wan's eyes lit up. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection, which was about to dim, suddenly shone brightly again. The 2 gates of sealing exploded. The 9 seals of the Gate of God are useless. Lu Ming frowned. I didn't expect you to have mastered the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. This is the ultimate technique of the sky-sealing divine warrior. With the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, you should be able to seal the Heaven's Secrets Instrument projection for a while. However, your cultivation is too weak, so you can't seal the Heaven's Secrets Instrument projection. How about this? You can teach me the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. When I understand it, I can definitely seal the Heaven's Secrets Instrument projection for a while and buy us some time. Xiao Wan suggested. All right. Lu Ming agreed without thinking. It was just a secret technique, so what if he passed it on to Xiaoluan? As long as it could solviate their current predicament. Lu Ming then handed the jade talisman that recorded the 9 seals of the Gate of God to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive. This kid will definitely be a number 1 figure in the future. Xiao Wan thought. All right, keep flying east. As long as you keep moving, it will increase the difficulty of the other party finding you. Xiao Wan said. Then he entered the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Little Qing, you should enter the mountain and river diagram first. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. She also understood that it would be more convenient for Lu Ming to act alone. After a flash of light, Xianxia entered the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to fly toward the east. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming was as fast as a stream of light. Moreover, he was flying in a remote direction. On this day, the entire central continent was in shock. The royal family, the Xia family, sent a message to all the major forces in the world. Not only were they the overlords, but they were also the forces that were a level lower than them. The royal family activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument and condensed a Heaven's Secrets projection on Lu Ming. They called on all major forces to kill Lu Ming. Whoever killed Lu Ming would be rewarded with a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. Once the news was out, Central Continent was in an uproar. The royal family had actually activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument and its target was Lu Ming. If they remembered correctly, didn't Lu Ming enter the Abyss Demon realm after the million-year sacrifice? Many people who knew the inside story knew that the score that Xiaxia had set for Lu Ming was to imprison him for life. It was impossible for him to achieve that score. However, the royal family had activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument to kill Lu Ming. How did Lu Ming escape? Most importantly, the royal family's reward was a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. This shocked all the major forces regardless of whether they were overlords or lower-level forces. Then they became greedy. The royal family and the Xia family were actually willing to take out a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. As its name suggested, it was a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure that could help martial artists transcend their tribulations. A martial artist's journey was filled with many tribulations. Not counting the other tribulations, just the heavenly tribulations alone were not few in number. There was a heavenly tribulation to break through to the martial king realm. There was a heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the spiritual god realm. When a spiritual god broke through to the emperor realm, there would also be a heavenly tribulation. There were many tribulations and each tribulation was more terrifying than the previous one. How many people could survive all of them? As for tribulation-transcending heavenly treasures, they could help people transcend their tribulations. They could be used regardless of their cultivation level. It could be said that the success rate of using a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure to break through to the martial king realm was 100%. The success rate of breaking through to the spiritual god realm would increase by 50%. Breaking through to the Emperor realm would also increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation by several times. How tempting was this? Which force? Which expert would not be tempted? Moreover, tribulation transcending heavenly treasures could be used repeatedly. If one person used it, another person could also use it. This was too important for a large force. How many experts could it increase? The most fatal temptation was to a supreme martial artist. The next step for supreme beings was to break through to the Emperor realm. Tribulation transcending heavenly treasures were fatally tempting to them. Immediately, the various overlord forces and the forces one level lower refined array discs that could sense the heaven's legacy force field to sense Lu Ming's location. Lu Ming kept flying. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. He had no idea how far he had flown. There was a projection of the heaven's secrets apparatus above his head, so he naturally couldn't take the teleportation array. He could only rely on himself to fly. Not good, Lu Ming. There's a powerful being approaching from the north. It's a perfected spiritual god. Suddenly, Xiao Wan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Great circle of the spiritual god stage. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With his current cultivation, if he were to encounter a great circle spiritual god, death would be the only outcome. There was no possibility of him resisting at all. I'll take you away. Xiao Wan's figure appeared. He mustered his remaining strength and tore open the space. He brought Lu Ming into the space and disappeared. Just as Xiao Wan took Lu Ming away, a terrifying sword light flew over from the distance. It was a skinny old man holding a formation disc in his hand. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, I clearly sensed that he was here just now. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Chapter 1151. 1151 Chapter 1151 Killing enemies in succession. Somewhere far away the space cracked open and Xiao Wan stepped out of it with Lu Ming. At this moment the demonic qi on Xiao Wan's body was dim, and he looked somewhat dispirited. Lu Ming, I've already done my best and exhausted the last bit of my energy. I can't tear space to travel anymore. I'll be relying on you next. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming nodded, frowning slightly. He was considering finding a place to hide. He would hide in the mountain and river diagram and wait until Xiao Wan had successfully cultivated the 9 seals of the Gate of God. He didn't believe that the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument could still appear after entering the mountain and river diagram. At this moment Xiao Wan's eyes flickered. He looked in a direction and sneered, I didn't expect that even some 5th and 6th level spiritual god level trash would come to join in the fun. Lu Ming, you should have no problem dealing with 5th and 6th level spiritual god trash, right? Get me some tonics. With that, Xiao Wan entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the air and waited quietly. Buzz. Whoosh. Not long after, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out in the air as sword lights tore through the void and flew over. In the blink of an eye, the 5 sword gleams disappeared and 5 figures stood around Lu Ming, surrounding him in the middle. Among the 5 figures there was an old man and a middle-aged man. However, they were all wearing the same white robe and carrying a long sword on their back. The Heavenly Martial Sword Faction. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Among the 5 people, 2 were at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and 3 were at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. All of them were from the Heavenly Martial Sword Faction. Lu Ming knew that this territory was most likely the territory of the Heavenly Martial Sword Faction. Otherwise, how could he have encountered 5 people at once? They were all from the Heavenly Martial Sword Faction. We're the first to find it. What great luck. A middle-aged brawny man laughed loudly. His aura was violent, and the aura of a 6th level spiritual god was revealed without a doubt. He looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze. If he killed Lu Ming, he would have a heavenly tribulation transcending treasure. At the thought of this, his heart trembled with excitement. Although he's young, he can't be underestimated. I heard that he displayed terrifying combat strength in the Holy City, second only to Long Chen. An old man in the 5th level of the spiritual god realm said with a serious expression. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. We have 2 6th level spiritual gods and 3 5th level spiritual gods here. Can he still overturn the heavens? The middle-aged man from before said, full of confidence. Are you done with your nonsense? Lu Ming's cold voice stunned the 5 people from the Sky Martial Sword faction. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. Enough of your nonsense, I'll send you on your way. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's aura exploded, and 8 streams of dragon energy instantly erupted in his body. He took a step forward and rushed toward a 5th-level spiritual god realm expert, striking out with his palm. Selah. This palm was terrifyingly powerful. The space crumbled like tofu under the palm, and the terrifying aura completely enveloped the other party. The man's eyes widened and he looked extremely frightened. However, he did not even have the chance to scream before he was torn into pieces by Lu Ming's terrifying strength, his blood splattering across the sky. Damn it! You're looking for death, how dare you sneak attack? The other 4 were stunned for a moment, then they roared and unsheathed their swords. A vast sword power rose into the sky. Kill. Die. Lu Ming shouted. The 3rd bloodline appeared above his head and a wisp of energy surged into his body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a bloody light and his killing intent swept out like a tide. A drop of blood turned into a blood-red sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand and slashed. Whoosh. With a flash of blood-red light, it slashed toward the middle-aged man in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Enveloped by the endless killing intent, the middle-aged man shuddered and his eyes were filled with fear. He tried his best to slash out with his sword, but the sword radiance collapsed under Lu Ming's blood-red sword radiance. The blood-red sword radiance cut through the middle-aged man's glabella. Pucci. The middle-aged man was split in half, and even the spiritual god did not manage to escape. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 people were scared out of their wits. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? Even an expert at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm was killed by a single sword strike. This was a gap of 3 levels. Run, run, run. At that moment they only had one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. The further he ran, the better. This was a god of death. The 3 of them turned into 3 sword lights and fled in 3 different directions. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, charging towards a 5th-level spiritual god realm expert. In an instant he caught up to the person and slashed out with his sword. That person let out a desperate roar and fought back with all his might, but it was useless. The sword light descended and destroyed everything. Blood splattered and a head flew far away. At the same time, sword chi seeped out and killed the man's spiritual god. With this delay, the other 2 had already flown a long distance away. Don't even think about leaving, go. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the blood-red sword in his hand turned into a ray of blood-red light, rapidly charging toward a 5th-level spiritual god realm expert. As for Lu Ming himself, he executed the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and chased after the remaining 6th-level spiritual god realm expert. Lu Ming's body was like a stream of light. In just a few breaths he had caught up with the other party. Lu Ming, if you kill us you're going to die too. The supreme martial artists of the Heaven Martial Sword faction are all here. You can't run. The man roared, his eyes filled with despair. He performed the blood meridian fusion and turned it into a combat sword. He wanted to fight to the death. Even if he died, he wanted to make Lu Ming pay a price. Unfortunately, his plan was destined to fail. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out with his palm. Ever since the prison-guarding steel's bloodline had merged with the real one, the power of his prison-guarding heavenly skill had increased significantly. When he used the same amount of true energy and the same level of the prison-suppressing heavenly art, his power was much stronger than before. In addition to the 8 streams of dragon energy, Lu Ming's strength was truly terrifying. He was much stronger than when he fought against the various prodigies in the Holy City. Now, if he were to face Darkchild again, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat him in a few moves. Boom. The palm suppressed everything as if it had infinite power. It pressed through the sky and slashed at the combat sword that the person had transformed into. With a palm, the combat sword was shattered into pieces. It turned back into a human figure and coughed up blood. After the second palm strike, the man's body was torn into pieces. Whoosh. A blood-red sword gleam flew over and hovered above Lu Ming's head again, turning into a drop of blood. It was obvious that the 5th-level spiritual god realm martial artist had also been killed by the blood-red combat sword. The 5 experts of the heavenly sword faction had been completely annihilated. Demonic chi filled the air as Xiaowan appeared. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and asked, "Your battle prowess is not bad. I never thought that after 30,000 years, a chosen like you would be born. If we were in the same life, you would definitely be my opponent." Lu Ming's combat strength surprised even Xiaowan. Even someone as proud as him had said that Lu Ming could be his opponent if they were in the same lifetime. One must know that Xiaowan had never said such words to anyone. Chapter 1152. 1152 Killing 7th-level spiritual god realm. Senior is too kind. Lu Ming said. No need to be humble. These people will be my tonics. They can help me recover some vitality. Xiaowan laughed and transformed into a ball of demonic chi. He wrapped the blood and flesh of the heaven martial sword sex expert that Lu Ming had killed and absorbed them all. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique Xiaowan was cultivating, but it was extremely overbearing. It could directly absorb a warrior's essence, chi and spirit and transform them into his own essence. It was comparable to the devouring power of the 9 dragons. Of course, Xiaowan's cultivation level was unfathomable, and he was considered an expert even among emperors. It was normal for him to have all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Then Xiaowan did the same thing and absorbed the remaining 4. The demonic chi on Xiaowan's body wriggled and his aura grew stronger. Those at the 5th and 6th level of the spiritual god realm are too weak. They can only recover a little, but it's better than nothing. Lu Ming, there are 7th-level spiritual god realm martial artists rushing over from the east. They're pretty good tonics. Xiaowan sneered. Although Xiaowan's chi and blood were weak, and his combat strength was far worse than when he was at his peak, his spiritual sense was still very terrifying. It was the spiritual sense of a martial emperor, which could sense the situation over a long distance. Therefore he could sense the enemy in advance every time. 7th level of the spiritual god realm? Then kill. There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He guessed that the royal Xia family must have promised him a great reward. Otherwise, why would these non-members of the royal Xia family want to kill him so badly? However, if they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed in return. Lu Ming took a step forward and headed east. At this moment, 2 burly men in their 50s or 60s were flying in Lu Ming's direction from the east. Both of them were dressed in white robes and carried combat swords on their backs. One look and one could tell that they were experts from the heavenly martial sword school. One of them was holding an array board in his hand. On the array board, there was a light spot flashing not far from them. We're almost there. Lu Ming is over there. He's not dead yet. It seems like we found him first. The 2 of them smiled at each other, their eyes burning with passion. Why is he approaching us? Suddenly one of them spoke. They discovered that the dot of light on the formation plate was rapidly approaching them. This kid is really courting death. He must not know we are here, so he chose a random direction and came to our side. It seems that even the heavens are helping us. Another man laughed. They naturally didn't know of Xiaowan's existence. The matter of Xiaowan was too important. The royal Xia family had not leaked it. In fact, only a few people in the royal Xia family knew about it. The royal Xia family had only mentioned Lu Ming to the public. The 2 of them spoke as they flew. Not long after, a black-robed young man stepped through the air. The 3 of them looked at each other. However, to the surprise of the 2 powerhouses from the Sky Martial Sword faction, Lu Ming's eyes did not seem to be surprised at all when he saw them. Instead, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. This gave the 2 of them a bad feeling. He shook his head and threw the bad premonition out of his mind. He was only a junior at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. No matter how strong and heaven-defying he was, how could he cross 4 levels and fight with them, who were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm? They had lived for thousands of years, yet they had never heard of a Heaven's Pride expert who could cross 4 levels in the spiritual god realm and fight a 7th level spiritual god while being at the 3rd level. How could anyone who could reach the 7th level of the spiritual god realm be weak? They were all extremely powerful existences. When they were young, they were all geniuses of a region. They felt that they were overthinking things. Let's attack together and kill this brat. We'll split the rewards equally according to their value. One of them said. Although they felt that Lu Ming could not possibly be their match, they still decided to attack together and end the battle as soon as possible to avoid any complications. All right. The other man nodded. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. The battle sword buzzed and the sword chi broke through the air, stirring up the wind and clouds. The two of them took a step forward at the same time and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll leave one to you and the other to me. Xianxia appeared and transformed into a stream of demonic chi, sweeping toward one of them. Kill. Without saying anything else, Lu Ming charged at one of them. His palm was like a heavenly blade as he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique to suppress the enemy. Clang. The palm and his opponent's sword clashed heavily, creating a terrifying boom. At the point where the palm and the sword met, a ripple spread out at a terrifying speed. Hundreds of miles away, a mountain peak that reached into the clouds was swept by the ripples and was directly cut in half. Gravel broke through the air and smoke filled the air. Bang. 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 After the exchange of blows, a figure retreated 3 steps. It was the expert from the heavenly martial sword faction. He retreated, but Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. How is that possible? The expert from the heavenly martial sword school widened his eyes in disbelief. Facing the attack head-on, he was actually forced back by Lu Ming's palm. How was this possible? He clearly discovered that Lu Ming's cultivation was indeed at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. A 3rd level spiritual god actually forced him, a 7th level spiritual god, to take 3 steps back. This was too terrifying. This kid is too monstrous. Kill him, we must kill him. The Sky Martial Sword School's expert roared in his heart as he circulated his Zhen Yuan to the extreme. At the same time he performed bloodline fusion, turning it into a combat sword and exploding with his strongest combat power. This person had a divine level rank 5 bloodline. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming also burst out the 9-dragon bloodline and performed the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared as they stepped into the air and pounced toward the other party. Bang. Bang. The dragon claws tore through the sky and collided with the combat sword continuously, but the combat sword was completely at a disadvantage and could not fight against the 9 dragons. When Lu Ming first entered the Abyss Demon territory, he had to borrow the 3rd bloodline's power in excess to kill the 7th level spiritual god realm expert from the Xia family. But now, Lu Ming did not need to borrow the 3rd bloodline's power excessively to suppress the other party. After more than 10 moves, the combat sword was completely suppressed. It was constantly bombarded by the 9 dragons and kept shaking. Every single move of the 9 dragons contained the prison-suppressing heavenly art, and its power was simply too great. Every move was like a divine monument pressing down. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech came from nearby. It was from another expert of the heavenly martial sword school. He had been killed by Xianxia and was now wrapped in a mass of demonic chi. This made the powerhouse who was fighting with Lu Ming tremble in his heart. Fear filled his heart. His heart was in a mess and his strength became weaker. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to hit the sword with a few consecutive moves. With a bang, the sword exploded, revealing the man's true body. His face was pale and he spat out blood. He retreated quickly, trying to escape. The 9 dragons stomped on the air at a terrifying speed, chasing after the other party and launching a series of attacks. After a few moves, the man let out a blood-curdling screech as his chest was pierced by the 9 dragons' claws. He was killed on the spot. Chapter 1153. 1153 Sealing the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Now Lu Ming could kill a 7th level spiritual god realm expert by himself. Of course, the 7 levels of the spiritual god realm were also divided into strong and weak. This person was considered average among the 7 levels of the spiritual god realm. If he had awakened a 6th level divine level or even a 7th level divine level bloodline, or if his low-grade divine level martial technique was a bit stronger, he would not be so easy to kill. As soon as the man was killed by Lu Ming, the demonic qi that Xiao Wan had turned into flew over and wrapped him up. In just a few breaths, not even a residue was left of him. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. If he had devoured a few 7th level spiritual god realm martial artists, his cultivation would also be able to improve quickly. However, the most important thing now was for Xie Luan to recover his strength. If he fully recovered, no, he didn't need to fully recover. As long as he recovered to the realm of an ordinary emperor, their safety would be guaranteed. Lu Ming, another expert, is here. This time it's a perfected spiritual god expert. We can't deal with him. Let's find a place to hide first. I'll come out after I've cultivated the 9 seals of the divine gate. Xiao Wan said after sensing for a moment. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He turned to the south and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Not long after Lu Ming left, an extremely powerful presence appeared at the place where the battle had taken place. The person sensed it carefully and frowned as he muttered, "Junior brother Wan and the others' auras are here. However, judging from the remnant auras, they should have died. Lu Ming actually has such powerful means to kill a 7th level spiritual god realm existence?" The man mumbled to himself before looking to the south. A fiery light flashed in his eyes as he chased after them. Lu Ming flew more than 100,000 miles and saw a huge lake. He rushed down with a long spear in his hand. The long spear spun and pierced through the soil and rocks at the bottom of the lake, rushing underground. At the same time, under the influence of Lu Ming's will of the earth, Lu Ming's speed of penetrating the underground rocks was very fast. In just a short while he was 100 miles below the ground. At the same time, the rocks that he had passed through behind him regrouped as if no one had passed through them. This Heaven's Secrets instrument projection is really amazing. It can still be condensed even in the depths of the earth. Lu Ming frowned and looked at the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument above his head. He continued to rush underground. After a few breaths, he traveled another 100 miles. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming looked up and finally heaved a long sigh of relief. The projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument above his head was finally cut off and did not appear again. The mountain and river diagram was indeed a legendary treasure. It seemed to be of a higher level than the Heaven's Secrets instrument of the royal Xia family, as it had successfully blocked the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Deep underground, only the mountain and river diagram was among the rocks. About 10 breaths after Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the being with the great circle of the spirit embryo realm also arrived above the lake. However, at this moment, the array disc in the person's hand dimmed and he had completely lost contact with Lu Ming. What's going on? Why did the formation plate lose its connection to the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection? That shouldn't be the case. The Heaven's Secrets device is the most mysterious treasure of the royal Xia family. Even if it's hidden deep underground, it should still be able to sense it. Could it be that the royal Xia family suddenly stopped operating the Heaven's Secrets device? This person frowned and various thoughts appeared in his mind as he began to search the surroundings. In the mountain and river diagram, Xianxia sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, cultivating quietly. Lu Ming came to Xianxia's side. The path understanding ancient tree. You even have the path understanding ancient tree? Xiao Wan's figure appeared. He was shocked to see the 3-leafed path understanding ancient tree. The mountain and river diagram and the ancient tree of comprehension were both legendary treasures. The fact that Lu Ming had both of them shocked the chaotic heavenly demon emperor. Although Xiao Wan had been extremely powerful and famous, he had not possessed such a treasure. I obtained them in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming randomly came up with a reason. What he said was half true and half false. The mountain and river diagram had indeed been obtained in the Battle of Providence, but the path understanding ancient tree had not. It had spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. You're really lucky, kid. Many people have participated in the Battle of Providence, including me, but I've never heard of anyone obtaining such a treasure. Xiaowan said, his eyes still filled with surprise. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. All right, I'll start to comprehend the 9 seals of the divine gate now. With the help of your path-understanding ancient tree, I'll definitely be able to cultivate faster. After Xiaowan finished speaking, he also sat cross-legged under the path-understanding tree. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged at the side, quietly comprehending the concept. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, Xiaowan ended his cultivation. Lu Ming sensed it too. He ended his cultivation and said, "Senior, have you finished cultivating?" Xiaowan nodded and said, "I've succeeded in the initial stage, but it'll take some time for me to master it. The 9 seals of the Gate of God is indeed mysterious. Let's go out now. I'll help you try it out." Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, he exited the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he got out of the mountain and river diagram, the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument condensed again above his head. 9 seals of the Gate of God, seal. Xiaowan's hands kept forming seals. In the next moment, sealing gates appeared around Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 sealing gates and they spread out in 4 directions. They appeared around the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection, and they gave off a resplendent light that enveloped the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection. Seal. Seal. Xiaowan shouted again and the power of the seal burst forth. The 4 doors of light pressed down and finally gathered together to form a single door of light. The projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument also disappeared. Hidden. Xiaowan shouted again and the remaining door of light trembled and disappeared. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Xiaowan was indeed Xiaowan. He was a top-notch expert among martial emperors. His comprehension was too strong. Back then, Lu Ming spent 3 days before he managed to cultivate it successfully and form a sealing door. Xiaowan, on the other hand, had only spent 3 days to condense 4 sealing gates, and he had used them more skillfully than Lu Ming. The higher one's realm was, the deeper one's understanding of martial Tao would be, and the faster one could cultivate secret skills and martial techniques. Lu Ming, with my current cultivation level, I can only help you seal the door for 3 hours. After 3 hours, the Heaven's Secrets instrument's projection will break through the seal. At that time we will need to reseal it. Xiaowan said. 3 hours is enough. Lu Ming smiled. His appearance began to change. Even his aura changed. He then rushed to the ground. Within a certain range of Lu Ming, many experts were looking for him. As there was news that Lu Ming had appeared here, it naturally attracted many experts. Not only were there experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword School, but there were also experts from the royal family, the Xia family, and even experts from other forces such as Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle who had come from hundreds of millions of miles away. In the past 3 days, many experts had ransacked the place but they did not find any traces of Lu Ming. Chapter 1154. 1154 Hunting. What's going on? The Heaven's Secrets instrument was still operating but it could not sense Lu Ming's projection? What kind of treasure does this guy have that can isolate the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument? Generally, treasures with internal spaces can't isolate the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Could it be that Lu Ming has a treasure of a higher grade than the Heaven's Secrets instrument? Some people guessed and the flames of greed in their eyes burned even more. If they killed Lu Ming, not only would they be rewarded with a priceless tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure from the royal family, but they would also be able to obtain the treasures on Lu Ming. This made everyone's hearts burn with a fiery flame. There's a reaction, the array board is reacting. Suddenly someone shouted. There's really a reaction. The projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument has reappeared. Lu Ming has appeared. He's still in this area. Tens of thousands of miles to the south. Let's go. One figure after another felt the reaction of the array board in their hands and rushed to the south. However, after a few breaths, these people stopped again. What's going on? The formation plate's reaction has disappeared again. What the hell? You should die. At this moment, these people's disc arrays had lost their connection to the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. I don't care. He's in the south. Many experts flew in the direction that they had sensed earlier. Very soon, many people appeared near the lake where Lu Ming had transmitted into the underground and began to search. There are so many people here. The Royal Xia family, Heavenly Martial Sword School, Cold Blood Hall, Ji family. In the crowd, a dark-skinned burly man looked around with a cold light in his eyes. This person was Lu Ming. Previously he had changed his appearance and rushed out of the ground. Not long after he discovered a large number of experts approaching. He took the opportunity to mix in with these experts and inquire some information. Lu Ming had changed his aura using the illusionary breath technique. These people could not recognize him at all. Lu Ming had successfully obtained a lot of important information. The Royal Xia family is really willing to take out a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. However, it's understandable. The chaotic Sky Emperor has reappeared. The Royal Xia family is probably already panicking. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Senior, since there are so many tonics here, why don't we find an opportunity to get rid of some? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xiaowan. That's just what I want. Let's leave this place first and look for those who are alone. Xiaowan laughed heartily, his voice ringing in Lu Ming's ears. The experts here searched the surroundings. After not finding Lu Ming, they scattered. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and followed behind the few powerhouses from the Heavenly Sword sect. Of the 3 experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword faction, 2 were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and 1 was at the 6th level. After flying for a distance, the 3 of them stopped and turned to look at Lu Ming. This brother, what are you trying to do by following the 3 of us? One of the 7th level spiritual god realm experts asked, his gaze somewhat cold. They had long sensed that Lu Ming was following them. However, the aura that Lu Ming revealed was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. They did not care at all. However, after being followed for such a long distance, they also revealed killing intent in their hearts. Haven't you been looking for me? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his voice became younger. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up. You are Lu Ming. One of them coldly shouted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 sword hums resounded and 3 sword lights shot into the sky. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He charged forward. At the same time, Xiaowan also appeared and pounced at his opponent. After Xiaowan absorbed 2 experts in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, his strength had recovered a little. It was even easier for him to deal with martial artists in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. 4 sealing gates appeared, instantly freezing the 3 experts of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. Lu Ming killed one of them with a single palm strike. The other 2 were killed by Xiaowan before they were enveloped by the rolling demonic qi. 3 storage rings flew out toward Lu Ming, who grabbed them and kept them. After a few breaths, the 3 experts from the Heavenly Sword faction had disappeared. The demonic qi on Xiaowan's body grew even more powerful and churned. The muscles all over Xiaowan's body squirmed and were filled with demonic radiance. He was like a supreme demonic god, exuding a terrifying aura. So comfortable. My immortal demonic body has recovered a little, but it's still far from it. Let's continue. A demonic light flickered in Xiaowan's eyes, as if an unparalleled demonic god was about to awaken. All right. Lu Ming nodded without any hesitation. Now he was in the same boat as Xiaowan. The stronger Xiaowan was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Then Lu Ming left the place and set his eyes on 2 Cold Blood Hall experts. The 2 7th level spiritual god realm experts were easily killed by Lu Ming. The hunt continued. No one would notice Lu Ming's disguise. Lu Ming specifically chose those who were alone or in groups of 2 or 3 to attack, but they were all easily killed by Xiaowan and became his nourishment. Many experts had come to this region. They came from various overlord forces and even some of the forces that were 1 level lower. Of course, not all the forces had come. For example, the heaven-suppressing divine army, the biggest enemy of the royal family and the Xia family, had no one come. Also, Xiankong Mountain and Xianxia Academy didn't send anyone. Apart from a few overlord forces that had not sent anyone, Lu Ming discovered people from 10 overlord forces. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. He led Xiaowan and hunted them down one by one. Slowly Xiaowan's strength grew stronger and stronger. From being able to kill a 7th-level spiritual god in the beginning, he was able to easily kill an 8th-level spiritual god later on, and then to a 9th-level spiritual god. 3 hours later, the effect of the sealing door was over. Lu Ming found a secret place and asked Xiaowan to help him seal it again. Hoo. Demonic Qi churned. After Xiaowan absorbed a 9th-level spiritual god realm expert, the demonic Qi in his body reached a terrifying level, especially his demonic body. It was like a demonic weapon, revealing a terrifying aura. Immortal demon body. The sovereign realm was completely different from the spiritual god realm. An emperor's intent would transform into a domain, and their bloodline would condense into a spiritual body. Both of these were terrifyingly powerful. A spirit body had already transcended the mortal body and had the power to destroy the world. An emperor could easily kill anyone below the emperor level with just his spirit body, even without his territory. Xiaowan's immortal demon body was a kind of spirit body, a kind of overbearing and extremely powerful spirit body. Because Xiaowan had been suppressed by the fragment of the prison suppressing steel for 30,000 years, his spirit body had almost collapsed, and he was now slowly condensing it back. Lu Ming, how about we do something big? Xiaowan's eyes were filled with demonic qi. A big one? How do we do it? Lu Ming was very tempted. Although Xiaowan had killed many powerhouses and turned their flesh, vital essence and blood essence into Xiaowan's tonics, Lu Ming did not get a single piece of them. However, Xiaowan did not take the storage rings and gave them all to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was rich now, so he was naturally tempted. Using a formation to kill a group of people. Xiaowan slowly explained his plan. Chapter 1155. 1155 Chapter 1155 Guiding Xiaowan. Not only was Xiaowan's martial arts cultivation extremely strong, he was also unrivaled among the divine wilderness continent's emperors. His Tao of inscription was not weak either. It had reached the peak of the 8th rank, which was also the great circle of the spiritual god realm. He needed to find a place to set up a peerless formation and kill a group of experts. This was especially true for Great Circle Spirit God stage experts. Lu Ming was in full support of the idea. The two of them chose a hidden Great Canyon. This Great Canyon had a wide and magnificent view. When Lu Ming arrived, Xiaowan began to inscribe the array. In the beginning, an illusory formation was inscribed to conceal their figures and other formations. After the illusory formation, it was the killing formation. Xiaowan's hands kept moving, and one inscription after another sank into the ground around the valley. No, your formation is not powerful enough. It won't be that easy to kill a Great Circle spiritual god expert. On his shoulder, Dandan stood on her 2 legs and watched Xiaowan carve the formation, looking like she was in charge of everything. Xiaowan was a little curious. He looked at Dandan, pondered for a moment and said, "This array of mine should be able to kill 3 Great Circle spiritual gods without any problems." Bullshit. Dandan put her hands on her hips and scolded him directly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This guy was berating Xiaowan like this. He was probably looking for a beating. Xiaowan raised an eyebrow and a powerful aura began to emanate from him. But a moment later he retracted his aura. Dandan was also shocked at first. She grabbed Lu Ming with her claws and waited for Xiaowan's aura to subside before she secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. Let me tell you, although your formation can kill up to 3 people in the Great Circle of the spiritual god realm, it will definitely take some time. If it doesn't succeed in a short time and attracts the attention of supreme-level experts, we can only run away. Dandan continued to put on a smug look. Xiaowan's brows twitched. Dandan was right. His formation could indeed kill 3 Great Circle Spirit God experts, but it would take some time. Kid, you're still too young to play with formations in front of me. Let me teach you. She arrogantly rushed out and began to wave her hands above Xiaowan's formation. Runes began to appear, but they didn't merge with Xiaowan's runes, only marked them. You can inscribe the inscriptions according to what I've inscribed. This way the power of your array will double. Dandan continued to inscribe as she muttered. Xiaowan looked carefully and was surprised when he saw the back. He found that the inscriptions that Dandan pointed out and engraved were very wonderful. If they were supplemented into his array, It could indeed increase the power of his array by a large margin. It was more than enough to double the power. Lu Ming, this little turtle of yours is extraordinary. It has an unusual background. Xiao Wan looked at Lu Ming, the surprise in his eyes deepening. After a short period of interaction, he realized that he could not see through Lu Ming anymore. He had a big secret. Although his current cultivation was still weak, he had a bright future and it was difficult to predict. What little turtle? Little brat, I'm one of the top 10 war beasts. Dandan's ears were very sharp and she heard it from afar. She became even more proud and spoke to Xiao Yan in a tone as if she was lecturing a junior. What? Top 10 battle beasts? You're one of the top 10 battle beasts? Xiao Wan's eyes suddenly widened, a look of shock on his face. Senior, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy just likes to brag. Lu Ming said hurriedly. He then pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Senior, you know about the top 10 war beasts? What are the top 10 war beasts? I'm not too sure either. It's just that when I left the Divine Wilderness continent and headed overseas, I heard of it once. It said that the top 10 battle beasts are the 10 most powerful living creatures in this world. Each one of them has the power to destroy the world. Emperors are like ants in front of them and they can even easily kill saints. It's extremely terrifying. There are even legends that some of the top 10 battle beasts don't come from our world, but from another world. It's said that the original body of your 9-dragon bloodline is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 dragons. It can easily kill a saint. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Also, some of them came from another realm. Lu Ming thought of heaven. As Dandan came from the heaven gate, Lu Ming speculated that the other side of the heaven gate was the heaven realm. Alright, I've added the necessary inscriptions. Kid, inscribe it according to the trajectory I've carved. The power of the formation will definitely increase by a large margin. Dandan flew back and landed on Lu Ming again. Xiao Wan sized up Dandan seriously but didn't say anything. He flew out and began to inscribe inscriptions according to the trajectory Dandan had carved. Dandan, in the future, don't mention that you are one of the top 10 war beasts in front of others. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan to remind her. In the Divine Wilderness continent, it seemed that people did not know much about the top 10 war beast. Even Xiao Wan, the sovereign of the chaotic heavens, had only heard of them from overseas. This was still fine as no one would pay much attention to him if he were to clamor all day long. If Lu Ming's cultivation level became stronger in the future and he broke through to the martial emperor realm, he would be targeted by others if he went overseas and made such a big fuss. According to Xiao Wan, the top 10 battle beasts were existences that could easily obliterate saints. That in itself was a supreme treasure, and if others knew about it, how could they not be tempted and covet it? Alright, I'll stop talking. Dandan was very smart and had obviously thought of this as she muttered. Xiao Wan spent an entire day inscribing the formation. During this time he would point out any shortcomings and Xiao Wan would do as he was told. A day later the formation was completed. After that it was time to attract people over. However, first they had to check if there were any Supreme Being level figures. If they attracted a Supreme Being level figure, not to mention killing others, even they would be in danger. Lu Ming changed his appearance and strolled around the area, checking and asking around to see if there were any Supreme Being level figures. After confirming that there were no Supreme Beings around, Lu Ming returned to the place where he had set up the array and waited quietly. Soon the energy of the ceiling gate was exhausted, and the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection reappeared. At that moment, everyone with a formation disk in a radius of 1,000,000 miles reacted at the same time. Light spots reappeared on the formation plate. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has appeared. Damn it, he has been appearing and disappearing from time to time during this period of time. Now he's using this move again. He's playing with us. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Those powerhouses couldn't hold back their anger and started to curse. However, he still obediently charged in the direction indicated by the formation plate. Hey, this time Lu Ming did not disappear. The array disk has been showing him. If that's the case, it would have disappeared a while ago, but it hasn't disappeared yet. I guess Lu Ming has used some method to hide the aura of the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection. Now he can't hide it anymore. Many people's eyes lit up as they rushed in the direction shown on the array disc. Chapter 1156. 1156 Fourth Level Spiritual God Realm. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the sky above the Grand Canyon. Above his head, the Heaven's Secrets Instruments projection was rotating slowly, emitting a wonderful fluctuation. Xiao Wan was floating beside Lu Ming. "It's almost time." "Seal!" Xiao Wan suddenly shouted. He kept forming seals with both hands and 4 sealing doors appeared, sealing the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Then he charged into the Grand Canyon and dug a big hole with his spear. Lu Ming rushed dozens of miles underground and spread his spiritual senses. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One figure after another appeared, floating around the Great Canyon, exuding a powerful aura. The weakest of them was at the 6th level of the spiritual God realm, while the strongest had an earth-shattering aura. They were extremely terrifying and were shockingly experts at the great circle of the spiritual God realm. They were all dressed differently. Some wore white swordsman robes, most of whom were experts from the Heavenly Martial Sword School, while others wore blood-red robes, experts from Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan and found that the Heavenly Sword faction Cold Blood Hall and the Royal Xia family had the most experts. What's going on? Why did the Heaven's Secrets apparatus's projection disappear again? Is this Heaven's Secrets apparatus's projection of any use? Damn it, the disc array clearly showed that it was nearby. Why did it suddenly disappear? Lu Ming must be nearby and hiding somewhere. Let's surround this area and see how long he can hide. One by one the experts shouted out. Their figures flashed and they surrounded the area. With so many experts here, how much wealth would there be in their interspatial rings? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery glow. Xiao Wan also spread out his spiritual sense to sense the surroundings. 4 great circle spiritual gods, 9 ninth-level spiritual gods and no supremes. That's enough, that's enough. With these tonics, I'm confident that I can fight against supremes. Xiao Wan murmured, his eyes cold. Lu Ming, I'm going to release a trace of the seal now. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming nodded. Then Xiao Wan performed a hand seal and unlocked the door of seal a little. Buzz. Immediately, some fluctuations of the Heaven's Secrets instruments projection were emitted. At this moment the array discs in the hands of the experts near the Great Canyon moved. They reacted and all pointed in one direction, the Great Canyon. He's appeared. Lu Ming has appeared. He's in that huge canyon. He should be hiding in the underground of the Great Canyon, using a secret technique to conceal the fluctuations of the Heaven's Secrets instruments projection. Now he finally can't hide anymore and is about to be revealed. Kill him. Lu Ming is mine. It's mine. Charge. The experts roared and burst out with powerful auras. Their eyes were red as they charged towards the canyon. If he killed Lu Ming, he would be able to obtain a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure. The temptation was too great. At least dozens of experts at the 6th level spiritual god realm and above rushed into the large canyon. At the same time, attacks burst out and blasted toward the ground, trying to force Lu Ming out of the ground. All of you die. Underground, Xiao Wan's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hands, countless inscriptions glowed in the valley, and a peerless killing formation appeared, filled with murderous intent. Streaks of terrifying sword chi appeared and destroyed the attacks of these experts. The terrifying aura of the formation made everyone's heart turn cold and their souls tremble. Not good, it's a peerless killing formation. We've been tricked. Retreat, retreat, retreat. These experts went crazy as they frantically tried to escape. However, it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying sword chi was killing at a speed that was faster than the naked eye could see. Screams rang out. Those experts below the 9th level of the spiritual god realm were killed in an instant, and their blood and chi soared into the sky. Even the 9 experts in the 9th level of the spiritual god realm could not resist for a few breaths before they were killed one by one. In the end, there were only 4 great circle spiritual god stage experts left. Let's work together. Let's work together and charge out. We've been tricked. Lu Ming has the help of an expert. We've been deceived. We've been deceived by the imperial family. With furious roars, the 4 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts wanted to join forces and charge out. However, this great formation had been greatly improved and its power was too great. The 4 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts tried their best to break through, but to their despair they found that they were unable to break out. The 4 of them didn't last long before their defenses were broken by the sharp sword qi. 10,000 swords pierced through their hearts and they died on the spot. Dozens of experts at the 6th level spiritual god realm and above were completely annihilated. It was especially so for those powers that had fallen in the Great Circle of the spiritual god stage. It would definitely be a huge loss. The Great Circle of the spiritual god realm was second only to the Supremes. There would not be many Great Circle spiritual gods in any faction. The death of one would be a great loss. Bang! Lu Ming dashed toward the ground and reached the ground in an instant. As soon as he reached the ground, Xiaowan transformed into a ball of demonic qi and enveloped the expert's corpse. "Senior, please leave a few for me," Lu Ming shouted. He was envious to see so many spiritual god powerhouses, especially the few who had cultivated the earth concept. Lu Ming dashed toward the few experts who had cultivated the earth concept. Xiaowan had intentionally allowed Lu Ming to benefit from this. He did not touch the few people that Lu Ming had his eyes on, while the rest were shrouded in demonic qi and became Xiaowan's nourishment. Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline and rushed to the front of an 8th-level spiritual god realm expert. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and devouring power burst forth, devouring the expert's vital essence, blood essence and runes. Immediately after, Lu Ming rushed to another one and continued to devour. Lu Ming had devoured 3 experts in the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, all of whom were experts who cultivated the earth concept. After devouring the 3 masters, the 9-dragon bloodlines swelled up and were filled with boundless and terrifying energy. Xiaowan did not collect the experts' storage rings. They all flew toward Lu Ming and were put away. Lu Ming's heart was burning. There were so many powerful people. How much wealth would they have? "Lu Ming, let's go. We have to leave this place first." Demonic qi surged around Xiaowan as he wrapped Lu Ming in it and flew into the distance. The commotion here would soon be known by others, and they would definitely attract powerful experts. Xiaowan carried Lu Ming and traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. Before long they had traveled millions of miles. Lu Ming rushed into the belly of a huge mountain and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the energy that he had just devoured. The energy of 3 8th-level spiritual gods was too vast and boundless. It was constantly transformed into true essence and Lu Ming's cultivation began to improve rapidly. Middle stage 3rd-level spiritual god realm, late stage 3rd-level spiritual god realm. The intent runes were also being refined continuously. Before long, Lu Ming's earth intent had successfully broken through the bottleneck and entered the lower tier of level 4. It was still slowly improving. Moreover, some of them had comprehended the concept of fire. This allowed Lu Ming's concept of fire to improve. As for the blood essence of the 3 experts, Lu Ming used all of them to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Not long after, the 8th golden chakra emerged on the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. It was a little dim at first, but it gradually became bright. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally finished refining the energy and blood essence of the 3 8th-level spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming's body rippled with a powerful aura. It was several times stronger than before. 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Chapter 1157. 1157 Chapter 1157 Killing the Heavenly Sword Faction. With the breakthrough of the Earth concept, Lu Ming's 5 types of concepts had already reached the lower tier of the 4th level. Therefore, with the huge amount of energy that he had devoured, he broke through in one go and entered the 4th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's abilities had increased by a huge margin. Lu Ming put away the 9 dragons' bloodline and opened his eyes. He saw Xiaowan standing not far away looking at him in surprise. The bloodline of the 9 dragons is indeed magical and heaven-defying. Xiaowan sighed. The reason why he could constantly improve his strength with the help of strong cultivator's tonics was that he had already reached his original strength and realm. However, he was still weak after being suppressed for many years and needed the blood essence of strong cultivators to recover. He had only recovered, but Lu Ming had improved and broken through. There was no comparison at all. Senior, how much strength have you recovered? Lu Ming changed the topic and asked. With my current strength, I should have no problem fighting a supreme martial artist. Xiaowan said. He can fight an autarch. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The stronger Xiaowan was, the better it would be for him. Senior, do you still want to do something big? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was a little tempted. Didn't the experts from the Overlord forces want to kill him? In that case he would retaliate. Most importantly, Xiaowan did not seem to be interested in these people's storage rings, but Lu Ming needed them. Although Lu Ming had yet to take stock of the items in the storage rings, they were all experts at the 6th level spiritual god realm and above. The value of the items in them was definitely shocking. Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. Your thoughts are the same as mine. I also want to do something big. Xiaowan laughed arrogantly. Senior, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill the enemy with a formation like the previous one. The others will definitely be on guard after seeing the traces left behind by the previous battle. It'll be very difficult to do it again. Lu Ming frowned, thinking about how to make a big move. It's fine. Let's change our method. Isn't there a branch of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction nearby? I can sense that there's something I need in this division. Xiaowan said, a hint of hope in his eyes. Attack the Heavenly Sword faction's division? Senior, I'm afraid that there are supreme martial artists in this division. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Although Xiaowan had the ability to fight against a supreme being, the supreme being of the Heavenly Sword sect was in charge of the distribution and controlled the geographical advantage. It was not easy to kill him. If he was not careful, he might end up getting himself killed. If I were a bit stronger, I would be confident. There's something very important to me in that division. If I can get it, I'll be able to recover my strength quickly. Then I won't have to hide anymore. Xiaowan said, frowning. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his palm glowed and a small pagoda appeared in his palm. An emperor's spiritual weapon. Xiaowan's eyes glowed when he saw the pagoda. Senior, if I were to lend you this emperor's spiritual weapon for the time being, would you be confident? Lu Ming said. Yes, I do. Although this emperor's spiritual weapon doesn't match my attributes and I can't fully unleash its power, it's still an emperor's spiritual weapon. It's enough to increase my strength by a large margin and attack that division. Xiaowan said. All right, I'll lend it to Senior. Lu Ming waved his hand and the small tower flew toward Xiaowan. If he didn't make a prompt decision, it would lead to chaos. Now that Xiaoluan had temporarily attached himself to him, he would definitely not be able to hide many of his secrets from Xiaoluan. It would be better to take them out openly and use Xiaoluan's strength to gain some benefits for himself. Good, then let's turn the world upside down. Xiaowan laughed heartily. After refining the small pagoda for a while, he and Lu Ming left the mountain and river diagram and flew north. Hundreds of thousands of miles to the north, in a wild mountain, there was a branch of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect. This was what Xiaowan had sensed when Lu Ming and the rest had passed by. Soon, a sword peak that reached the sky appeared in front of him. The mountain peak was like a sword that seemed to be able to reach the sky. From a distance, one could feel the powerful sword power spreading out. There seemed to be a demonic light flickering in Xiaowan's eyes, as if he could see through everything. The Tianwu sword faction's distribution is not simple. They seem to be secretly studying something related to demons. Xiaowan muttered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Tianwu sword sect was actually researching something related to demons. That was why Xiaowan had chosen this place. Buzz. With Lu Ming in tow, Xiaowan took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Sword edge. Who is it? This is the Heavenly Sword faction's assignment. Unrelated people get lost. As soon as they appeared, the experts on the heaven-connecting sword peak sensed them and let out a loud shout with a cold, killing intent. The person who will kill you. You're courting death. Xiaowan said coldly. A small red pagoda appeared in his hand and rapidly enlarged until it finally turned into a giant pagoda that reached the sky. It was comparable to the sword blade that reached the sky. A scorching aura emanated from it, and a light shield-like object emerged from it. It was scarlet in color and exuded an astonishing temperature. Is this a domain? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. An emperor's intent would evolve into a domain, and an emperor's spiritual weapon would also contain a domain, which was extremely terrifying. Fire domain. Not good. It's an emperor. An emperor is attacking. Activate the formation, activate the formation. As soon as the king's spiritual weapon was taken out, the heaven-connecting sword was in chaos and screams of fear could be heard. Suppress. With a wave of his hand, Xiaowan's abundant genuine vitality poured into the fiery pagoda, which pressed down on the heavenly sword. At this moment, countless inscriptions appeared around the heaven-reaching sword blade, forming a large formation. A beam of sword chi shot up and blasted toward the small red tower. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the sword chi was destroyed. The giant tower suppressed everything and smashed hard on the mountain-protecting formation of the heavenly sword peak. The great mountain-protecting formation shook violently and almost collapsed. Suppress. Xiaowan bellowed as he continued to control the pagoda. This time, with a deafening boom, the protective formation of the heavenly sword peak was broken. The formation was broken and the giant tower hit the peak. The entire sword peak shook violently and then exploded. At this moment, the sword peak was filled with screams. Countless disciples of the Sky Martial Sword faction screamed as they were turned into ashes by the terrifying energy. Even some powerful high-level spiritual gods spat out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. Who are you? The Heavenly Martial Sword faction will definitely kill you. An angry roar was heard, and a bright sword light shot up from the bottom of the sword peak, as if it was going to split the world in half. Supreme, this was a supreme. The person who will kill you. Demonic chi rolled around Xiaowan like a peerless demonic god. He controlled the emperor's spiritual weapon to suppress his opponent. At the same time, Xiaowan strode forward. His muscles bulged and a demonic light that seemed to contain infinite power emerged. Boom. He threw a punch and the space was smashed into pieces. Chapter 1158. 1158 Chapter 1158 Sword Emperor. The supreme martial artist of the Tianwu Sword School let out a long roar. His sword power was vast and mighty, shattering the sky. He slashed out a shocking sword light which hit the giant pagoda and stopped it. However, on the other side, Xiaowan's demonic fist arrived again. Endless sword chi floated around the supreme martial artist of the Tianwu Sword School. It finally gathered into a sword and like 1,000 swords returning to their roots, it stabbed towards Xiaowan. Boom. Xiaowan's demonic fist struck the sword chi, causing it to shake violently before finally collapsing. Although the supreme martial artist of the Tianwu Sword School was strong, he had to resist the emperor's spiritual weapon and Xiaowan at the same time. He was already at a disadvantage. Spirit body, you're a spirit body. You're an emperor? Seeing Xiaowan destroy his sword chi with a single punch, the other party immediately cried out in alarm. Kill! Xiaowan bellowed as he strode forward, his demonic fist crushing down on his opponent. Above him, the giant pagoda trembled and continued to suppress the other party. The supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword School was shocked. He immediately used the bloodline fusion and transformed into a combat sword. His bloodline was at the 6th level of the divine level, which was equivalent to the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The bloodline fusion had improved his combat strength, but Xiaowan was unrivaled. His immortal demonic body was terrifying. If he was at his peak, he could crush an emperor. Boom. Boom. Xiaowan's demonic fist continued to strike out. At the same time, the giant pagoda also came down. The flame domain in the giant pagoda enveloped the supreme being of the Tianwu Sword School, causing him to be suppressed by the terrifyingly high temperature. Although the supreme martial artist from the Heavenly Martial Sword School tried his best to slash out a shocking sword chi, it was still useless. He was suppressed and had less and less power to fight back. Go, all of you, quickly go and inform the sect leader. The supreme martial artist from the heavenly martial sword faction roared. Some of the higher stage spiritual god realm warriors who were still alive looked at the battle in the sky in horror. The supreme martial artist of the heavenly martial sword school was actually at a complete disadvantage and could be defeated at any time. Let's go. Some people flew away, trying to escape and inform the emperor of the heavenly martial sword school. Don't even think about leaving. Die. Xiao Wan's demonic chi soared to the sky as he punched out a fist radiance that pierced through the void for thousands of miles. A few spirit god experts were instantly enveloped by the fist radiance and killed mercilessly. Clang. Clang. Xiao Wan's demonic fist continued to bombard the sword, causing the sword to tremble. Originally, Xiao Wan's current battle strength wasn't any weaker than his opponent's, and with the help of the Emperor's spirit weapon, Xiao Wan's strength was far above his opponent. After more than 10 punches, the sword collapsed, revealing the true body of the man who was retreating in horror. Boom. The giant pagoda pressed down and the other party tried his best to block it. However, he was still knocked by the giant pagoda and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xiao Wan rushed over and punched his opponent's chest. His opponent screamed as his chest was pierced through. A large hole appeared and his heart was shattered. His opponent's dantian glowed, and his spiritual god rushed out in an attempt to escape. However, Xiao Wan grabbed his spiritual god and crushed it with a sudden squeeze. His spiritual god was crushed into a stream of energy that Xiao Wan absorbed. A supreme martial artist had been killed by Xiao Wan just like that. Boom. The giant tower glowed and enveloped the entire branch of the heavenly martial sword faction. The remaining members of the heavenly martial sword faction were all killed. Not a single one was left. Xiao Wan transformed into demonic chi and enveloped all the experts of the heavenly sword sect, becoming his tonic. Save some for me. Lu Ming flew at top speed, collecting the storage rings one by one. Unfortunately, those experts had all become Xiao Wan's tonics, not leaving a single one for him. What a pity, Lu Ming cried out. However, he had just devoured 3 8th-level spiritual god realm experts and there were impurities in them. He needed some time to polish them and stabilize his foundation. If he continued devouring, his foundation might become even more unstable. At the thought of this, Lu Ming felt relieved and continued to collect the storage rings. Not long after, Lu Ming had put away all the storage rings. However, Xiao Wan did not give Lu Ming the supreme martial artist's storage ring. He kept it for himself. The supreme martial artist's wealth must have tempted Xiao Wan. Boom. After absorbing all the tonics, Xiao Lun transformed into a human and punched the ground. A shocking demonic chi shot up into the sky from the ground, and a terrible pressure spread out. Why do I feel like I'm facing the demon empress? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that a demon emperor was hiding underground? How was this possible? As expected, the Heavenly Martial Sword School is very ambitious. They're actually secretly making a demon fetus. Xiao Wan muttered to himself, an ecstatic smile on his face. Senior, what is a demon fetus? Lu Ming came to Xiao Wan's side and looked down. Demonic chi filled the air underground. A tall human-shaped figure could be vaguely seen in the demonic chi. The rolling demonic chi was coming from this figure. The Tianwu sword sect must have obtained the corpse of a fallen demon emperor, and then refined it with a special method. In the end, it can be refined into a powerful existence under the Tianwu sword sect's command. This existence is the demon fetus. Once it's refined, it will have the combat power of an emperor. It seems that the Tianwu sword sect is far from finished refining it, and now it's all mine. After refining this demon fetus, my strength can be restored to the emperor realm. Xiao Wan laughed and transformed into a ball of demonic chi. It flew down and wrapped around the tall figure and began to refine it. Lu Ming could only wait at the side. Soon half an hour had passed. Selah. In the sky, the space was suddenly torn open, and a middle-aged man in a white robe with a sword on his back stepped out of the spatial crack. The middle-aged man looked around as soon as he stepped out of the spatial crack. Suddenly, a sword power that seemed to be able to destroy the world burst out and covered the territory within a radius of 10,000 miles. The Emperor, it's the Emperor. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He was extremely shocked. He knew that the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School had arrived. This was a sword emperor that could slash the world with his sword. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction looked at Lu Ming, but his gaze only swept past him and landed on the ball of demonic qi on the ground. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to destroy one of my Heavenly Sword faction's divisions, you won't be able to leave today. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School waved his hand, and a dazzling sword qi shot towards Xiaowan. The power of the sword qi was several times stronger than that of the Supreme Being. Ha, a junior dares to be impudent in front of me. Within the demonic qi, a loud laugh came out. A jet-black fist radiance flew out and collided with the sword qi. The fist radiance and the sword qi collided, stirring up an endless energy storm. All the mountains and mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were swept by the energy storm, directly cracking and exploding into pieces. With one move, he destroyed the mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles. A battle between emperors was too terrifying. It could destroy the heavens and earth. Although Lu Ming was under the protection of Xiaowan's demonic aura, he was still shocked by the power. The power of an emperor is indeed shocking. It's far from what I can match now. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Whoosh. Endless demonic qi rolled and Xiaowan's figure flickered in and out of sight. A supreme aura emanated from his body. Chapter 1159. 1159 Chapter 1159 Scheme. It was obvious that Xiaowan had recovered a great deal and his strength was unfathomable. Buzz. With a sword cry, the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School unsheathed his sword, which resonated with the mountains and rivers. The sound of the sword made Lu Ming's body shake. He felt his eardrums rumble and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Big words kill. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School was very powerful. As he took a step forward, it was as if his entire body had turned into a combat sword. Endless sword qi swam around his body. I killed more than one ordinary sword body back then. As Xiaowan's voice rang out, the giant pagoda trembled and flew out, suppressing the other party. Whoosh. His opponent swung his sword and the whole world was split open. A terrifying sword light slashed on the giant tower. The power exploded, breaking the flame domain of the giant tower and blocking it. At the same time, several terrifying sword qi shot towards Xiaowan. Domain of sword, humph. Xiaowan snorted coldly. He withdrew his boundless demonic qi and revealed his true form. His body glowed with demonic light as if it contained boundless power. Boom. Boom. He threw out a few consecutive punches which collided with the sword qi of the other party. A violent boom rang out and the ground was directly cut 100 miles deep by the sweeping energy. Bang! The sword qi was destroyed, but Xiaowan's body also took a step back. He stomped on the space and it exploded, revealing a pitch-black space. Xiaowan seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. But at this moment the other party did not continue to attack. Instead he widened his eyes and stared at Xiaowan. Xiaowan? The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School said with great difficulty. He was filled with disbelief. In the past, Xiaowan had rebelled against the imperial family and launched a shocking war with the imperial family, the Xia clan. Many forces had participated in that war and witnessed Xiaowan's supreme demonic power. There were portraits of Xia Luan in many of the overlord forces, and many of those portraits had been drawn by emperors. One could even sense Xia Luan's demonic might and aura from the portraits. There was such a portrait in the Heavenly Martial Sword sect. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect had personally experienced it before, and it was exactly the same as Xiaowan. Therefore he was immediately stunned, shocked and in disbelief. How could the Supreme Demon Emperor from 30,000 years ago appear now? Let's go. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowan did not linger in the battle. Instead he tore open the space and stepped into the spatial rift with Lu Ming disappearing from the place. Only the Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School was left at the scene. Xiaowan, it's definitely Xiaowan. With Xiao Wan's appearance, the world is going to be in chaos again. The Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword School muttered to himself. After a while, his eyes glowed as he muttered to himself, "That's good. This is an opportunity, perhaps an opportunity for our Heavenly Martial Sword sect. It's just a pity for that demon fetus." The Martial Emperor of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect sighed. Then he suddenly looked in one direction and two bright sword lights shot out of his eyes. He scolded, "Who is it?" "Haha, Wuxia Sword Emperor, how are you?" A loud laugh was heard. A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, and a middle-aged man wearing a blue thunder battle robe appeared in the air. "Thunderblade Emperor, why are you here?" Sword Emperor Wuxia frowned. The Thunder Saber Emperor was the sect master of the Sky Thunder Saber sect, an overlord force and an emperor. The royal family's Xia family has spread the news to the world and activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument in order to capture Lu Ming. However, I have a feeling that it's not that simple. I just happened to come out of seclusion, so I came out for a walk. I sensed a strong fluctuation here, so I rushed over to take a look. The Thunder Saber Emperor explained. He looked around and said, "Wuxia, this should be one of your Heavenly Sword faction's branches, right? It seems that the branch has been destroyed. You were the one fighting with the other party just now, right?" "Where was he? Why, even you can't make him stay?" "They've already left." The Wuxia Sword Emperor said. "Who is it? The remaining demonic chi here is extremely shocking. Could it be the Demon Emperor of the Demon Mountain?" The Thunderblade Emperor's eyes flashed as he asked tentatively. Martial Emperor Wuxia pondered for a while and said, "It's not the Demon Emperor from Demon Mountain. You won't be able to guess who this person is even in your dreams." "Who is it?" The Thunder Saber Emperor asked curiously when he saw Martial Emperor Wujue's serious face. "Xiao Wan, Sovereign of Chaotic Heavens, Xiao Wan." Wu Ju and Wu Huang said each word clearly. What? Even with the Thunder Saber Emperor's mental fortitude, he was still stunned at this moment. He was dumbfounded and in disbelief. "Wujue, are you seeing things or are you just joking with me? Xiao Wan, the Xiao Wan of 30,000 years, how could he still be alive?" The Thunderblade Emperor said in disbelief. "Do I look like I'm joking?" The Wujue Sword Emperor said coldly. The Thunder Saber Emperor fell silent. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. After a while he said, "If it's really Xiao Wan, I'm afraid the Imperial family will be in chaos. I know why the Imperial family activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument. Their target is not Lu Ming but Xiao Wan. That's most likely the case. Moreover, Xiao Wan hasn't recovered to his peak state yet. He's not even my match." Wu Ju and Wu Huang said. "If that's the case, do you have any way to track Xiao Wan's chi? We'll follow him and see what he's going to do next." The Thunder Martial Emperor said. Xiao Wan used a disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sword sect as a tonic to recover his demonic body. His presence hasn't been completely eliminated yet, so I can use a secret technique to pursue him. Good. I'll go and see what Xiao Wan is up to. Sword Emperor Wujue said. He began to use a secret technique to capture Xiao Wan's aura. Xiao Wan brought Lu Ming across the space several times before stopping. "I still haven't recovered to the Emperor realm. I'm still a little weaker than that kid." Xiao Wan said. "That kid," he was referring to Sword Emperor Wujue. "Senior is still not a match for the Emperor?" Lu Ming asked. "I can barely fight. Ordinary Emperors can't do anything to me. With your Emperor's spiritual weapon I can fight ordinary Emperors. However, if we fight for a long time, it'll be disadvantageous to me. Now that my identity has been exposed, I'm afraid that all the Emperors in the world will find ways to find us. It'll be very disadvantageous for us next." Xiao Wan said. Although he said this, a cold smile still hung on his face. "Senior, do you have any good moves?" Seeing Xiao Wan's expression, Lu Ming knew that Xiao Wan had an idea. "Didn't the royal family use all their strength to hunt us down? Then I'll make sure the royal family doesn't have the mind to hunt us down. In fact, I'll make the divine wilderness continent fall into chaos and attack each other. This way I'll have time to recover." Xiao Wan said. "Cause the divine wilderness continent to descend into chaos? Attacking each other?" Lu Ming was secretly shocked, but he was also full of doubts. What method did Xiaowan have to cause the world to be in chaos and attack each other? I have a heavenly king's token with me. It once belonged to the royal family. As long as I take out this heavenly king's token, it's enough to make those royal warriors go crazy. Lu Ming, let's go to the holy city. The show is about to start. Xiaowan laughed and tore open space with Lu Ming heading for the holy city. Chapter 1160. 1160. Lu Ming comes to the holy city. In a hidden hall in the sacred city, a round ball was floating in the air, emitting a bright light. Inscriptions appeared and glowed on the ball. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to recognize that the ball was exactly the same as the projection of the Heaven Secrets instrument floating above his head. This was the Heaven Secrets instrument's main body. In the sky above the Heaven Secrets device, there was a huge array board that was emitting a mysterious light. Around the Heaven Secrets instrument, there were a dozen people standing quietly and observing. Suddenly, the Heaven Secrets instrument began to shine, and a dot of light appeared on the disk array above it. More than a dozen people at the scene were alarmed. The Heaven Secrets instrument has sensed something. The array disk has a light spot. Lu Ming has appeared. He's within 1,000,000 miles. An old man called out in disbelief. Shouldn't Lu Ming be hiding somewhere far away? How could he still dare to appear within 1,000,000 miles of the sacred city? Look, he's quickly approaching the holy city. He's approaching the holy city. The others all exclaimed in disbelief. The disk array showed that the dot of light was rapidly approaching the holy city. This meant that Lu Ming was heading toward the holy city. Quick, spread the news. The old man in the lead said. Then they all took out their jade voice transmission talismans and sent the news out. In fact, there was no need for them to spread the news. In the holy city, some people had sensed the Heaven Secrets energy field array disk and discovered this at the same time. Lu Ming was actually approaching the holy city at a high speed. Many experts in the sacred city were alarmed. More powerful cultivators from the royal family and the Xia family were alarmed. They flew out from all directions toward the eastern city wall of the holy city. According to the array disk, Lu Ming was coming from the east and would be close to the eastern city wall. For a moment, wind and clouds gathered on the eastern wall of the sacred city. Many experts arrived and the city wall was filled with people. They're coming, they're almost there. Some people looked at the disk array and realized that the dot of light was getting closer and closer to the sacred city. Not long after, a black-robed young man with long hair casually draped over his shoulders flew over from the distant sky. Lu Ming, it was Lu Ming. At this moment, the projection of the Heaven Secrets instrument was suspended above Lu Ming's head, shining brightly. Earlier, Xiaowan had brought Lu Ming along and tore through space in the direction of the holy city. When they were within 1,000,000 miles of the holy city, Xiaowan undid the seal on the door of seals and released the projection of the Heaven Secrets instrument. Then it entered Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. As for Lu Ming, he was stepping in the air and heading towards the holy city. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. I didn't expect Lu Ming to come to the holy city. Isn't this like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? Could it be that he knows that he can't escape, so he came to turn himself in? It's possible. It's strange. I remember that during the 1,000,000-year sacrifice, Lu Ming took the initiative to enter the Abyss Demon realm and wanted to take the 16th princess away. Moreover, the royal family even tried to kill us, and they even offered us a heavenly treasure like the Heavenly Secrets instrument. Everyone is curious about this, let alone you. However, many of the royal family's higher-ups do not know the exact reason, let alone us. However, there is one thing that we can be sure of. Lu Ming must have done something extraordinary to cause the royal family and the Xia family to be in such a state. Some of the powerhouses from the other forces were secretly discussing, but no one made a move. Lu Ming stood in the air 100 miles away from the city wall. Lu Ming, how dare you break out of the Abyss Demon territory without permission? You've committed a terrible crime and should be executed by 1,000 cuts. A gloomy voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was Xianxia. Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Xianxia and sneered. It's ridiculous. I entered the abyss demon territory of my own will, and I can leave and stay as I please. Besides, Xianxia is obviously trying to keep me in the abyss demon territory for the rest of my life by getting those points. He even made it sound so grand. What a despicable man. How dare you? How dare you slander my father? I'm going to kill your entire family. No one can save you today. Xianxia berated loudly with an air of superiority. Oh. Alright, in terms of age you're older than me. Make your move, come and kill me. Lu Ming said. You. Xianxia was stunned. A loser, a piece of trash, do you dare to make a move? I can suppress you with one finger. Lu Ming said loudly, his voice full of disdain. Xianxia's face was completely red. In terms of age he was of the same generation as Lu Ming and he was even older than Lu Ming. However, he did not dare to fight Lu Ming. Lu Ming could probably suppress him with one finger. Lu Ming. At this time a cold voice sounded. The voice was clear and pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with a faint sense of pride. A peerless beauty in a snow-white dress with a milky white radiance emanating from her body stepped through the air. She was incomparably holy, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Her body bloomed with holy light, and with every step she took, a milky white lotus flower would appear in the sky, supporting her feet. 9th Princess. Thank you, Nianjuan. Many people's eyes were attracted by this figure. She was Xian Nianjuan, one of the 5 beauties of the central continent and ranked second among the 5 young tycoons. This proud daughter of the heavens, a proud daughter of the heavens who had gathered thousands of halos on her. Lu Ming's gaze also fell on her. Her appearance was very similar to Xianxia's, but her temperament was completely different. Lu Ming had long known that Xianxia and Xianjuan had the same father but not the same mother. It was amazing that they looked so similar. Xianjuan stepped into the air and stood in front of the crowd. He looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold and arrogant voice, Lu Ming, you were the one who took Xianxia away, right? Hand her over, the variant of the Xia family with a lowly and dirty bloodline. She will guard the demon area of hell forever and hunt down the Wuxia clan for the Xia family to compensate for what she owes the Xia family. Ha, laughable, truly laughable. Xianjuan's words made Lu Ming burst out laughing uncontrollably. You're saying that Nianqing owes your Xia family? You really know how to distort the truth. In my opinion, it's your Xia family that owes Nianqing, and you won't be able to pay it back in your lifetime. Lu Ming laughed out loud. Her bloodline has tarnished the reputation of the royal Xia family. What else does she owe the Xia family? Xianjuan said with a frown. Dogs hit. All of you are fucking bullshit. A bunch of self-righteous people. What is your Xia family? What was the royal family? No wonder the ancient Saint dynasty has become so weak. To be controlled by such a group of short-sighted people, it would be strange if they aren't weak. In my opinion, the ancient Saint dynasty should be destroyed. Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire venue. Especially the last sentence, the ancient Saint dynasty shall be destroyed, which made many people's hearts tremble. He was too bold. He was simply too audacious. Lu Ming actually dared to say such words in public. This was an insult to the royal Xia family and a slap to their face. Sure enough, many people from the imperial family and the Xia family went crazy. Their faces turned red as they angrily rebuked. Chapter 1161. 1161 Xianxia versus Xianjuan. Audacious, impudent and arrogant. He's looking for death. Let me kill him. Let me cripple him and let him taste the most painful punishment in the world. The imperial family's Xia clan's people shouted in anger, releasing cold killing intent. Boom. Xianjuan's body exploded with a shocking aura. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. The powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming as she said in a cold voice, Lu Ming, saving your life back then was the biggest mistake I've ever made. But it's fine. It's the same if I kill you today. It might not be enough. Lu Ming gave a contemptuous smile. Xianjuan's cultivation was very strong. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. His aura was powerful and his body contained a terrifying amount of energy. Lu Ming felt that he was even stronger than Dark Child. If Lu Ming were to fight her during the million-year sacrifice, he would not have the confidence to win. But now he didn't care about Xianxia. Lu Ming, don't think that you're the best in the world just because you defeated Dark Child. If I had made a move back then, I would have been able to suppress you. Xianxia took another step forward. His aura was powerful and his body glowed with a milky white light, making him look even more holy and noble. Could it be that Xianxia is going to fight Lu Ming? Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the million-year national sacrifice, Lu Ming had defeated many powerful figures in a row, showing his invincible attitude. In the end, when he faced Long Qin, Lu Ming admitted defeat directly. Many people regretted that they did not see who was the strongest. Xianxia did not take part in that battle. This caused many people to discuss in secret, comparing Xianxia and Lu Ming to guess who was stronger. After all, Xianxia was ranked second among the 5 giants of Central Continent, second only to Long Qin. He had never fought anyone before, so it was hard to tell who was stronger. Was the battle finally about to begin? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Then he waved his hand and a ray of light flashed. Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming. Just now, Xianxia had sent a message to Lu Ming through Dandan, saying that he wanted to come out. Lu Ming had let Xianxia out. Xianxia attracted everyone's attention the moment he came out. In the sacred city, almost everyone's eyes fell on Xianxia and then on Xianxia. They were shocked because the two were too similar. Why does this woman look so similar to Xianxia? They are both devastatingly beautiful. Who is she? I know. It's said that the current sage emperor has 3 princesses, all of whom are peerless in their generation. Among them, the 16th princess has been hidden by the royal family because she was born with a foreign bloodline. This girl should be the 16th princess. It should be. The 3 princesses of the current sage emperor are truly devastatingly beautiful. This 16th princess's beauty is not inferior to the 5 great beauties at all. I wonder how her martial arts talent is. A wave of discussion came from the surroundings. Many people had long heard of the name of the 16th princess, but not many had actually seen her in person, so they were naturally surprised. So, you really did leave the Abyss Demon territory with him. Now surrender and go back to the Abyss Demon territory. Stay here and hunt the Fiend clan for the rest of your life. Don't even think about wandering outside and embarrassing the royal family. Xianxia looked at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia's face was cold as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia, you don't have to put on that arrogant face. You've been loved by everyone since you were a child and you've been surrounded by halos. What a joke. Today I'm going to stomp you under my feet and let the world see how weak your so-called holiness and so-called orthodoxy are. As Xianxia's voice rang out, endless demonic qi surged from her body and her powerful aura clashed with Xianxia's. If you want to fight me, then I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia said coldly. A milky white pillar of holy light rose from his body. At the same time, a black demonic qi rose from Xianxia's body. One black and one white, the 2 beams of light collided in the air. Boom! The clouds in the sky were scattered and a strong wind swept through. Let's go up and fight, Xianxia said as he flew into the sky. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he too flew into the sky. One black and one white, the 2 light shadows collided and tore the space into pieces. Sky Devil Force Field. 9 Heavens Holy Domain. 2 delicate yells rang out as the 2 of them displayed their unique skills and fought in the air. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen blows. The attacks of Xianxia and Xianxia were very similar, but one was of the demonic Dao while the other was of the holy Dao. Black lotus flowers appeared around Xianxia and turned into lotus swords. As for Xianxia, milky white lotus flowers appeared around him. They also transformed into sword radiances and fought with Xianxia. The sword qi soared into the sky and the light was bright. For a moment the 2 were locked in a fierce battle. The spectators all took in a cold breath and were extremely shocked. He's so strong. The 16th princess is so strong. She can actually fight with the 9th princess. That's scary. It turns out that the Princess 16 who has been hidden all this time is also a peerless talent. She's too strong. She's definitely a heaven's favorite at the level of a giant. The royal family's generation is really full of talents. It's rare to see two giants in one sect. I really don't get it. A heaven's favorite with unparalleled talent like him is being suppressed by the imperial family and the Xie clan. If any other power had a heaven's favorite like him, they would do everything they could to nurture him. He'd be an unrivaled emperor in the future. The sound of discussion spread out, especially into the ears of the imperial family's Xie family. It was exceptionally harsh. What's the use of a mutant's talent? He should be suppressed, forever suppressed, or else he'll be a traitor. Xianxia coldly snorted. He gritted his teeth in his heart, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Xianxia was too talented. The more talented he was, the more afraid he was, and the more he wanted Xianxia to die. As he mulled over this, Xiaxian's gaze fell on Lu Ming. It was all because of Lu Ming. He had no idea what method Lu Ming had used to save Xianxia from the Abyss Demon realm. Lu Ming, I advise you to surrender. You won't be able to escape today. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. Xiaxian said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Alright, you can make your move. If you can take one of my moves, I'll surrender. Lu Ming said contemptuously. Don't be so arrogant. Xiaxian angrily rebuked. Lu Ming, I'll take you down. There's no need for the 8th prince to do anything. I'll kill you. A middle-aged brawny man stepped out. He had a powerful aura and his eyes were cold. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was an expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. All right, Venerable Su, capture Lu Ming for me and you'll be heavily rewarded. Xiaxian was overjoyed as he said. The brawny man was the royal family's venerable guardian. He was powerful and had a cultivation of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. If he were to take action, Lu Ming would be taken down with 100% certainty. You want to make a move? Fine, get over here and accept your death. Lu Ming said contemptuously. Chapter 1162. 1162 Defeating an 8th level spiritual god. It's easy for young people to die young if they're so arrogant. Venerable Su's eyes were cold. He took a few steps forward and approached Lu Ming rapidly. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Buzz. A soft whip appeared in his hand. It was covered with hooks and glinted coldly under the sunlight. With a wave of his hand, the soft whip grew rapidly until it was more than 10 miles long. Like a venomous snake, it rolled towards Lu Ming. The soft whip cut through the air, making an ear-piercing sound, and a hideous crack appeared in the space. In the face of such an attack, Lu Ming's expression was calm. His body swayed slightly and he dodged the attack. He stepped forward and charged toward Venerable Su. You can't escape. Inescapable net, 10,000 heavy kill. Venerable Su bellowed as he lashed out with his soft whip. Like a real dragon circling in the air, it transformed into layers of whip shadows that wrapped around Lu Ming like an inescapable net, sealing off all his escape routes. Why would I need to escape? Just break it. A calm voice rang out. From within Lu Ming's body, a dragon's roar could be heard. His essential core boiled as he threw a punch. Boom. This punch seemed to push the entire space forward, causing it to explode. A terrifying fist force rushed towards the heavy whip shadows. Those whip shadows collapsed instantly, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions, just like a broken tree branch. The terrifying power even followed the soft whip and rushed towards Venerable Su. His expression changed greatly and his body trembled as he retreated. Buzz. A figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of him. Not good. Venerable Su's heart trembled and he subconsciously threw a punch. He wanted to retreat but it was too late. Boom. Once again Lu Ming threw a punch as fast as lightning. It hit Venerable Su's chest. Arg. Venerable Su screamed in despair as his entire body exploded. Even his spiritual god wasn't spared. The devouring power burst out and enveloped Venerable Su. His essence, energy and spirit were all devoured by Lu Ming. Your lackey is dead. Aren't you going to fight personally? Lu Ming was cold and indifferent as he looked at Xie Zhen with disdain. This made Xie Zhen grit his teeth, but in his heart he was also extremely shocked. An expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm was actually killed by Lu Ming so easily. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying, right? The expressions of the other spectators also changed drastically. Lu Ming's abilities have improved greatly since the million-year sacrificial ceremony. Such shocking talent is rare. Xian Yanjuan is no match for him now. I wonder how he'll fare against Long Chen. I don't know, but it's a pity. No matter how talented Lu Ming is, no matter how powerful he is, the result is already set. Don't forget, this is the holy city. Even if an emperor came, he might not be able to leave, let alone Lu Ming. While many people were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength and talent, they also felt sorry for him. This was the holy city. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, the outcome was already decided. To have such cultivation and battle prowess at your age is something that has rarely been seen since ancient times. I truly admire you. If you swear a blood oath and surrender to the Imperial Xie clan, I'll plead with the Saint Emperor and spare your life. What do you say? A white-haired old man stepped into the air and walked toward Lu Ming looking like a sage. His body emitted a terrifying aura that was several times stronger than that of Venerable Su. Peak 8th level spiritual god realm. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. The white-haired old man did not hide his cultivation at all. Lu Ming could tell at a glance. You're only at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Do you have the right to ask the sage emperor to spare me? You really think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming pursed his lips casually and said in disdain. This is at least a chance, isn't it? If you refuse, you won't even stand a chance. Being looked down upon by Lu Ming, a sharp glint flashed in the white-haired elder's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Just you? I'm afraid he's not qualified. Lu Ming smiled, his disdain growing. How arrogant. You won't stand a chance if I attack. The white-haired old man's eyes were filled with anger. His body emitted a milky white light and his eyes were cold. Although Lu Ming had easily killed a 7th-level spiritual god expert, he was at the peak of the 8th-level spiritual god realm. He was much stronger than a 7th-level spiritual god and could easily kill a 7th-level spiritual god expert. Therefore he was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming was young. No matter how strong he was, it would not be too outrageous. Whoosh! A beam of white sword light bloomed from the white-haired elder's hand, piercing through the vast sky and heading toward Lu Ming. This sword was sharp, ruthless, stunning, and terrifying. With just one strike, he was already stronger than Venerable Su, who was at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. A dragon's roar resounded from within Lu Ming's body. The 3rd bloodline emerged on top of his head, and a surge of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, causing his strength to increase explosively. Bang! He took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The power of the palm was shocking. It broke through the sky and formed a terrifying palm blade that slashed at the old man's white sword light. Buzz! There was a sharp explosion and the white sword gleam dissipated. Lu Ming rushed toward the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly. The long sword in his hand was constantly thrust out, and streams of snow-white sword light, like brilliant crystal lights, were aimed at Lu Ming. The sword gleams were dense and endless as they poured toward Lu Ming. Boom! 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 Lu Ming clenched his fists and continued to bombard them. Lu Ming's fist seemed to have turned into a prison-suppressing steel that suppressed everything. A series of explosions rang out in the sky. The white-haired elder's sword gleams were continuously being destroyed. Lu Ming charged up against the sword gleams and charged towards the elder. The white-haired elder's expression changed. It became very ugly and very serious. With a loud shout, his bloodline appeared. He performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a milky white combat sword. With a shake of the combat sword, more and more sharp sword gleams poured toward Lu Ming. Break! The 9 dragons emerged. Lu Ming transformed into the 9 dragons and rushed up, breaking all the sword gleams. The claws of the 9 dragons grabbed the milky white combat sword continuously. The milky white sword shook violently and then collapsed, revealing the white-haired old man's true body. At this moment the white-haired elder was in a sorry state. He no longer had the sage-like demeanor he had before. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were ragged, and his white robe was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with fear as he desperately rushed towards the city walls of the sacred city. At this moment in the sacred city, countless people who saw this scene took in a deep breath and were extremely shocked. Even an expert at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm had been defeated. He was seriously injured by Lu Ming and had to flee for his life in a sorry state. This was simply too unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. A youth who was not even 30 years old was able to severely injure an old expert at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Such an example was rarely recorded in the divine wilderness continent since ancient times. This had already exceeded common sense and was too terrifying. Now many people were suspicious whether Long Qin, who was known as the world's #1, was still a match for Lu Ming. In the sky, Xian Yinjuan, who was fighting with Xian Yanqing, naturally sensed this scene. His heart trembled and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Lu Ming's combat ability had far surpassed her. As proud as she was, she found it hard to accept. Chapter 1163. 1163 Chapter 1163 Resisting a Supreme Being. You're distracted. Xian Yanqing shouted and launched a storm of attacks, suppressing Xian Yinjuan for a moment. Xian Yinjuan quickly recollected his thoughts and fought with Xian Yanqing. Below, Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and chased after the white-haired elder. Since you're going out to battle, you should be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouths as they stepped out with their claws. The 9 dragons' huge bodies were like lightning, unbelievably fast as they approached the white-haired old man. Save me! Seeing that he was about to be caught up by the 9 dragons, the white-haired old man screamed in horror and became hoarse. He was as flustered as a stray dog, and he couldn't care less about his demeanor as a powerful man. At this time his life was more important. Kill! The 9 dragons roared and stretched out their claws. A powerful force blasted on the white-haired old man's body, almost piercing through it. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his eyes were even more frightened. Help! The white-haired old man screamed with all his might, like a helpless girl facing a group of fierce bandits. Still not stopping, you're looking for death. You're courting death. A furious roar came from the walls of the sacred city. A tall figure rushed out and a vast and unfathomable aura exploded. Being enveloped by this aura, everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. A huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, and they had a feeling that a great disaster was imminent. Supreme Martial Artist. A word emerged in everyone's heart. This was a supreme martial artist. The supreme martial artist of the imperial family had made his move. Thank you, Qiyu. Lu Ming could tell with a single glance that the person who had attacked was Xie Zhen's imperial uncle, the younger brother of the current sacred emperor Xiaqiu. He was a supreme being. You dare to be impudent in the holy city? I'll cripple you right now. Xiaqiu's cold voice rang out from his mouth as he sent out a palm strike. A huge palm print formed out of thin air and covered the sky as it flew towards Lu Ming. In front of this palm print, Lu Ming was as small as an ant. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. This was because at this moment, there was a surge of powerful energy flowing into Lu Ming's body. It was Xiao Wan's energy. So what if you're a supreme martial artist? Xia Qiyu, you won't be able to save him today. The 9 dragons howled as they clawed at Xie Tianyu's palm. What? He dares to take an autarka's attack head-on? He's looking for death, he's looking for death. He had no other choice but to die a heroic death. To die at the hands of a paragon is a life worth living. Many people thought that Lu Ming was at his wit's end and would rather be killed by a supreme martial artist and die a heroic death. Some people even sighed. Was this the end of such a rare genius of the divine wilderness continent? But the next scene made them dumbfounded, their eyes almost popping out. Boom. Boom. When the 9 dragons' dragon claw landed on Xiaqiu's palm print, The scene of Lu Ming being crushed into pieces that everyone had expected did not appear. On the contrary, when the dragon claw struck out, the heaven and earth shook. Xiaqiu's palm print was actually pierced through by the 9 dragons' dragon claw and collapsed with a loud bang. This. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Not only did Lu Ming block the Supreme Being's attack, but he had also defeated it. How was this possible? What was going on? Most of the people were completely dumbfounded. Buzz. After destroying Xiaqiu's palm print, the 9 dragons reached out with their claws again. A huge dragon claw appeared out of thin air above the white-haired old man's head and clawed down. The white-haired old man had almost reached the top of the city wall. He had just heaved a sigh of relief when his pupils suddenly widened. He let out a desperate roar. No! Bang! In the next moment he was crushed to death by the dragon claw. I've said it before, since you've entered the battle, you must die. The 9 dragons shrank and transformed into Lu Ming's true form. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Many people gasped, especially Xie Zhen. He felt cold all over and his face was pale as he looked at Lu Ming in fear. A peak 8th level spiritual god realm expert was first severely injured and had to flee for his life in a sorry state. However, with the help of a supreme being, he was still killed by Lu Ming on the spot. How arrogant, how overbearing. Evil creature, you're looking for death. Xiaqiu bellowed in rage. His killing intent was incomparably cold and dense, as if it was about to materialize. A terrifying aura filled the air, and the earth-shattering pressure of a supreme being spread towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and retreated quickly. Xiaqiu's pressure could not stop him at all. Kill! Xiaqiu shouted and was about to launch a lightning-like attack. Qiyu, stop! At this moment, a majestic voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Xiaqiu was slightly taken aback and stopped. The sky suddenly split open and 3 figures stepped out from the spatial crack. The person in the lead was tall and burly, exuding boundless majesty. Saint Emperor. We pay our respects to the sage emperor. Many people quickly saluted. This man was none other than the sage emperor Xiaqiu. On the left and right of Xiaqiu stood 2 white-haired elders. Most people had seen them during the million-year sacrificial ceremony. They were also 2 emperors. The 3 sovereigns moved out. Many people's hearts trembled. At the same time, they were filled with endless doubts. Was there a need for the sage emperor to personally appear just for Lu Ming? Moreover, there were 2 other emperors. Xiaqiu and the 2 sovereigns stepped forward, stopping the battle between Xianxia and Xianxia. I'll spare you today. Xianxia glared at Xianxia with killing intent in his eyes. We still don't know who'll let who off? Xianxia responded strongly. After that, the 2 of them left. Xianxia returned to Lu Ming's side while Xianxia returned to Xiaqiu's side. Xiaqiu looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Then his gaze fell on Lu Ming. With a serious look he said, "Since you're here, why don't you come out? Why are you hiding?" Xiaqiu's words shocked many people. Could it be that Xiaqiu's target was someone else? Demonic qi seeped out of Lu Ming's body. In the end, the demonic qi gathered around him and condensed into a human figure. It was Xiaowan. There's really someone here. Some of them had an idea. They guessed that Lu Ming's ability to withstand the Supreme Being's attack earlier was related to this person. However, some of them were stunned when they saw Xiaowan. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened wider and wider. In the end, their entire bodies trembled violently. Impossible, how is that possible? Why are they so similar? How did this happen? These people mumbled to themselves, their faces full of disbelief. This was especially so for the royal family's Xie family, such as Xie Zhen and Xiaqiu. It was as if they had seen a ghost and their eyes widened in horror. Who is this person? Why do the people of the imperial family and the Xie clan seem to be so frightened? Those who had never seen Xie Luan's portrait or statue were full of doubts. However, they soon found out the answer. Thank you, Chaos. Xiaqiu slowly and heavily spat out 2 words. Chapter 1164. 1164 The Heavenly King's Order, the Primordial Realms Situation. These two short words were like thousands of thunderbolts exploding in everyone's hearts. Many people were so shocked that they almost jumped up. What? Xiaowan? The Chaotic Sky Emperor? How is that possible? Hadn't the Chaotic Heaven's divine warrior already died 30,000 years ago? Why are you still alive? Even if he's not dead, he can't have lived for 30,000 years. What's going on? The sacred city was in a clamor. Everyone was shouting in disbelief. It was too shocking. Who didn't know of Xiaowan's name in any of the larger factions? Central Continent's current situation was all because of one person, Xiaowan. No one would have believed it if it were not for Xiaoqian's words that a legendary figure who had long been thought to be dead had actually reappeared. It's been 30,000 years. I didn't expect someone to still remember me. Xiaowan laughed. These words silenced the crowd and everyone turned to look at Xiaowan. This person was really Xiaowan. How can this be? Xiaowan has reappeared. Is the world going to be in chaos again? Many people had the same thought. There were also some people who thought of more. They finally knew why the royal Xia family had activated the celestial mystery instrument to capture Lu Ming and why they had offered a tribulation-transcending heavenly treasure as a reward. It was because of Xiaowan. Xiaowan was with Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming was the reason why Xiaowan was able to return to the world? Many people could not help but think of this. Selah. At that moment, the space behind Xiaowan and Lu Ming cracked open. Two figures stepped out. As soon as the two of them appeared, their bodies emitted an aura that dominated the world. The aura of an emperor. It's the Wuxia Sword Emperor and the Thunder Saber Emperor. Someone recognized the two of them and exclaimed. The others were shocked. They didn't expect that two more emperors would be drawn out. Was an earth-shattering battle between emperors going to break out today? Xiaoqian, you're really good. You knew that Xiaowan had appeared, but you still wanted to use us to get rid of him and test his strength. The Wuxia Sword Emperor said in a cold voice. This time the Heavenly Martial Sword School had suffered heavy losses. Not only were many spirit god powerhouses killed, but even a division was destroyed. Not only did a supreme martial artist die in battle, but the demon fetus was also lost. If the demon fetus was successfully cultivated, it would be an existence that could fight against emperors. How could the Wuxia Sword Emperor not be angry? I wasn't sure at first whether it was Xiaowan who was born. Xiaoqian explained casually, but his eyes were still on Xiaowan. Xiaowan, I didn't expect that you would still be alive after being suppressed for 30,000 years. You're even able to come out into the world. This is really beyond my expectations. I have to thank you for sending Lu Ming to the Abyss Demon territory. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Speaking of which, you're the one who started it. I should be thanking you. Xiaowan laughed. Many people were shocked. It turned out that the reason why Xiaowan could return to the world was really because of Lu Ming. In other words, Lu Ming had saved Xiaowan. Those who knew the inside story side. If the royal family of the Xia family had not locked Xianxia up in the Abyss Demonic Realm, Lu Ming would not have entered the Abyss Demonic Realm. If Lu Ming had not entered, how could he have saved Xiaowan? Everything was because of the imperial family. How ironic. Xiaowan was right. If not for the imperial family, how could Xiaowan have escaped? Xiaowan, so what if you've escaped? You've been suppressed for 30,000 years and your vitality has been greatly damaged. Your demonic body has been injured and your strength is far from fully recovered. Today I'll kill you completely to prevent any future trouble. Said Xiaoqian, his cold killing intent bloomed. The other two sovereigns' auras also spread out from Xiaoqian's side, locking onto Xiaowan to prevent him from escaping. Wuxia Sword Emperor, Thunder Saber Emperor, why don't you join forces with me to get rid of Xiaoluan today? This emperor will definitely reward you greatly. Xiaoqian looked at the Wuxia Sword Emperor and the Thunder Saber Emperor. Xiaoqian, this is your Xia family's business. I won't get involved. The Wuxia Sword Emperor chuckled. I'm not interested either. The Thunder Blade Emperor also shook his head. This made Xiaoqian and the others' eyes flash with killing intent and they were unhappy. They knew what the Wuxia Sword Emperor and the Thunder Saber Emperor were thinking. If the Imperial Xia family suffered some losses in the battle with Xiaowan, or even both sides suffered heavy losses, it would be a good thing for the other overlords. They could take the opportunity to weaken the Imperial Xia family or even destroy them. Why would they help the Xia clan? Junior, I didn't come here today to fight with you. I'm here to give you a treasure. Xiaowan suddenly laughed. Give him treasures. His words not only confused the others in the sacred city, but even Xiaxia Sword Emperor Wuxia, and the others were also confused. Xiaowan, what are you trying to do? Xiaxia said in a serious tone. In the ancient records of the Xia clan, Xiaowan was not only unparalleled in battle strength, but also in stratagems. He had to be on guard. You'll know when you see it. Xiaowan smiled. He extended his palm and a golden light bloomed from it. It was a golden token. After it appeared, it expanded rapidly, turning into a giant token that was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. On the token there were 2 words, Heavenly King. As soon as they saw the token, Xiaxia, the other 2 sovereigns of the royal family, the Wuxia Sword Emperor and the Thunder Saber Emperor's eyes widened, and they were filled with greed. The Heavenly King's token, this is the Heavenly King's token. The Heavenly King's token is in your hands? The Wuxia Sword Emperor shouted. His eyes were burning with greed and his eyes were red. Xiaxia and the other sovereigns were also staring at the Heavenly King's token in Xiaowan's hand. The Heavenly King token. It's the legendary Heavenly King token. Some of the older spirit god powerhouses could not help but exclaim in shock. This made the others look at each other in confusion. What kind of treasure was this Heavenly King token? It actually made the emperor jealous. This Heavenly King token is indeed very tempting to an emperor. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. On the way here, Xiaowan had already briefly explained to Lu Ming about the function of the Heavenly King's token. This world was called the Primordial Realm. It was vast and boundless. Although the Divine Wilderness continent was huge, it was just a grain of sand compared to the entire Primordial Realm. It was extremely tiny. In the sea, there were countless other continents like the Divine Wilderness continent. Some were even bigger than the Divine Wilderness continent. They were several times bigger or even dozens of times or even hundreds of times. However, the true core of the Primordial Realm, the true center, was a piece of land called the Yuan continent. Legend had it that the Yuan continent was the true core of the Yuan realm. That place was vast and boundless, and its surface area was many times larger than the Divine Wilderness continent. There were countless forces and experts there. Emperors were ordinary people there, and saints who surpassed emperors could be seen everywhere. There was a terrifyingly huge faction there. That faction was not something the so-called overlord factions of the Divine Wilderness continent could compare to. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Any one of them could destroy all the factions in the Divine Wilderness continent. The cultivation environment there was also many times better than the Divine Wilderness continent. Chapter 1165. 1165 Chapter 1165 Fallen Emperor. The cultivation environment of the Divine Wilderness continent was too terrible for a martial emperor. Cultivating in the Divine Wilderness continent, martial emperors could not break through or improve. In the Yuan continent, martial emperors could break through continuously. However, it was also extremely dangerous in the Yuan continent. There were countless forbidden places and too many powerful existences. It was extremely dangerous for a martial emperor to walk in the Yuan continent. He could die at any time. Legend had it that in the history of the Divine Wilderness continent, there were also martial emperors who sought out the Yuan continent in order to break through. They wanted to cultivate there, but they all died. To cultivate in peace in the Yuan continent, one had to join a major power and seek protection. However, the conditions for recruiting disciples were too harsh. Ordinary emperors were not worthy of their attention. Only special conditions could allow them to join. The Heaven Seat King was one of the major powers in the Yuan continent. The Heavenly King token was a kind of token issued by the Heaven King Hall. As long as one held the Heavenly King token, even if one's talent was slightly weaker, one could still join the Heaven King Hall and cultivate there. According to Xiaowan, the Heavenly King's token had originally belonged to the Imperial Xia clan. The royal Xia family was able to prosper for a long time because they had the Heavenly King token. Every generation of emperors had joined the Heavenly King Hall, so they were able to dominate the divine wilderness continent for 1,000,000 years. However, the Heavenly King token was stolen by Xiaowan 30,000 years ago. With the token of the Heavenly King, one could join the Heavenly King Hall, a major power in the Yuan continent. To an emperor, what kind of temptation was this? When one reached the emperor realm, their goal was to continue breaking through, seek a stronger realm and gain more longevity. Otherwise, they might not be able to break through in the divine wilderness continent for the rest of their lives. Who would be willing to watch as their time came to an end and die slowly? Although he could rule over a region of the divine wilderness continent, all of this was just an illusion. Once the time was up, he would be reduced to dust. For a martial artist, only their realm and strength were true. If they had a choice, most of the sovereigns would choose to go to the Yuan continent and join a big force to seek a stronger realm. Unfortunately, if he could not join a major power and headed to the Yuan continent, the probability of him dying was too high. Hence, the divine wilderness continent's emperors remained on the divine wilderness road. If not, they would have gone to the Yuan continent to cultivate. The Heavenly King token was an opportunity, and it was a fatal temptation for emperors. Previously, when Lu Ming heard all this, he was also shocked. The ocean was much more interesting and mysterious than he had imagined. If there was a chance, Lu Ming would definitely go overseas and visit Yuanlu. Xiaowan, the Heavenly King's token, originally belonged to the royal Xia family. Now, quickly give me the Heavenly King's token. Xia Qitian's heart could no longer calm down. He stared at the Heavenly King token fervently and shouted, Xia Qitian, your Xia family has controlled the Heavenly King token for 1,000,000 years. Now it's time for other forces to control it. Xiaowan, give me the Heavenly King token and I'll do my best to keep you safe. The Wuxia Sword Emperor also shouted. Leave it to me, I'm willing to form an alliance with you. The Thunder Saber Emperor also shouted. They were too tempted and completely lost their sense of propriety. If they could obtain the Heavenly King token, they would immediately leave the divine wilderness continent and head overseas to search for the Yuan continent and join the Heaven Seat King to cultivate. As for their disciples, how could they compare their future to their own? No matter how strong the royal family and the Xia family were, they could just leave without a word. You want the Heavenly King token of my Xia family? You should be destroyed. Xia Qitian shouted, and together with the two emperors of the imperial family, they charged towards Xiaowan. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiaowan's mouth, and then he suddenly threw the Heavenly King token at Sword Emperor Wuxia. The Heavenly King's token, here you go. Xiaowan shrieked. His demonic qi swept up Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, pulling them to the side. The Heavenly King's token is mine. The Wuxia Sword Emperor was ecstatic. She reached out her hand and grabbed the Heavenly King token. Don't even think about it, it's mine. On the side, the Thunder Saber Emperor revealed a greedy light. A bright saber light wrapped in thousands of thunderbolts slashed toward the Wuxia Sword Emperor. Thunder, you're looking for death. The Wuxia Sword Emperor was furious, and a vast sword light burst out, slashing toward the Thunder Saber Emperor. Boom! The sword radiance and the lightning and thunder saber radiance collided, and the sky was filled with sword chi and saber energy. The space was torn apart like a spider web, covering the entire sky. A few streaks of sword chi and saber chi seeped out and slashed the ground below. The ground was directly split open, and a few huge ravines that were more than 10,000 li long appeared. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the sacred city glowed, and a light shield rose up, blocking the force outside. Otherwise, the entire holy city would not be able to withstand a few rounds of turmoil. Hand over the Heavenly King's token. Xia Qitian and the two emperors from the royal family pounced on Sword Emperor Wuxia and launched their strongest attacks. Holy light filled the world. In the sky, it was as if several white suns had appeared. The entire holy city was covered in milky white holy light, so blinding that one could not open their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. There seemed to be a magnitude 10 earthquake in the sky and the earth. The entire space was pierced through. Lu Ming looked into the distance and could only see a few figures fighting wildly. They fought high in the sky and then into the dark space. Whoosh! A sword light accidentally spilled out and stabbed into the ground. An unfathomably deep sword hole suddenly appeared in the ground. After a while, lava actually gushed out. The sword had pierced through the earth's crust. The battle between the emperors was a crazy slaughter. The scene was too shocking. In the holy city, countless people looked on in a daze, stunned by such a terrifying scene. If not for the holy city having an incomparably powerful array protecting it, they would not dare to stand here at all. Once they were affected by the aftershock, it would be a dead end. Everything that happened today was beyond everyone's expectations. The protagonists of today's events were not involvered, but Xianxia and the other emperors had an intense battle. Scope. They don't have time to care about anything else. Let's go to the chaotic domain and find the backup I left behind. When I really recover my emperor cultivation, I won't have to be afraid of them anymore. Xiaowan said. Then he brought Lu Ming and Xianxia with him, tore open space and disappeared from the place. 3 days later, a piece of news spread across the entire central continent and even the 4 territories. 3 days ago, Lu Ming had gone to the holy city and was the first to display his terrifying combat strength. Later, the rumored fallen divine warrior of chaotic heavens, Xiaowan, was reborn. He was rescued by Lu Ming from the abyss demon realm, which led to the royal family's pursuit. In the sacred city, Xiaowan took out the heavenly king's token, which caused an intense fight between the emperors. That battle was so intense that the heavens and earth cracked, the sun and moon dimmed, and it was extremely tragic. In the end, the Wuxia Sword Emperor was killed by the royal family in that battle. The Thunder Saber Emperor fled with serious injuries, and the Heavenly King token fell into the hands of the royal Xia family. As soon as the news spread, many people were dumbfounded. When Xiaowan was born, the emperors fought each other and one of them died because of this. It had been many years since an emperor had fallen in battle. But now there was one. All of this was because of one young man, Lu Ming. Chapter 1166. 1166A Plain. In the eastern part of the central continent, in a large city near the Chaos Realm, Lu Ming heard the news and a smile appeared on his face. The central continent was about to fall into chaos. The Tianwu sword sect would definitely go crazy if a sword emperor was killed. It was said that there were 2 emperors in the entire Tianwu sword school. Now that one of them had been killed by the royal family, they would definitely seek revenge. Also, the Heavenly King's token was a treasure that made all human sovereigns envious. Which sovereign wouldn't be tempted? Now that it had been obtained by the royal family, would the other emperors let it go? That was impossible. The battle between the emperors had only just begun. What was to come would definitely be even more intense, and the fight for the Heavenly King token would be even more intense. The royal family and the Xia family might not be able to keep the Heavenly King token. Of course, this was more beneficial to Lu Ming. The royal family no longer had the time to take care of him. They were busy with their own affairs. The most direct manifestation of this was that the projection of the Heaven's Secrets instrument had disappeared. It was obvious that the imperial family had stopped the operation of the Heaven's Secrets instrument and wanted to spend more effort on how to protect the Heavenly King's token. Fight to your heart's content. Lu Ming smiled, rose into the air and flew toward the chaotic realm. Very soon Lu Ming flew into the territory of the Chaos Realm. It had been almost 2 years since Lu Ming came to the Chaos Realm again. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was no longer the same as before. The various forbidden areas and powerful existences in the Chaos Realm no longer posed a threat to him. Lu Ming did not slow down at all and flew past at high speed. Down below, a powerful being sensed the terrifying aura on Lu Ming's body and immediately retreated. He did not dare to make any movements for fear of attracting a disaster. Following Xiaowan's guidance, Lu Ming flew for tens of millions of miles before he came to a dark mountain range. At first glance, the mountain range was black and filled with demonic qi. There were even demonic creatures roaming below. Lu Ming lowered his altitude and flew forward. Roar. A few demonic beasts with thick demonic qi howled and pounced at Lu Ming with a menacing glint in their eyes. Lu Ming took a step forward and a few demonic beasts were crushed into pieces. Lu Ming's body exuded a terrifying aura. Although the demonic beasts had low intelligence, they could still feel fear and retreated. Lu Ming went all the way in and finally came to a pit. This pit was 100 miles in radius and was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Demonic qi continuously seeped out of the pit, extremely dense. This was the place Xiaowan had mentioned. With a flash of demonic qi, Xiaowan appeared. Looking at the pit, he muttered, "It's been 30,000 years. I wonder how they're doing. Let's go." Having said that, he immediately jumped into the pit and Lu Ming followed suit. The pit was very deep and they only reached the bottom after descending for about 1,000 miles. At the bottom, there was a black magic stone with complicated runes engraved on it. Xiaowan's hands moved and runes entered the demonic stone. The demonic stone began to glow and finally cracked open, revealing a dark vortex. A space gate. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a space gate. "Let's go." Xiaowan was the first to step into the spatial gate, followed closely by Lu Ming. There was a flash in the space. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that they had appeared on the top of a mountain. Looking up, there were vast mountains all around and black demonic qi filled the space. This was a plain. The backup that Xiaowan had mentioned was actually a plain. Moreover, this plain was very similar to the Abyss Demon territory. Demonic qi was surging and the heaven and earth were filled with demonic qi, but the heaven and earth spiritual qi and original qi were very thin. Xianxia's figure appeared with a flash of light between his eyebrows. Xianxia looked at the scene in front of him and was a little surprised. Back then, I was afraid that I would be suppressed or seriously injured if I failed, so I found this dimension and left some subordinates to guard this place and a place for me to recover. It's been 30,000 years. I wonder how it is now. Xiaowan explained. "Who's there? You dare to barge into my myriad demons' abyss?" At this moment, a loud shout rang out. In the distance, dozens of figures flew over at top speed. Demonic qi suffused their bodies. They were actually all spirit embryo realm martial artists. In the blink of an eye, dozens of burly men in black armor appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. All of them were staring at them with cold eyes. However, when their gazes fell on Xiaoluan, their expressions changed drastically. Disbelief appeared on their faces and they all cried out, "Ancestor Devil! It's the Ancestor Devil! How is that possible? The fiend ancestor is still alive?" One of them even waved his hand, causing a statue to appear. This statue looked exactly like Xiaoluan, and it was filled with demonic qi as well as a domineering aura that seemed to be able to dominate the world. "It's really the fiend ancestor!" They shouted in disbelief. "Where's your commander? Call him over," Xiaowan ordered. The dozens of armored men looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. The fiend ancestor they were talking about was Xiaowan. Obviously, they couldn't believe that Xiaowan was still alive after 30,000 years. "Please wait a moment, we'll go and report it now," one of the men with the highest cultivation said, then turned around and left. The others quickly followed, turning into dozens of black demonic lights and disappearing. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement at all. No one came. "Let's go and take a look," Xiaowan said, frowning. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded and the three of them flew forward. After flying over the mountains, an extremely huge city appeared in front of them. At this moment, the four sides of the giant city were filled with experts. Armored warriors guarded the giant city as if they were facing a great enemy. Among them, there were more than 10 whose auras were extremely terrifying. Supreme. These 10 people were all supreme-level powerhouses. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It seemed that the place that Xiaowan had left behind was not to be underestimated. There were actually so many powerful people. Of course, these experts were not those people from 30,000 years ago. They were definitely the descendants of those people. As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, all eyes in the giant city fell on Xiaowan, causing a commotion. The Devil Ancestor. He's exactly the same as the legendary Devil Ancestor. Could it really be the return of the Fiend Ancestor? Unbelievable. One voice after another was heard and they were all shocked. The supreme martial artists were especially shocked. Their auras grew stronger and they stared at Xiaowan. "Where is your commander? Who is he? Tell him to come out and see me. Xiaowan's brows furrowed even more and his cold and commanding voice rang out. No one answered, not even the supreme martial artists. Their eyes flickered and no one knew what they were thinking. I am Xiaowan, the chaotic heaven's divine warrior. Why aren't you paying your respects? Xiaowan's loud shout caused many of the armored men to tremble. How audacious! You actually dare to impersonate the chaotic sky divine warrior. You deserve to be killed. At this moment, a loud shout came from the depths of the city. The sound shook the world and a demonic chi rushed up into the sky, suppressing the surroundings. An emperor. This was the pressure of an emperor. There was actually an emperor hidden here. A tall, burly and handsome figure stepped out of the demonic chi and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. His eyes were fixed on Xiaowan, a little shocked but more so murderous. Chapter 1167. 1167. The 10,000 Devils Pool. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. There was actually a demon emperor lying in wait here. He had never heard of it in the outside world. A demon emperor and so many supreme beings were enough to establish a dominant force in the outside world and compete with the heroes of the world. Haha, I didn't expect the younger generation of the demon abyss to be so good. There's actually an emperor. However, his talent is not bad and his ambition is not small. Xiaowan laughed heartily. His words seemed to be hinting at something. It was obvious that Xiaowan was referring to the other party's great ambitions, and that they wanted to disown Xiaowan and dominate the world. Humph. The other party was wearing black battle armor and had monstrous demonic chi. He snorted coldly and said, I don't know who you are. However, he's so audacious that he's only a hair's breadth away from becoming an emperor, yet he still dares to impersonate the chaotic sky emperor. It's simply laughable. Indeed, Xiaowan's cultivation hadn't fully recovered to emperor realm yet. He was still a sliver away, so his aura didn't seem to be there yet. This was also the reason why he was so bold. You guys, go up and test out just what kind of ability he has that he dares to impersonate the chaotic heaven's divine warrior. Xianxia demonic emperor looked at the 10-odd supreme martial artists. The dozen supreme martial artists' expressions changed drastically. For a moment no one dared to step forward and they were hesitant. They had all seen Xiaoluan's statues or portraits, all of which had been carved with inscriptions. Xiaoluan's divine presence and aura had been carved into them, making them almost identical to the person in front of them. How would they dare to make a move? What a bunch of trash. Xianxia demonic emperor shouted coldly when he saw that the supreme martial artists did not dare to come forward. Don't send them to their deaths. You're very ambitious but you don't know your combat strength. Let me test your combat strength. Xiaowan strode forward, a terrifyingly powerful qi rising from his body. Endless demonic qi gathered above Xiaowan's head, like a demonic cloud. You're not even an emperor yet and you want to fight me? You're looking for death. Devil domain. Xianxia demonic emperor shouted. A dark domain visible to the naked eye appeared around him. With him as the center, it spread out towards Xiaoluan. It was similar to Xianxia's sky demon power field, but it was much more powerful. Buzz. A black domain also spread out from Xiaoluan's body. It was also a domain and it spread outward with him as the center. The two's domains were like two air bubbles. When they met in the air, a deafening boom was produced. This was a confrontation between two domains. If an ordinary spirit god expert were to get close, they would be crushed into powder. Kill. Demonic Sky 10 strikes. Xianxia demonic emperor shouted and strode forward, launching a powerful attack. He clenched his fist and changed his palm from time to time, attacking Xiaowan with his demonic domain. Break. Xiaowan's attack was extremely direct. All the muscles in his body bulged like a demonic weapon as he threw a punch. With one punch his opponent's domain trembled violently and was almost penetrated. Then his fist collided with his opponent's palm. The sky exploded like thunder and the two figures trembled and retreated. Undying Mo physique. It's the undying Mo physique. It's really the fiend ancestor. A few supreme martial artists cried out in shock. In the divine wilderness continent, there were many who cultivated the demonic path. There were also more than one or two who had become emperors as demons. However, in the past million years, there was only one person who had cultivated the immortal demonic body, and that person was Xiaowan. The other demon sovereigns had broken through to the sovereign level and cultivated their spiritual bodies, but they were not as strong as the immortal demon body. There were also strong and weak spirit bodies. The immortal demon body was one of the stronger types of spirit bodies. Even if Xiaowan was still a hair away from recovering to the emperor realm, he could still fight an ordinary emperor with his immortal demonic body and his battle experience. Some people had some doubts before, but after the immortal demon body was revealed, no one had any more doubts. Chaotic art of the heavenly devil, create chaos in the world. However, Xianxia demonic emperor's killing intent was even more intense. He performed an unparalleled demonic technique. Endless demonic qi gathered and a terrible aura filled the world, as if it was going to turn the world upside down. However, Xiaowan's eyes were calm, and there was even a hint of a sneer in them. His body directly charged into the endless demonic qi. You're looking for death. Xianxia demonic emperor's face turned ferocious. He was about to attack Xiaowan, but suddenly his face changed. Endless demonic qi started to shake violently. His body also trembled violently. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Buzz. Xiaowan rushed out and struck Xianxia demonic emperor with his sky-covering palm. Bang! The armor of battle armor demonic emperor was pierced through, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. But Xiaowan didn't stop. He threw another punch. This punch had broken half of his body. The chaotic heavenly devil technique was created by me. When I passed it on to the demon abyss, I left a flaw long ago. I was afraid that the demon abyss or its descendants would rebel one day. Xiaowan's voice was extremely cold. When Xianxia demonic emperor had used the chaotic art of the heavenly demon, Xiaowan had caught his weakness and severely injured him. Xiaowan had already prepared a backup plan. Xiaowan grabbed Xianxia demonic emperor's neck with his claws. He said with a cold killing intent, "Traitors should be killed. No, please spare me, ancestor devil. Please spare me. It's all a misunderstanding. I thought someone was impersonating you, so I wanted to test you." Xianxia demonic emperor struggled with all his might and begged for mercy. Half of his body had been destroyed, but as an emperor he had cultivated a spirit body and had a terrifying life force. Even if half of his body had been destroyed, he could quickly recover. To an emperor, regrowing a broken limb was a simple task. Oh, is that so? Xiaowan's eyes were still cold and he had a faint smile on his face. Yes. If I had known that it was you, ancestor devil, who had descended, I wouldn't have dared to make a move even if you lent me 10,000 guts. Don't worry, ancestor devil. Since you have returned to this world, I will be loyal to you in the future. Xianxia demon emperor shouted. Oh really? Originally I would have killed a traitor, but now I need people so I can spare your life. Make a blood oath and I'll give you a chance to atone for your crimes in the future. Xiaowan said. Xianxia demonic emperor had no choice but to swear a blood oath to be loyal to Xiaowan in order to save his life. Only then did Xiaowan release Xianxia demon emperor. Xianxia demonic emperor gasped for breath and started to recover with demonic qi spreading all over his body. What's your name? Xiaowan asked Xianxia devil emperor. Your subordinate Mo Yi pays his respects to the fiend ancestor. The battle-armored demon emperor said respectfully. Your subordinate welcomes the return of the fiend ancestor. The others also kowtowed. Yes, I've been trapped for 30,000 years and need the myriad devil pool to recover. Take me to the myriad devil pool. Xiaowan ordered. Mo Yi, a dozen supreme martial artists and a few spiritual god experts hurriedly nodded. Lu Ming, little girl, come together. I have something to say. Xiaowan looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The two of them nodded and followed Xiaowan, Mo Yi and the others. They flew over the city and arrived at the top of a huge mountain. This mountain was surrounded by inscription arrays and had been sealed off. This was the myriad fiend pool, one of the trump cards Xia Luan had left behind. Chapter 1168. 1168 Over a billion raw stones. Little girl, I've said that if you save me, I'll pass on my legacy to you. I won't go back on my word. With that, Xiaowan pointed his finger at Xianxia's forehead. A black light flashed and he disappeared. I've already passed on my life's cultivation experience and the demonic arts I've cultivated to you. However, everyone's path is different. You can learn from it, but you can't copy it. Also, there's a demonic palace here. You can enter it and cultivate. It'll be very beneficial to your cultivation. Xiaowan said. Xianxia closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then he nodded and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Senior. Although we've been separated for more than 30,000 years, our fates are similar. No need to be polite. Xiaowan laughed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Xiaowan was a man of his word. To be honest, although Lu Ming had the idea of borrowing Xiaowan's power along the way, he had always been wary of Xiaowan. At this time his wariness had slightly diminished. At this moment Xiaowan looked at Lu Ming. Demonic qi gathered in his palm and condensed into a black token. He handed it to Lu Ming, then turned to Mo Yi and the others. Brother Lu Ming is my benefactor. From now on, seeing him is the same as seeing me. He can go anywhere in the myriad demons abyss freely. Do you understand? Your subordinate understands. Mo Yi and the rest bowed and accepted the order. Also, now that the outside world is in chaos, send people to keep an eye on the outside world. When I come out of the myriad devil pool, I will bring you out of the myriad devil pool and dominate the divine wilderness mainland. Xiaowan loudly declared, brimming with confidence. The devil ancestor is invincible. We will obey the devil ancestor's orders. Mo Yi and the rest bowed once more. Xiaowan nodded, then turned to the center of the mountain and strode forward. The formation seemed to recognize him and they didn't react at all. And he was gone. Mo Yi and the others were secretly shocked. The formation of the myriad devil pool was extremely terrifying. Even an emperor like Mo Yi couldn't break through it. However, Xiaowan had entered it with ease. It was obvious that this was a backup plan left behind by Xiaowan. Young Master Lu, Lady Xia, the devil ancestor needs time to recover. You two can walk around freely. If you need anything, just look for me. Mo Yi looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. He could tell that Xiaowan regarded Lu Ming and Xianxia very highly. He had even passed on his skills to Xianxia in front of them. Naturally, he had to treat them with respect. The demon emperor is too polite. Please go ahead. If there's anything, I'll go and disturb you. Lu Ming smiled. All right then. You guys go ahead and walk around. We won't disturb you any further. Let's go, Mo Yi said. He then left the place with the others and arranged for people to go out and gather information. Little Qing, let's take a walk. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and said. All right. Xianxia nodded. The two of them held hands and walked in the air, casually strolling around. Now that Xiaowan had recovered more and more, the prison-suppressing steel's restraint on him was getting smaller and smaller. However, he was no longer affected by Lu Ming. The two of them walked around casually and chatted. During this period of time, they had been running around and did not get to know each other well. On a mountain peak, the two of them leaned against each other, ignoring the clear wind and Buddha's face. The two of them quietly enjoyed this peace and tranquility. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, the two of them did not cultivate and just spent time together quietly. 3 days later, Xianxia went to the demonic palace to cultivate in seclusion. They knew very well that the divine wilderness continent was about to fall into chaos. In such an environment, the only way was to raise their own cultivation level. That was the foundation, the root of all. Otherwise, they would be drowned by the water sooner or later. Compared to those overlord forces, they were still too weak. As for Xiaowan, they knew very well that it was only an exchange of interests. They had saved Xiaowan and Xiaowan might help them once or twice, but it wouldn't last long. In the end, they still had to rely on them Slaviers. However, before Xianxia went into seclusion, Lu Ming had taught him the 9 seals of the Gate of God. After cultivating the 9 seals of the Gate of God, Xianxia's combat power would be stronger. Xianxia entered seclusion in the demonic hall. Lu Ming was on a mountain peak not far from the myriad demon pool, preparing to cultivate in seclusion. However, there was still one more thing to do before he went into seclusion. With a wave of his hand, a pile of storage rings appeared. These storage rings were left behind by the enemies he had killed during this period of time. Many of them were left behind by high-level spiritual god powerhouses. Lu Ming had not counted them all this time. Now that he had the time, he could take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and began to sort and count the items in the storage rings. After counting, even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded by the amount of wealth. There were more than 1 billion raw stones. 1 billion raw gemstones, what a terrifying amount of wealth was that. Haha, it's enough for me to use for a long time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In addition, there were also many intent crystals of various grades, all of which were shockingly valuable. Lu Ming had no use for some low-grade, middle-grade and even high-grade profound meaning crystals, but he would leave them for the Lu clan, Huaqi and the others. They would be of great use to him. In addition, there were all kinds of spiritual pills, spiritual medicines, spiritual herbs, spiritual weapons and so on. After all, there were dozens of high-level spiritual god powerhouses among them. The wealth they left behind was too shocking. Lu Ming was grinning from ear to ear. He separated them into different categories and kept them. During this period, Dandan smelled the scent of spirit herbs and rushed over. Lu Ming gave him some spirit herbs to let him recover. After counting, Lu Ming began to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth under the path understanding ancient tree with the help of the profound meaning crystals. Now that Lu Ming had enough raw gemstones, he could use them to improve his cultivation as long as he had a breakthrough in the heaven and earth essence realm. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. One day Lu Ming sensed something. He came out of the mountain and river diagram and looked in the direction of the myriad demon pool. Demonic clouds gathered in the sky above the myriad devil pool, and demonic chi filled the sky. An unparalleled pressure spread out. Lu Ming knew that Xiaowan had come out of seclusion. Weng. Lu Ming's eyes glowed. He could feel that the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel was shaking slightly. With a thought, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew towards the myriad demons pool. Hoo. The demonic chi surged and finally gathered together, and Xiaowan's figure appeared. 3 months later, Xiaowan's aura was extremely terrifying, vast and unfathomable. Each of his muscles seemed to possess a destructive power that could destroy everything. Lu Ming understood that Xiaowan had completely recovered to the Emperor realm. Lu Ming had no idea to what extent he had reached. At this moment Mo Yi and the others had also flown over. However, Xiaowan waved his hand and they all stopped in the distance, not approaching. Buzz. At this moment the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel flew out of Lu Ming's body. It grew rapidly to the size of a mountain, flying towards Xiaowan and floating above his head. Boom. Suddenly, Xiaowan struck the fragment of the prison-guarding steel with his palm. The fragment began to shake violently. Chapter 1169. 1169 Forming an alliance with Xiaowan. Bang. 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 Then Xiaowan kept hitting the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. After 36 consecutive slaps, the fragment of the prison-guarding steel flew back to Lu Ming and hovered above his head. Lu Ming sensed carefully and realized that Xiaowan had completely broken away from the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel fragment. He was completely free. Xiaowan had said before that he could only break free from the prison-suppressing steel fragment's suppression after recovering to the Emperor realm. Who? Xiaowan let out a long breath, his eyes shining with excitement. He had been suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel for 30,000 years and had finally escaped. Lu Ming looked at Xiaowan and did not say anything. At this moment Xiaowan was also looking at Lu Ming. Their eyes met and each of them had their own thoughts. After a while Xiaowan was the first to speak. Lu Ming, how about we form an alliance? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Now that Xiaowan had completely escaped the influence of the prison-defending monument fragment, Lu Ming had thought of many things that Xiaowan would say. He had even considered turning hostile and not recognizing him. However, he had never expected that Xiaowan would actually want to form an alliance with him. Xiaowan was a man who had dominated the world. His cultivation had already recovered to the emperor realm, and he had powerful subordinates like Mo Yi. He was extremely powerful. As for Lu Ming, he was only at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Why would Xiaowan need to form an alliance with him? What did an alliance mean? It meant that both sides were equal and on equal footing. Lu Ming could not figure it out. At this moment, countless thoughts ran through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, I know you're very surprised. To be honest, with your current ability, you're not qualified to form an alliance with me. However, your talent is something I've never seen before. In the future, I might need your help. Xiaowan seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and explained. What are your specific conditions? Lu Ming said. To be honest, he was also very tempted to form an alliance with Xiaoluan. He was still weak. Even if the talisman amulet sect was not trapped, they did not have an emperor to protect them. It would be difficult for them to fight against the overlord forces. He really needed strong help. If he could truly form an alliance with Xiaowan and stand on equal footing without being restricted by Xiaowan, it would be a good choice. My conditions are very simple. I have my eyes on your future. With your talent, it is 100% certain that you will become an emperor. It might not even be too difficult for you to surpass me in the future. With your talent, the divine wilderness continent is not your end. In the future, you will most likely step out of the divine wilderness continent. My condition is that if you step out of the divine wilderness continent in the future and join a major power in the Yuan continent, you have to think of a way to make me join that major power. Xiaowan spoke, stating his conditions. Xiaowan's words were very direct, and it was clear that he was interested in his future. This was like an investment. He wanted to invest in Lu Ming. Cultivators should pursue the peak of martial arts and fight against the heavens. The emperor lives for 10,000 years, at most 20,000 years, before he turns into a cup of yellow soil. Only by breaking through to a higher realm can he fight for more longevity. It's said that saints can live for 100,000 years. How carefree is that? Only cultivation is real, everything else is just an empty title. It's a pity that I've been suppressed for 30,000 years. I've long passed the age of my peak. It's impossible for me to join a major power like the Yuan continent. Xiaowan sighed, his eyes filled with yearning. The peak of martial arts and a longer lifespan were the lifelong goals of every cultivator. Lu Ming could hear the helplessness in Xiaowan's words. Originally, with Xiaowan's talent, if he hadn't been suppressed for 30,000 years, he could have joined a major power in the Yuan continent. But now it was impossible. He needed help. Therefore, he proposed such a condition to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was higher than his in the past. Lu Ming, this is my condition. If you agree to it, we'll form an alliance and be on equal footing. My force is yours. I can help you deal with strong enemies. I'm sure you've offended many strong enemies along the way. Xiaowan stared at Lu Ming. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Xiaowan had made it very clear. In fact, this was an exchange of interests. Sometimes, Lu Ming was more willing to believe in an exchange of interests. This was more real. Lu Ming did not believe that Xiaolai had agreed to form an alliance with him to thank him for saving his life. All right. Xiaowan was overjoyed. He waved his hand in the air and a complex blood-colored inscription pattern appeared. I'll make a blood oath now to form an alliance with you, Lu Ming. Xiaowan was very decisive. He immediately took a blood oath to form an alliance with Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming also discovered the blood oath. Haha, all of you come over. Xiaowan turned to Mo Yi and the others. Mo Yi and the rest flew over. As you can see, Lu Ming and I have formed an alliance and are on equal footing. I declare that from now on Lu Ming and I will be the supreme commander. He will have the same authority as me. In the future, when you see him, it will be the same as seeing me. Do you understand? Xiaowan ordered. Your subordinate understands. Although Mo Yi and the rest had 1,000 questions in their hearts, they could only nod. Was this young man's talent really higher than the fiend ancestors? Mo Yi and the rest found it hard to believe. Mo Yi, during this period of time, you've sent people to gather information about the outside world. How's the situation in the central continent now? Xiaowan asked. It's chaotic. The outside world is in chaos. Immediately, Mo Yi began to introduce the information he had gathered during this period of time. Ever since Xiaowan had taken out the Heavenly King token in the sacred city, a battle between the emperors had begun. The death of Wu Ju and Wu Huang shocked the world. After that, the emperors of the central continent's various overlord forces all moved out and gathered in the sacred city, wanting to fight for the Heavenly King token. In the end, the royal family was pressured to hand over the Heavenly King token. This resulted in an earth-shattering war between the emperors. That battle could be said to be the most intense and brutal battle since Xiaowan's rebellion 30,000 years ago. There were more than 20 sovereigns in the battle, and it was a terrifying battle. Many emperors were injured in that battle, and 2 of them even died on the spot. In the end, the Heavenly King's token fell into the hands of the heaven-suppressing divine army. After this battle, Central Continent was in complete chaos. First, the royal family, the Xia family, gathered their allies and sent out a great army to attack the heaven-suppressing divine army. Not to be outdone, the heaven-suppressing divine army also united with its allies and mobilized the army to fight against the royal family. The other overlord forces that did not participate in the fight between the 2 forces also began to attack each other. In the past, although there was constant friction between the major forces, it was still controlled on a small scale and a delicate balance was maintained. However, the battle for the Heavenly King token had completely broken the balance. The royal family and the Xia family were fighting against each other, and the remaining overlord forces also took the opportunity to expand their strength. Almost all the forces in the central continent were invo-levered. Chapter 1170. 1170. Lu Ming is in command. The army is out. The Ji family and the Sky Eagle Castle suffered the most. This was because in the battle for the Heavenly King's token, the 2 emperors who had fallen were the emperors of the Ji family and the Sky Eagle Castle. These 2 forces only had 1 emperor each. Now that their emperors had fallen, they naturally became popular in the eyes of the other forces. By now, these 2 overlord forces had already been destroyed. Out of the 18 overlord forces of the central continent, only 16 remained. How cruel was it for an overlord force to be destroyed just like that? How are the forces around the chaotic realm? Lu Ming asked. Mo Yi answered honestly, Cold Blood Hall and the Floating Mountain sect are the closest to the chaotic realm. After the death of the Eagle King, Cold Blood Hall was the first to react. They immediately sent an army to attack the Sky Eagle Castle and divided most of the territory. Some of the experts in the Sky Eagle Castle also surrendered to Cold Blood Hall, which greatly improved their strength. Now Cold Blood Hall is fighting with the Floating Mountain sect. It seems that Cold Blood Hall has even attacked the headquarters of the Floating Mountain sect. Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Cold Blood Hall had always held a grudge against him. How are the other territories? Did they fight? Xiaowan asked. Northern Plains has gone to battle. When the various emperors were fighting for the Heavenly King token, Northern Plains emperors participated, but now Northern Plains seems to be in an internal war. The various forces in Northern Plains are fighting each other. They did not interfere in Central Continent's matters. However, the Western Desert, the Southern Underworld, and the Eastern Barren Territory have not participated in the battle, and no emperor has tried to snatch the Heavenly King token. Mo Yi replied. Neither the Southern Nether nor the Eastern Barren Territory have participated in the battle. Lu Ming and Xiaowan were a little surprised. It was still acceptable that Western Desert did not fight. Because Western Desert's history was very long, there were rumors that Western Desert had a huge background and seemed to be related to the ocean. However, it was strange that neither the Southern Nether nor the Eastern Barren Territory had sent out any emperors. This was especially true for the emperors of the underworld of the Southern Underworld. They were all extremely powerful, sinister, bloodthirsty and greedy. In the face of the Heavenly King's token, he was actually indifferent. The Emperor of the East Continent didn't participate. This was very abnormal. Senior, what should we do now? After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming asked Xiaowan. To Northern Plains, haha, I might as well tell you I have a backup plan in Northern Plains. The Overlord force of Northern Plains, Demon God Valley, is one of them. We will first go to Northern Plains and unify all the forces there, then we will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We will make plans after seeing the situation in Central Continent. Xiao Wan laughed. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The other party was indeed the Chaotic Heaven's divine warrior. He caused the ancient sacred dynasty which was at its peak to fall apart. He was truly unfathomable. Even if he was suppressed, he had left behind a series of backup plans. But to go to Northern Plains, we need to use the Overlord forces, inter-territory teleportation formation. Now that there is a war, who would want to use our inter-territory teleportation formation? We have to destroy one of the Overlord forces to use their inter-territory teleportation formation. Lu Ming spoke. He could tell what the problem was. Ah, that's right. So, we have to destroy one of the two forces, Cold Blood Hall and the Floating Mountain. Lu Ming, which one do you think we should destroy? Xiao Wan said. Let's destroy Cold Blood Hall. I have a history with the Floating Mountain sect. Maybe we can form an alliance. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's destroy Cold Blood Hall. Mo Yi, assemble the army and set off immediately. Xiao Wan ordered. Mo Yi and the rest went to gather the army while Lu Ming strolled in the air and arrived in front of a tall ancient hall. This ancient palace was the demonic palace, where Xianxia was in seclusion. Not long after Lu Ming's arrival, Xianxia appeared at the entrance of the ancient hall. Xiaoqing, let's go. I'll take you back to the East Continent, he said. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia's hand. Lu Ming had another purpose for this battle. If Cold Blood Hall was destroyed, Lu Ming could use the cross-territory teleportation formation to connect with the Talisman Amulet sect. In that case, the Talisman Amulet sect could use the cross-territory teleportation formation to teleport people directly to Cold Blood Hall. In that case, the Talisman Amulet sect would be able to solve their problems. Even if De broke through the Yin and Yang formation, he would not be afraid. In addition, Lu Ming also wanted to see if he could use the power of Xia Luan and Mo Yi, the two demon emperors, to get rid of De. If he could get rid of De, he would be able to get rid of all future troubles. Lu Ming, has Xiao Wan recovered? Xianxia asked, his eyes filled with worry. Obviously, Xianxia didn't trust Xiao Wan either. Xiao Wan was a demon emperor who had caused chaos in the world. If he fully recovered and got rid of the shackles of the prison-suppressing steel, who knew what he would do? Xianxia was also a little worried. Don't worry, Xiao Wan and I have already formed an alliance. Lu Ming then told him about the alliance between Xiao Wan and him. After hearing this, Xianxia was relieved. Boom, boom, boom. The iron hooves stomped in the air. The void in the myriad demons' abyss trembled, and demonic chi soared into the sky. An army of over 100,000 soldiers, clad in battle armor and riding on powerful magical beasts, leaped in the sky, causing the air to tremble. The army of 100000 was made up of elites above the spiritual ocean tier. This was already equivalent to the army of an overlord force. The army of the overlord forces had the spirit ocean as the soldier, the spirit embryo as the stem, and the spirit god as the general. They could destroy the heavens and earth. 100,000 people riding on magical beasts gathered in the sky above the city. At the forefront, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan stood side by side. A little behind them were Xianxia, Mo Yi, and a dozen other supreme martial artists. This battle is our first battle. After this battle, we will walk out of the myriad demons' abyss and make a name for ourselves in the vast divine wilderness mainland. Do you have the confidence? Xiao Wan's voice came from the distance. There are. The army of 100,000 roared, their momentum shaking the heavens. Alright, our target is the Overlord force, Cold Blood Hall. We've received news that the main force of Cold Blood Hall is currently besieging the Floating Mountain and fighting there. We'll split into two groups. One group will be led by Lu Ming to besiege and kill the Cold Blood Hall army that is attacking the Floating Mountain with Mo Yi as support. The other group will follow me to attack the headquarters of Cold Blood Hall. Let's go. After Xiao Wan's announcement, the army set out. Let's go. Lu Ming led the main military force and set off first, heading straight for the floating mountain. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 80,000 soldiers rode demonic beasts and followed Lu Ming out of the myriad demons' abyss, flying toward the floating mountain. Lu Ming was riding on a perfected spiritual god demonic beast and flying at the front. As he looked at the army behind him, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming understood that this army did not belong to him. It belonged to Xiaowan. He was still weak now, but Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to dominate the divine wilderness continent soon. He would have his own invincible army and conquer the world. This day won't be too long. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with confidence. Once they were out of the chaotic domain, Moyi took out a huge warship. The 80,000 soldiers boarded the warship. Moyi controlled the warship and flew towards the floating mountain. Of course, they couldn't fly to the floating mountain as it was too far. Many Sea of Soul Realm warriors would need to fly for a long time, but with Moyi's warship, it would be many times faster. This kind of warship was originally refined to be used in a great battle. Sometimes, when the teleportation formation could not operate, the warship was used to transport troops. Chapter 1171. 1171 Idiot. The floating mountain, this beautiful sacred mountain, was now engulfed in the flames of war. Cold Blood Hall had almost turned out in full strength to attack the floating mountain. The floating mountain sect had activated its defensive formation, but after many days of attacks from Cold Blood Hall, the formation had already collapsed. A fierce battle was still going on. Blood stained the entire divine mountain. Cold Blood Hall was already stronger than the floating mountain sect. Plus, they had taken action quickly and occupied a large amount of Sky Eagle Castle territory. Many powerful existences in Sky Eagle Castle had surrendered to Cold Blood Hall, so Cold Blood Hall had completely suppressed the floating mountain sect. Boom, boom, boom. A terrible roar came from the high sky. It was the battle between the two emperors of Cold Blood Hall and the floating mountain. It was so intense that it was difficult to determine the winner. The battle was even more intense in various parts of the floating mountain. The Cold Blood Hall and some experts from the Sky Eagle Castle had more supreme beings than the floating mountain. In terms of the number of sovereigns and advanced stage spiritual gods, Cold Blood Hall was superior to the floating mountain. Ga, ga. In some parts of the floating mountain the great formation had collapsed. Giant eagles were circling around and launching terrifying attacks. They were all experts from the Sky Eagle Castle. The Sky Eagle Castle experts had just surrendered, so they were naturally eager to be put in an important position in Cold Blood Hall. Haha, floating mountain martial school, let's see how long you can last. Pure spatial spirit, after we break the floating mountain martial school, I will make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Shui Luozi stood in the air looking at the floating mountain and sneering. Beside him there were many experts. This time the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had given him a lot of power and a powerful army to command. It was obvious that he wanted to train him as his successor. The blood-covered disciple was the future hope of the Cold Blood Hall. Give me more strength and break the floating mountain. At that time I will reward you according to your merits. Cold Blood Hall's voice came from afar. His face was like a spring breeze, high-spirited and full of pride. The Sky Eagle Castle, the overlord force that had been fighting with Cold Blood Hall, had still been destroyed by Cold Blood Hall. Yin Bupo, a powerful second-grade Heaven's favorite, was killed by Master Shui Luo in the end. Cold Blood Hall's strength had skyrocketed. Now the floating mountain sect was about to be taken down. Blood Luozi could already see the scene of him becoming the emperor and leading the experts of Cold Blood Hall to conquer the central continent. Jing Kongling, Tan Xiang, Lu Yusen, Xian Yanjun, you are all mine. Sooner or later I will take you all. Shui Luozi continued to dream and imagine. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening rumbles suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. It was as if thousands of savage beasts were stepping on the void. The loud explosion interrupted Shui Luozi's beautiful dream. His eyes turned gloomy and he shouted coldly, What's going on? Young Master Shui, there seems to be a large army coming this way. An old man in a blood-red robe looked behind him with a serious expression. An army? Which army is it? Cold Blood Hall's heart sank as they asked. Demonic chi soaring up to the sky, could it be the army of the Devil Mountain? That shouldn't be the case, the Devil Mountain can't even take care of them Slaviers right now. How would they have the strength to come here? The blood-robed elder frowned. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the shaking sound became more and more intense and the entire sky was shaking slightly. The Cold Blood Hall experts gathered a portion of their experts and set up a defense, watching from afar. Gradually, demonic chi filled the sky. In the endless demonic chi, countless experts in black iron armor rode demonic beasts and rushed over. Finally, they stopped 1,000 miles away from Cold Blood Hall. Which force are you from? We're from Cold Blood Hall. Why have you come here? Cold Blood Hall stepped out of the crowd and spoke first. I'm here to destroy your Cold Blood Hall. Let's go. A voice said. 2 figures stepped out and appeared in front of them. It's you Lu Shaoqing. No Lu Ming. Shui Luozi's pupils contracted as he exclaimed in disbelief. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia who had stepped into the air. The other Cold Blood Hall experts also widened their eyes in shock. A few months ago, in order to capture Lu Ming, the Xia family of the royal family activated the Heaven's Secrets instrument, which shocked the entire central continent. However, in the end, not only did they fail to capture Lu Ming, but a series of major events also happened. Could be said that everything had started because of Lu Ming. Ever since Lu Ming had appeared in the holy city, he had disappeared along with Xiaowan. He did not expect that he would appear again. Lu Ming had appeared. Then what about Xiaowan? The Cold Blood Hall members' eyes flickered with fear as they looked at Lu Ming's group with a serious expression. Xiaowan's name was too great and it frightened them. There's no need to look, the chaotic heaven's divine warrior isn't here. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming, what do you mean by that? Blood Luozi asked. Didn't I just tell you? I'm going to destroy your Cold Blood Hall. It seems that your ears are not good. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Destroy Cold Blood Hall? Even if Xiaowan came here personally, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. The imperial family has long since spread the news that Xiaowan has been suppressed for 30,000 years and has been injured to the point where he no longer has the might of an emperor. Don't think that we're afraid of him, and besides, he hasn't come yet. Elder Yuan, go and cripple Lu Ming. Shui Luozi gritted his teeth and said. Kill. A blood-robed elder released a terrifying aura and charged towards Lu Ming. A paragon. This was a paragon. You're looking for death. Behind Lu Ming, a burly man with a giant axe in his hand stepped forward and slashed at the blood-robed elder. Boom. The 2 of them exchanged a blow, and their bodies trembled as they retreated. Paragon. Shui Luozi's face darkened. Senior, I don't know why you've been bewitched by Lu Ming, but it's not good for anyone to go against Cold Blood Hall because of this kid. Can you give Cold Blood Hall some face and hand over Lu Ming? Then leave and Cold Blood Hall will reward you handsomely. Shui Luozi cupped his fists at the burly man and said. In his heart he could negotiate terms for anything. He speculated that these experts might be Xiaowan's subordinates, but even if Xiaowan came personally, he could still negotiate the conditions. He speculated that the reason why these demonic experts came with Lu Ming to attack Cold Blood Hall was because Lu Ming had promised them something. But could Lu Ming's offer be compared to Cold Blood Hall's? Could Lu Ming's value be compared to Cold Blood Hall? As long as he persuaded these demonic experts, it would be a matter of minutes for them to take down Lu Ming. What an idiot. Young Master Lu Ming is the supreme commander of our army. He's on the same level as the chaotic heaven's demonic ancestor, and you're asking us to hand him over? The burly man waved the battle axe in his hand and revealed a mocking smile. What? Supreme Commander? On an equal footing with the chaotic heaven's divine emperor? Blood Luozi and the others from Cold Blood Hall were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was the highest-ranking commander of these people and he was on the same level as Xiaowan. How was this possible? Lu Ming, what right did he have? Kill. Wipe out Cold Blood Hall. At that moment Lu Ming waved his hand and gave the order. Chapter 1172. 1172 Killing Blood Luozi. The demonic qi surged like a thunderbolt. At Lu Ming's command, terrifying existences stepped out from behind him and charged at the Cold Blood Hall people. The experts of Cold Blood Hall, including Blood Luozi, were shocked because the experts coming at them were too powerful. There were no less than 6 or 7 sovereigns and many advanced spiritual gods. Kill, kill, kill them. Shui Luozi shrieked, but he retreated. Kill. The experts from both sides collided, creating a shocking shockwave. Black demonic qi and blood-red demonic qi soared into the sky and filled the entire region. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward Blood Luozi. Shui Luozi, you escaped with your life talisman in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Today I'll take your life. Lu Ming stared at Blood Luozi and walked toward him step by step. Shui Luozi's face turned ugly. He retreated quickly and roared, "Kill him!" Lu Ming, die. Beside Shui Luozi, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe charged at Lu Ming. He was a perfected spiritual god. However, as soon as he appeared, another expert rushed out from behind Lu Ming and blocked him. "Now let's see who can save you," said Lu Ming. That perfected spiritual god was the last powerful person around Blood Luozi. The rest were not worth mentioning. Kill him. Blood Luozi continued to shout. The 2 7th-level spiritual god realm experts charged towards Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palms, and the 2 7th-level spiritual god realm experts were torn to pieces. Why would I? Shui Luozi's face turned pale with fear. An expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm was killed by Lu Ming with one palm. How could he be so powerful? No one can save you today. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and approached Blood Luozi rapidly. Save me, forefather, save me. Shui Luozi screamed in fear. Lu Ming could even kill a 7th-level spiritual god realm expert with a flip of his hand, let alone him. He was really afraid. The other Cold Blood Hall experts wanted to help, but they were all entangled by their opponents and could not get away. Some experts were further away and could not make it in time. Evil creature, you're looking for death. At this moment an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Then a ray of blood-red light broke through the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming with an aura that could destroy everything. Patriarch Ha Lu Ming, die. Shui Luozi was overjoyed and revealed a ferocious expression. The attack was filled with the pressure of an emperor. It was the Emperor of Cold Blood Hall who wanted to kill Lu Ming in one blow. However, at this moment behind Lu Ming, a burly man in iron armor burst out with an earth-shattering aura. His demonic might was unparalleled. With a flash of demonic light he destroyed the blood light. I didn't want to gang up on you, but since you're looking for death I'll fulfill your wish. Mo Yi looked at the sky with a cold look. The next moment he turned into a beam of demonic light and rushed into the sky, attacking the Cold Blood Hall Emperor together with the Suspended Mountains Emperor. The Emperor, it's the Emperor. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Xiaowan did not come, but apart from him, there was actually an emperor behind Lu Ming. This was too shocking. Many people from Cold Blood Hall were in despair. The consequences would be severe if 2 emperors attacked the Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. Demon Emperor. Shui Luozi screamed in fear, his eyes filled with despair. Kill. Lu Ming took another step forward and appeared in front of Shui Luozi. He struck his palm down. No. Shui Luozi roared and used the bloodline fusion to transform into a blood-winged bat to resist. However, Lu Ming's palm struck down and the blood-winged bat was crushed by the terrifying force. Not only the blood-winged bat, but Shui Luozi's body was also shattered. Shui Luozi was dead. The people of Cold Blood Hall were shocked. Master Shui Luo, a genius who had the potential to become an emperor, was dead. It was a great loss for Cold Blood Hall. An angry roar came from the sky. What are you shouting for? You can't even protect yourself today. Mo Ye's voice rang out from the sky. Roar. Lu Ming controlled the bloodline of the 9 dragons to devour the blood essence and energy of the blood Luozi. However, Lu Ming frowned immediately. This was because the blood Luozi cultivated the mentality of blood, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. Only the blood essence had some use. At this moment on the floating mountain, an extremely beautiful woman was looking at the battlefield outside. This woman was Jing Kongling. Beside her stood a few experts from the floating mountain sect. Open the formation and fight our way out. Work with Lu Ming and attack Cold Blood Hall from both sides. At this moment Jing Kongling opened his mouth and gave an order. Now the second-class geniuses had grown up and entered the spiritual god realm one after another. As these second-class geniuses entered the spiritual god realm, their status in their respective sects and forces also rose. They were comparable to some supremes or even higher, and they had an important right to speak. This was because second-grade geniuses were bound to become supreme beings in the future. They even had a high chance of becoming emperors, and their potential was limitless. The various major factions had already begun to slowly transfer some power to them as a way to hone them slaviers. Just like Shui Luozi in the floating mountain, the pure void spirit also had an important right to speak. Kongling, it's too dangerous. Who knows if Lu Ming will turn around and target us, the floating mountain sect? An elder beside the pristine void spirit asked with a slightly changed expression. That's right. In these troubled times Lu Ming and Xie Luan are walking together, and there's actually an emperor following them. We have to be on guard. The other person said. Don't worry. Lu Ming and I are old friends. I trust him. Open the formation and work with Lu Ming. We must completely destroy Cold Blood Hall in today's battle. Otherwise we won't have such a good opportunity if we miss it. Jing Kongling said with a firm tone. All right, I'll listen to you. An old man said. Then his voice spread throughout the floating mountain. Open the formation and kill our way out. Kill. Kill. The formation was activated, and the floating mountain gathered its power and charged toward Cold Blood Hall. They and Lu Ming's men attacked Cold Blood Hall from both sides. Cold Blood Hall was in chaos and at a disadvantage. One by one the experts were killed. Boom. 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 In the sky the battle was the most intense and the sky kept shaking. All of a sudden a blood-red light appeared. An arm fell from the sky with a soaring blood chi, emitting a strong emperor's pressure. It's the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor is injured. Someone exclaimed. The Cold Blood Hall people were especially pale. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall is about to be defeated. Kill him. Lu Ming's men and those from the floating mountain sect took the opportunity to shout. Their morale was greatly boosted and they completely suppressed Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall experts were killed one after another, and their bodies fell to the ground like rain. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and walked on the battlefield, devouring energy and blood essence. Chapter 1173. 1173 Blood Emperor retreats in defeat. Unfortunately, most of the people in Cold Blood Hall cultivated the mentality of blood. A few of them cultivated the mentality of tools, which was not of much use to Lu Ming. It did not improve his mentality at all. After devouring a huge amount of energy, Lu Ming's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. However, when he reached the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, his cultivation level stopped. No matter how much energy he refined, he could not absorb it. It could only dissipate and be wasted. Because the essence realm of heaven and earth did not improve, his cultivation was stuck. In the end, Lu Ming decided not to devour the vital essence and energy. He only devoured the blood essence to improve his blood meridian. However, Lu Ming had continuously devoured the blood essence of more than a dozen 8th and 9th level spiritual god realm experts, and even perfected spiritual god realm experts. His bloodline did not improve at all. The bloodlines of the 9 dragons and the prison-suppressing steel were both at the 8th level of the divine level. Advancing from level 8 to level 9 of the divine level was truly too difficult. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Could it be that he had to devour the blood essence of a supreme being in order to improve? Lu Ming started to look around to see if any supreme being had been killed. Ah! A shrill cry was heard as a Cold Blood Hall supreme was killed. Blood splattered everywhere and fell to the ground. The blood contained a terrifying power. Some of the spirit embryo realm experts were splashed by the blood, and their bodies were immediately riddled with holes. Quickly retreat. Below, the troops from the myriad demons Abyss and Cold Blood Hall retreated in fear of being splashed by the blood. Blood essence of a supreme being. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. Little Qing, wait for me here. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Be careful. Xianxia warned. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and used his movement technique to rush toward the Supreme Being's corpse. Whoosh. A drop of Supreme Being blood shot toward Lu Ming like a blood-red shooting star, carrying a terrifying aura. Bang. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, striking the drop of blood and dispersing it. However, Lu Ming also felt a tingling sensation in his palm and a dull pain. Supreme Martial Artist is really powerful. This is just a drop of blood that flew around after his death, but it already has such a terrifying power and contains such a powerful energy. It's a pity that my current heaven and earth realm is not enough. Otherwise, I could refine this drop of blood and quickly improve my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered to himself. Then he ignored the blood and dashed towards the Supreme Being's corpse in a flash. The nine-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and let out a long roar. The devouring power burst out, and 9 drops of crystal-clear blood essence flew out from the Supreme Being's corpse and were swallowed by the 9 dragons. Boom. After the 9 drops of blood were swallowed by the 9 dragons, they exploded. Endless energy kicked around in the bodies of the 9 dragons. The bodies of the 9 dragons swelled up rapidly like leather balls, and their volume expanded several times. The energy within the blood essence of a supreme martial artist was too powerful. Refine, refine. Lu Ming roared and frantically controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to refine it. He knew that he had been too impulsive. The power of the Supreme Being's blood essence was simply too astonishing. Even with his current cultivation base, he had to refine it drop by drop. The most stable way was to devour all 9 drops at once. The power of that kind of energy was simply too astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. The bloodline of the 9 dragons circulated the power of refinement and began to refine the blood essence in his body. Fortunately, he managed to withstand it and didn't explode. Slowly, the blood essence of the supreme martial artist was refined and used to improve the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Die. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed and charged toward Lu Ming. A white-haired elder from Cold Blood Hall with the cultivation of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm was Xue Luozi's guardian. He had his eyes on Lu Ming ever since Xue Luozi was killed. He took the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. His 3rd bloodline emerged and killing intent gushed out like a tide. Bang! Lu Ming's palm shattered his opponent's blood-red light. The force of his palm was like a storm, surging towards his opponent. Back then, outside the holy city, Lu Ming had the ability to kill an expert at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Now that a few months had passed, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased to the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. His combat strength was stronger than a few months ago, and it was much easier to deal with an expert at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. The other party was shocked. He did not expect that his surprise attack would be easily defeated by Lu Ming. At this moment he exploded his essential core and threw a punch. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on his fist, causing him to tremble and retreat rapidly. Kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes turned blood-red and an endless killing intent enveloped the other party, causing him to shiver and his combat strength to weaken. Boom! Activating the prison-suppressing heavenly art, he struck out 2 palm strikes in succession. The white-haired old man tried his best to catch the 2 palms, but his arm exploded, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Whoosh! The 3rd bloodline turned into a blood-red sword. Under Lu Ming's control, it turned into a blood-red light and pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the white-haired elder, killing him. Hoo. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he returned to Xianxia's side. There was a supreme being by Xianxia's side, which was enough to ensure their safety. After that, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and focused on refining the blood essence. The refining process took more than 10 minutes before the blood essence energy in the 9 dragons' bodies finally calmed down. Under Lu Ming's control, he opened his eyes and stood up. The sovereign's blood essence was still not completely refined, but there was no need to worry. He could slowly refine it. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was clear. Countless Cold Blood Hall experts had been killed, and even a few supreme martial artists had fallen. They were completely at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Selah. At this moment, the space in the sky was constantly cracking. Lu Ming looked up and could barely see 3 figures fighting. One of the figures exuded a demonic aura that soared into the sky. It was Mo Yi. The other person was a woman with a graceful figure. She was shrouded by a halo and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. She must be the sovereign of the Floating Mountain sect, Martial Emperor Zhou Xian. The last person was covered in a bloody light. He was the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall. However, at this moment, the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall was in a sorry state. His aura was weak and one of his arms was missing. He had been severely injured by Martial Emperors Yi and Yu Exen. Blood Emperor, you shall stay here today. A cold voice filled with killing intent was heard. It was Martial Emperor Zhou Xian. You want to kill me? In your dreams. The Blood Emperor's cold voice rang out. A crimson light suddenly flashed, forcing the Moon Heart Martial Emperor and Mo Yi to retreat. He then turned into a streak of crimson light and fled into the distance. The Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall had escaped. You want to escape? Dream on. Mo Yi shouted coldly and chased after them with Martial Emperor Zhou Xian, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Blood Emperor flee in defeat, the morale of the Cold Blood Hall members plummeted. I surrender, I surrender. I also surrender. The giant eagles from Sky Eagle Castle were the first to surrender. They had no sense of belonging to Cold Blood Hall, so they naturally surrendered one by one when they saw the situation turn for the worse. With the surrender of the giant eagle, Cold Blood Hall was at a disadvantage. Those who surrender and are willing to inscribe a formation in their sea of consciousness can be spared. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Chapter 1174. 1174 Forming an alliance with the Floating Mountain sect. I'm also willing to surrender. I also surrender. In the end, even the disciples and experts of Cold Blood Hall began to surrender. Those who refused to surrender were directly killed. Soon the battle stopped. Almost all the experts from Cold Blood Hall had surrendered. A few supreme beings had escaped while the rest had surrendered. Even the Emperor had fled in defeat. If they put up a last-ditch resistance, they would still be courting death. The great battle ended just like that. After that, Lu Ming instructed the powerhouses to work with the Floating Mountain to inscribe an array in the consciousness of the people who surrendered. Brother Lu, we meet again. The pure and ethereal spirit came over gracefully, her grace peerless. Her entire body was covered in mist, ethereal like an immortal. Miss Kongling. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Jing Kongling's eyes fell on Xianxia and he said, "This must be Miss Xianxia. She's so beautiful that Brother Lu is willing to go to the demon realm in person." Xianxia's eyes darted around as he held onto Lu Ming's arm. "Miss is too polite." Then a voice was transmitted into Lu Ming's ears. "While I'm not here, you know quite a lot of beautiful women, huh? I was wondering why you attacked Cold Blood Hall instead of the Floating Mountain. There's a beauty here waiting for you to save her." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Could this girl be jealous? Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. He was trying to find a reason to explain. Selah. At this moment, the space cracked open and Mo Yi and the Moon Heart Martial Emperor walked out of it. Mo Yi, how's the Blood Emperor of Cold Blood Hall? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. That fellow's body was shattered and his spiritual god was also severely injured by us. Unfortunately, he still managed to escape with his heavily injured spiritual god. Mo Yi explained with some pity. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The Blood Emperor was indeed powerful and difficult to kill. He managed to escape despite the combined attacks of 2 martial emperors of the same level. However, although he has escaped, he won't be able to cause any trouble in a short period of time. His spiritual god is heavily injured and he has escaped with all his might. He doesn't have much strength left. Mo Yi explained. This time, many thanks for Brother Mo Ye's help. At this moment, Martial Emperor Yuexin spoke and cupped her hands towards Mo Yi. Martial Emperor Yuexin was very beautiful. She looked to be in her 30s and didn't look like an emperor path expert who had been famous in the central continent for nearly 10,000 years. There's no need to thank me. I'm only following orders. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Commander Lu Ming. Mo Yi smiled and looked at Lu Ming. Martial Emperor Yuexin looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Mo Yi actually listened to Lu Ming's orders. An emperor actually took orders from a young junior. This was truly rare in the world. Greetings, Senior Yuexin. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Martial Emperor Yuexin. You're too kind, Commander-in-Chief Lu. Shall we go into the mountains for a chat? Martial Emperor Yuexin said. Lu Ming and the others nodded and followed Martial Emperor Yuexin, Jing Kongling, and the others into the floating mountain. They sat down in a hall. This time, thank you, Commander Lu, for leading the army to help us. Otherwise, the floating mountain would have been in danger. Martial Emperor Yuexin thanked Lu Ming again. Martial Emperor is too polite. I am old friends with Miss Kong Ling of the Floating Mountain Martial School and Brother Chu Kuang. It is only right for me to lend a hand. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, the central continent is in chaos now. All the major forces are fighting each other. If we are separated, we will be weak. If we join forces, we will be strong. Lu Ming wants to form an alliance with the Floating Mountain sect. What do you think, Martial Emperor? Alliance. Martial Emperor Yuexin, Jing Kongling, and the other supreme figures of the Floating Mountain sect were all stunned and fell into deep thought. Martial Emperor Yuexin pondered for a moment and said, I wonder if Senior Xian is here. Senior Xia is at the headquarters of Cold Blood Hall. I'm afraid the hall has already fallen into your hands. Lu Ming said. The two sides have formed an alliance. Commander Lu, can you represent Senior Xia? Martial Emperor Yuexin said. Obviously, Lu Ming was not important enough in Martial Emperor Yuexin's eyes. Don't worry, Commander Lu can make the decision on behalf of the Ancestor Devil. From the side, Mo Yi spoke. This shocked Martial Emperor Yuexin, Jing Kongling and the others. He did not expect Lu Ming to have such great power in Xiaowan's faction. Yuexin's eyes flickered slightly. All the rumors about Lu Ming that she had heard kept flashing through her mind. This kid has a bright future. In the end, Yuexin's eyes lit up and she said, good, since that's the case, the Floating Mountain Martial School will form an alliance with Commander Lu. She was talking about Commander Lu, not the Emperor of Chaos. All right. Lu Ming, thank you, Senior Yu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. To Lu Ming, it was greatly beneficial to have another ally. At that moment, the two sides carried out a simple ceremony and officially formed an alliance. After the alliance, Lu Ming bade farewell to Yuexin and the others because Xiaowan had sent news that the Cold Blood Hall's base was completely under control. Lu Ming led the army and headed straight for Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall had been completely occupied. Those who had stayed behind had either surrendered or been killed. There were experts from the myriad demons abyss everywhere in the Cold Blood Hall. Many of them were inscribing formations or repairing them. It did not take long for Lu Ming and the rest to arrive at Cold Blood Hall. At the cross-territory teleportation formation in Cold Blood Hall, more than a dozen experts gathered. Xiaowan, Lu Ming, Mo Yi and the others were among them. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be the Zhongzi of the Talisman Amulet sect in the Eastern Wilderness. It's strange that you don't have any mental energy fire at all. Xiaowan laughed. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. Seniors, please help me adjust the coordinates of the Talisman Amulet sect. Lu Ming said. A few supreme martial artists who were more skilled in the Tao of Inscription stepped forward and adjusted the coordinates of the Talisman Amulet sect on the huge interterritory teleportation altar. Lu Ming closed his eyes. At that moment in the Talisman Amulet sect, A cave abode that had been closed for a long time suddenly opened. Lu Ming's Minglian clone stepped out. Lu Ming's body moved and he headed toward Bai Shijin's mansion. Not long after, Lu Ming, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and 2 other supreme elders appeared at the cross-territory teleportation formation of the Talisman Amulet sect. The chaotic heavens divine warrior Xialuan has actually reappeared. You even formed an alliance to destroy the Overlord Cold Blood Hall? Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the rest mumbled to them slaviers. Ever since Lu Ming's second clone had briefly explained the situation in the central continent, they were still in disbelief and had not recovered from the shock. Senior, everything is real now. Let's adjust the coordinates of Cold Blood Hall and accept the teleportation request. Lu Ming said. Good ha, this way D can't trap us. Bai Shijin laughed. The others also smiled. If they could connect with the overlord forces of Central Continent, they would no longer have to be afraid of Di's siege. Even if the Yin and Yang formation was broken, they would have a way out. They immediately began to adjust their coordinates. The teleportation formation could only be used with the consent of both parties. Could not be used just because one party wanted to. Otherwise, if one of them were to suddenly teleport to another force, wouldn't they be able to break through from the inside? Naturally, that was impossible. Chapter 1175. 1175 Chapter 1175 Returning to the Talisman Amulet sect. It didn't take long for the coordinates of both sides to be matched. The altar of the interterritory teleportation formation glowed with light, and a black vortex appeared. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the others stared at the vortex. Soon 2 figures emerged from the vortex. Lu Ming. Bai Shijin and the others were overjoyed. Of the 2 figures, one was Lu Ming while the other was, of course, Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia stepped out of the vortex and appeared in front of Bai Shijin and the others. Is this your clone? Xianxia's big eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Lu Ming. Why? Do you want a kiss? The second body suddenly laughed. This was Lu Ming's consciousness entering the second body and speaking. Xianxia's face turned red and he glared at Lu Ming. The second body pointed at Lu Ming and took a step forward. It shrunk rapidly and entered the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, sitting cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest were looking at Lu Ming and Xianxia in shock. Lu Ming, what's your cultivation? What realm have you reached? Bai Shijin asked. In fact, he had already seen through Lu Ming's cultivation. He just found it hard to believe. Peak 4th level spiritual god realm. Senior, what's wrong? Lu Ming said. CSI. Bai Shijin and the others gasped. It had only been 2 years or so. Back then, Lu Ming had set off from the East Wilderness to the Central Continent, and his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, in 2 years not only had Lu Ming crossed the path of the spiritual god realm, but he had also reached the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. This was truly too shocking. They were well aware of how difficult it was to advance one level after reaching the spiritual god realm. However, it seemed to be no difficulty for Lu Ming. They looked at Xianxia. They could naturally see Xianxia's cultivation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. He was too strong. Most importantly, Lu Ming and Xianxia were still so young. They were only in their 20s. It was shocking that they had already reached this stage at such a young age. In comparison, the paragons of the Talisman Amulet sect paled in comparison to Lu Ming and Xianxia. Perhaps, Lu Ming can really lead the Talisman Amulet sect to rise. They thought to them slaviers. Buzz. At this moment, the teleportation array shook slightly and 2 more figures appeared. It was Xialuan and Mo Yi. Subconsciously, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others used their spiritual senses to scan Xialuan and Mo Yi. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in alarm. Emperor! It's the Emperor! 2 emperors! Bai Shijin and the others exclaimed in shock. They were on high alert and their eyes were filled with shock. Seniors, this is Xialuan Xianxia. This is Mo Yi Demon Emperor. Lu Ming hurriedly introduced. Chaotic Heaven's divine warrior Xialuan. Bai Shijin and the others were shocked. The name of the chaotic heavens divine warrior was not only known to the powerhouses of the central continent, but also the East Baron, the South Underworld and other territories. Naturally, Bai Shijin and the others knew about him. After that, Bai Shijin and the others hurriedly paid their respects to Xiao Wan and Mo Yi. Xiao Wan nodded casually and spread out his spiritual sense. I didn't expect the Talisman sect to not be here either. Back then it was a famous sect in the Eastern Baron territory. Xiao Wan spoke slowly, making Bai Shijin and the others feel a little embarrassed. Xianxia, I'll take you around. Lu Ming smiled. He was in a good mood after returning to the Talisman Amulet sect after 2 years. This place was the force that truly belonged to Lu Ming. It was the force that he could control. Xiao Wan's power was merely an alliance. Xiao Wan nodded and the group stepped on the air and flew into the distance. On the way, Xiao Wan glanced around and nodded to himself. It seems that I've underestimated Lu Ming. Other than not having an emperor, he's not considered weak. What a powerful junior. He's trying to break through to the emperor realm. Once he does, he'll be extraordinary. Xiao Wan's eyes flickered with light as he looked to the north. Lu Ming knew that Xiao Wan had sensed the Nine Sons paragon. In the past 2 years, Supreme Nine Sons had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the position of emperor. Father, mother. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the front. In front of them, Yan Kuangtu formed a cloud with his vital essence and brought Lu Yuntian, Li Ping Huaqi Bai Qixue and the others toward them. Obviously, they had received the news that Lu Ming had returned. Initially, only a few people knew that Lu Ming had left for the central continent and stayed behind to guard the Talisman Amulet sect. Other than Bai Shijing, Yan Kuangtu and a few other supreme martial artists, only Lu Ming's parents knew. However, ever since Lu Ming's true identity was exposed during the million-year sacrificial battle in the sacred city, the news of Lu Ming's appearance in the East Baron had spread after the masters of the Wang family, the Jiang family and the Divine Emperor had returned. The Empyrean Divine Palace had publicly exposed that Lu Ming's second body was fake outside the Yin and Yang mountain. The rest of the Talisman Amulet sect then knew that Lu Ming had left the Yin and Yang mountain and headed to the central continent. Of course, no one would have thought that the twin forbidden spell was such a wondrous secret technique. They all thought that the second body of Lu Ming in the Talisman sect was a disguise by someone else. Now that Lu Ming had returned and they received the news, they naturally wanted to meet him. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia and flew forward to greet Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Father, mother. Ming, it's good that you're back. Although Lu Yuntian and Li Ping knew that Lu Ming had been safe and sound through his second body, they were still overjoyed to see his real body. Then the two of them looked at Xianxia. After a moment of surprise, they smiled. Li Ping happily held Xianxia's hand and said, Miss Nianqing, long time no see. Ming'er has finally brought you back. Good. Uncle, auntie. Xianxia's little face was slightly red as he bowed to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The two elders nodded repeatedly, extremely happy. Ah, this must be sister-in-law. She's truly a national beauty and a rare one in the world. Yan Kuangtu laughed out loud, causing Xianxia's face to turn even redder. Big brother Yan. Lu Ming greeted Yan Kuangtu, Huaqi and the others. In the crowd, Bai Qixue looked at Xianxia with a lonely look in her eyes. Is this the woman Lu Ming likes? Back then, in a fit of anger, she caused a great war in 9 dragons. She is truly devastatingly beautiful. Only a woman like her is worthy of Lu Ming. Bai Qixue sighed in her heart and forced a smile on her face. She stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming then introduced Xiao Wan and Mo Yi to Yan Kuangtu and the others. However, Lu Ming had only introduced them by name and not by their cultivation level. Only Yan Kuangtu could sense Xiao Wan and Mo Yi's cultivation level, and his heart trembled. Father, mother, you should return to your residence first. I still have some matters to attend to with the seniors. I'll come find you later. Lu Ming said. Alright, it's fine. You can go ahead with your work. Lu Yuntian said. Then they went back. Yan Kuangtu stayed behind. Xianxia, the Talisman Amulet sect is currently besieged by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The palace master of the Emperor God Divine Palace is an emperor. Do you have the confidence to deal with him? Lu Ming said. Chapter 1176. 1176 Chapter 1176 Taking Charge of the Talisman Amulet Sect. It just so happened that Xiao Wan and Mo Yi were here. It would be best if he could use Xiao Wan to get rid of Martial Emperor Di. Xiao Wan did not say anything. He stood in the air, his eyes looking to the east as if he was sensing something. In the eastern part of the Talisman Amulet Sect, Martial Emperor Di was cultivating in seclusion. At this time he seemed to sense something. His eyes suddenly opened and shot out two extremely bright lights. A shocking aura rose from his body. Who is spying on me? Martial Emperor Di said slowly. Within the Talisman Amulet Sect. Boom. Xiao Wan's expression suddenly changed. A powerful aura rose from his body involuntarily, but then he quickly restrained it. What a powerful cultivation. I didn't expect such a person to be born in the East Barren territory. Xiao Wan's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke in a grave tone. Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that Martial Emperor Di was so powerful? Even Xiao Wan was serious. Lu Ming, the Martial Emperor Di you mentioned is very powerful. If I was at my peak I could defeat him. But now I am not his match. Let's not mess with him for the time being. Give me some time and I will not be afraid of him. Xiao Wan spoke slowly, causing the expressions of Lu Ming, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the others to change. Was Martial Emperor Di really so powerful? Even Xiao Wan had taken this matter so seriously, bluntly saying that he wasn't a match for them. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He knew very well that Xiaolun had been suppressed for 30,000 years. Although he had recovered a little, he was far from his peak condition. It was too difficult to recover to his peak condition. Lu Ming, let's go back to Cold Blood Hall and rest for a few days before heading to Northern Plains. If you want to fight in Northern Plains, you can come here in 3 days. Let's go, Xiao Wan said to Lu Ming. Then he and Mo Yi stepped on the air and returned to Cold Blood Hall through the inter-territory teleportation formation. After that, Lu Ming bade farewell to Bai Shijin and the rest. He held Xian Yanqing's hand and headed to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's residence. In the next few days, Lu Ming stayed at the Lu family's residence. When he had the time he would visit Hua Qi and the mystical sword sect. 2 years ago Lu Ming had left behind a large number of resources. After 2 years, everyone had made great progress. For example, Hua Qi and Pang Shi had both reached the martial king realm. His father Lu Yuntian had also become a martial king. Among them his 2 disciples Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro had made the fastest progress. They had already reached the advanced level of the martial king realm. However, this progress was still far from Lu Ming's expectations. This time Lu Ming left more resources for the Lu family, Hua Qi and the others. There were all sorts of intent crystals, spirit pills, spirit herbs, spirit weapons and more. 3 days later Lu Ming, Yen Kuangtu and the Talisman Amulet Sect's elders and founding members were gathered in the Talisman Amulet Sect's conference hall. Lu Ming was sitting on the main seat at the top of the hall. This was what Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the others had strongly requested. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation had long entered the spiritual god realm and had even reached the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. He was already qualified to be in charge of the Talisman Amulet Sect. Therefore, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the rest strongly requested for Lu Ming to be the head of the sect. In the future, the Talisman Amulet Sect would officially be handed over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a Zongzi to begin with. Zongzi meant that when his cultivation level increased and he was able to take charge, he would be able to succeed the position of sect leader. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation was still lacking, the Talisman Amulet Sect did not have an emperor. Therefore the conditions were not that high. It was about right. Lu Ming did not reject too much and accepted it calmly. He really needed his own strength now. Seniors, I have already explained the situation in the central continent. Please feel free to speak your mind. Lu Ming said. Zongzi, we have sealed off the East Continent and been trapped here for years. We know nothing about the situation in the Central Continent. You know better than us. We will listen to you and do whatever you say. Bai Shijin said. This old master also has the same intention. Du Songjue said. How Lu Ming, I'll do whatever you say. I'll fight with you. Yan Kuangtu gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and laughed. And then I'll tell you my thoughts. Right now, the central continent is in chaos. All the major forces are fighting and attacking each other. The strong will become stronger while the weak will become weaker. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to take the initiative to attack and increase our strength. Right now, I have formed an alliance with Sovereign Chaotic Heaven, and also with Floating Mountain. Now that Sovereign Chaotic Heaven wants to invade Northern Plains, we cannot miss this opportunity. I plan to gather a group of experts to fight with me. Firstly, we can obtain resources, and secondly, we can temper our slaviers. In the future, after we occupy Northern Plains, we can link up with Northern Plains, that way we can advance and retreat as we wish. What do you think? Lu Ming shared his thoughts. Then we'll do as Zongzi says. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue and the others nodded. Lu Ming, I'll go on an expedition with you. I've been in the Talisman Amulet sect for a few years and I haven't fought anyone. It's really boring. Yan Kuangtu said, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. In the past, Yan Kuangtu was a battle general of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and was a battle fanatic. He had been cooped up in the Talisman Amulet sect for the past few years and it was really unbearable. Now that he heard that he could go to war, he naturally wouldn't miss it. His heart was already itching. I'll also fight with Zongzi. I'll go too. Two patriarchs from the Talisman sect spoke up. One of them was an elder of the puppet sect, Meng Chong. One of them was Jiang Ku, an elder of the Fu sect. The two of them were both supreme martial artists. Good, with the three of you together, I can rest assured. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After that, everyone discussed the specific details. In addition to Yan Kuangtu, Meng Chong and Jiang Ku, the three supreme martial artists, a group of other powerful people had also been transferred to follow Lu Ming on the expedition. Some of the younger generation had also chosen to follow Lu Ming as a form of training. It was very difficult to improve on the path of cultivation if one only cultivated arduously. One needed to take risks and kill in order to make a breakthrough. After the plan was made, the news began to spread. Then Lu Ming led hundreds of people into the inter-territory teleportation formation and headed for Cold Blood Hall. The teleportation formation of Cold Blood Hall glowed and Lu Ming appeared. Not long after Lu Ming's appearance, a voice transmission jade talisman was sent. Xiao Wan had invited Lu Ming to the conference hall for a discussion. Lu Ming led Yan Kuangtu, Meng Chong and Jiang Ku to the meeting hall. Xiao Wan, Mo Yi and some supreme beings from the Myriad Demons Abyss were all present. When some of the supreme beings from the Myriad Demons Abyss saw Lu Ming, they scanned Yan Kuangtu and the others with their spiritual senses. Their eyes flickered slightly. They did not expect that Lu Ming would have a supreme being powerhouse by his side. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. In the past, they had thought that Lu Ming was alone. Now they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming had his own forces. Lu Ming, sit. Xiao Wan pointed at the seat beside him. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xiao Wan. Chapter 1177. 1177 Chapter 1177 Conquering Northern Plains. Let me tell you about the next plan. The Demon God Valley of Northern Plains is the backup plan I left behind. But 30,000 years have passed and I do not know the exact situation. I will first rush to the Demon God Valley alone and take control of it. Lu Ming will be in charge of this place. Wait for my news. After I control the Demon God Valley, I will activate the inter-territory teleportation formation and connect it with Cold Blood Hall. Then they will take the teleportation formation to Northern Plains. Xiao Wan explained his plan. It was obvious that this plan was the best one at the moment, so no one raised any objections. Alright, since that's the case, I'll cut to the chase. I'll set off immediately. Lu Ming, I'll leave this place to you. Xiao Wan stood up and took a step forward. As he stepped forward, space naturally split open, and Xiao Wan's figure disappeared into a spatial rift. After Xiao Wan left, Lu Ming made arrangements for the Talisman Amulet sect. Big Brother Yin, please keep this Emperor Spirit Tower. In front of a courtyard, Lu Ming called out to Yan Kuangtu and handed him a small fiery red pagoda. It was the emperor's spiritual weapon he had obtained from the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. It was called the Emperor's Spirit Tower. Previously he had lent it to Xiao Wan for the time being. After Xiao Wan recovered his emperor cultivation, he returned it to Lu Ming. The Emperor's Spirit Tower was a fire attribute treasure with a fire domain. Yan Kuangtu's bloodline was that of the three-legged golden crow. His firepower was unparalleled in the world, so it was the most suitable for Yan Kuangtu to use. It would be even more powerful. An emperor's spiritual weapon. Yan Kuangtu's face suddenly changed as he used his telegnosis ability to scan the area. Lu Ming, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Big brother Yan, do you still need to be so polite with me? Besides, the Emperor's Spirit Tower can only unleash its greatest power in your hands now that the war is imminent. It won't be of much use in my hands. Lu Ming pushed the Emperor's Spirit Tower and it flew towards Yan Kuangtu. Seeing how determined Lu Ming was, Yan Kuangtu did not decline further and kept the Emperor's Spirit Tower. To be honest, the Emperor's Spirit Tower was really useful to him. The fire domain on it was helpful to his cultivation and would help him break through to the Emperor realm. Lu Ming, thank you. After Yan Kuangtu kept it, he cupped his fists at Lu Ming solemnly. His expression was rare to see solemnity and seriousness. Ha, big brother Yan, I'm not used to seeing you like this. Lu Ming laughed and strode away. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the figure of his second body appeared. An array disc appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he flew to the second body. The second body caught it and started to inscribe inscriptions and arrays with both hands. The second body's Tao of inscription was much stronger than 2 years ago. In an instant, dense inscriptions flew into the array disc. This array disc was the one the profound Sky Saint had given him in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. As long as his second body controlled the array disc, he could enter the secret realm of the Saint Mansion and obtain the inheritance of the profound Sky Saint. Very soon the array disc was glowing brightly and formed a huge vortex. He nodded slightly at Lu Ming, then stepped into it and disappeared. After the second body disappeared, the vortex also disappeared. Everything was ready. Lu Ming waited with peace of mind. What was surprising was that not long after, the floating mountain sect sent 2 supremes, saying that they would assist Lu Ming in his battle in northern plains. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. With 2 more supreme martial artists, their strength was naturally stronger. Time passed quickly. Soon 2 days had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message from Xiao Wan. It was a success. Xiao Wan had successfully taken control of the Demon Deity Valley. Everyone in the Demon Deity Valley, including the Emperor, had surrendered to him. Obviously, like the myriad demons abyss, Xiao Wan had a backup plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue an overlord so easily. Next, the inter-territory teleportation formations were connected. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army set off. As for Cold Blood Hall, only a few people were left to guard it. More than 100,000 soldiers were teleported to the Demon God Valley through the teleportation formation. Lu Ming was the last group to set off with Yan Kuangtu and the others. Demon God Valley was one of the 5 overlord forces of Northern Plains. It was very powerful and had an emperor overseeing it. It was located in the vast mountains. There were countless valleys of various sizes inside, and demonic energy filled the air, making it suitable for those of the demonic Tao to cultivate. On the second day of Lu Ming's arrival at the Demon God Valley, the army gathered in a huge valley, with Xiao Wan and Lu Ming standing at the forefront. Beside them there were 2 other people. One was Mo Yi, and the other was a burly old man called Chu Luo, the emperor of the Demon God Valley. In the valley, the myriad demons abyss, the Demon God Valley, and the talisman sects experts that Lu Ming had brought with him gathered. Northern Plains has a total of 5 overlord forces. Each of them is very strong. If we want to take down the other 4 overlord forces, we have to strike as fast as lightning. Right now, they still do not know about Demon God Valley. If we wait for them to make sufficient preparations, our battle will become much more difficult. I have discussed with Commander Lu. He and I will each lead an army to attack 2 forces. I will lead the army alone and be in charge of the Golden Wave Cliff and the Light Dragon Pagoda. Commander Lu Mo Tu Luo, you will lead a large army and be in charge of mountain-piercing sect and 100 Beast tribe. Take them down with lightning speed, that way, northern plains will be under our control. Xiao Wan announced. Yes. The army received the order. Although the people from the Demon God Valley, Tu Luo, and the others were puzzled as to why Xiao Wan would form an alliance with Lu Ming, they did not ask much. They only had to follow Xiao Wan's orders. Boom, boom, boom. A huge warship appeared in the sky. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan took one warship each and flew in two different directions. The first target of Lu Ming's army was the mountain-piercing sect. Enemy attack. As they neared the mountain-piercing sect, a loud roar could be heard. In the mountain-piercing sect, countless rays of light shone as the sect's protective formation rose. Auras burst forth as figures flickered and appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Pangolin sect. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's warship stopped a few thousand miles away from the Pangolin sect. Lu Ming was the first to step out of the ship, followed by the dense army. They stepped out of the warship and appeared in front of the Pangolin sect. Who has come? Die. An angry roar came from within the Pangolin sect. A terrifying aura soared into the sky and suppressed everything within tens of thousands of miles. A tall figure, covered in a yellow glow, appeared at the front of the Pangolin sect. An emperor. Obviously this was the emperor of the mountain-piercing sect. Bang! Bang! Chu Luo and Mo Yi stepped forward and came to the front. The emperor's might bloomed from their bodies and pressed forward. Emperors, two emperors. Countless people in the Pangolin sect exclaimed in shock. There were actually two emperors gathered outside the mountain-piercing sect. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. Chapter 1178. 1178 Chapter 1178 Yen Kuangtu fights. Chu Luo, it's you? Why did you bring your men to my mountain-piercing sect? The emperor of the Pangolin sect looked at Chu Luo and asked loudly. Emperor Wanshan, I advise you to lead the entire mountain-piercing sect to surrender. Otherwise, the mountain-piercing sect will be destroyed today. Xiluo said coldly. Surrender. Don't even think about it, Xiluo. I knew it. You're a wolf with wild ambitions. It's useless even if you get help. At worst, we'll fight to the death today. The myriad mountain emperor let out a mocking laugh. If you don't surrender, then fight. As soon as Xiluo finished speaking, his aura exploded and became even more terrifying. Boom. On the side, Mo Yi also exploded. The might of an emperor was vast and mighty. His demonic chi formed a pillar of demonic chi that shot up into the sky. Boom. Boom. Mo Yi and Xiluo stepped forward at the same time. The earth and sky trembled under their feet. Two terrifying demonic lights shot toward the mountain-piercing sect. Two earth-shaking explosions were heard. The entire mountain-piercing sect shook violently as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. The mountain-piercing sect's protective formation trembled madly. Under the bombardment of the two demon emperors, it finally could not resist and collapsed. In northern plains, there were no cultivators who were skilled in the Tao of inscription. Thus, the sect protecting formation was not very strong. Kill. Die. As soon as the formation was broken, the myriad mountain emperor roared and soared into the sky. Countless mountains appeared around him, and there seemed to be hundreds of them. This was the myriad mountain emperor's domain, known as the Myriad Mountain Domain. Wanshan, since you're looking for death, I'll send you on your way. Die. Chu Luo shouted coldly, and endless black demonic light spread out around him. Devil Domain. At the same time, Mo Yi also released his demonic domain, and together with Chu Luo they charged towards Emperor Wanshan. The three sovereigns immediately began an intense battle in the sky. A terrifying fluctuation was emitted in the sky. This Qiluo is so strong. He's even slightly stronger than Mo Yi. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chu Luo's combat strength was slightly stronger than Mo Yi's, so he was able to gain the upper hand in just a few moves. Kill. At this moment Lu Ming waved his hand and the army moved out, charging towards the pangolin sect. Kill! The disciples of the mountain-piercing sect also rushed out. The two sides engaged in an intense battle. Buzz! Beside Lu Ming, a fiery red ray of light shot out. It was Yan Kuangtu who had his eyes on one of the supreme beings. It was a 3-meter-tall man with bulging muscles. His entire body was emitting an earthy yellow light. He also stared at Yan Kuangtu. Kill! The other party shouted, and a broad axe appeared in his hand, which he swung towards Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu's body was covered in flames as he threw a punch. Boom! The flaming fist accurately hit the broad axe. The broad axe shook violently, and the tall and burly figure of the other party also shook violently, then retreated madly. Kill! Yan Kuangtu's combat strength was unrivaled. Terrifying flames spread towards Lu Ming as he continued to bombard him with punches. The other party tried his best to block, but with every move he blocked he would be forced back a few steps. After a few moves his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. They were both supreme martial artists, but how could Yan Kuangtu's battle prowess be so strong? Explode! He shouted as he executed the bloodline fusion. However, what awaited him was an even more violent storm of attacks from Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu turned into a 3-legged golden crow. He flapped his wings and appeared in front of his opponent. He grabbed with his claws and broke the bloodline fusion. Then his wings were like flaming heavenly blades, cutting his opponent's body in half. Even the spirit god could not escape. A supreme martial artist had been killed just like that, shocking everyone in the surroundings. Kill! After that, Yan Kuangtu turned his attention to another supreme martial artist and charged towards him. Join hands, let's join hands. The supreme martial artist shouted and joined forces with another supreme martial artist to fight Yan Kuangtu, but they were still falling. A few years ago, during the Battle of 9 Dragons, Yan Kuangtu was able to fight against 3 supreme masters alone. Several years had passed, and although Yan Kuangtu hadn't broken through to the Emperor realm, he had made great progress. His battle prowess was much stronger than before, and he could easily suppress 2 supreme martial artists. In the end, another supreme martial artist joined the battle and barely managed to stop Yan Kuangtu. What a powerful paragon! In the myriad demons abyss, the supremes from the demon god valley who had followed them here were all secretly shocked by the scene. They were shocked by Yan Kuangtu's strength, but they also knew that the force behind Lu Ming could not be underestimated. With Yan Kuangtu fighting several great masters alone, the others were much more relaxed. Originally, the number of supreme beings on Lu Ming's side was more than the mountain-piercing sects. As a result, it was completely one-sided. The essence realm of the earth. There are many people in the mountain-piercing sect who cultivate the essence realm of the earth. There are also other essences. Lu Ming's eyes started to shine. Unlike Cold Blood Hall, the mountain-piercing sect cultivated only one intent realm. Although the main cultivation realm of the mountain-piercing sect was the mountain and earth intent realm, there were many who cultivated other types of intent realms. Fire concept, water concept, thunder concept, wind concept. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure dashed out like a flash of light and appeared beside the pangolin sect's powerhouses who had died in battle. The devouring power burst out and devoured the other party's intent runes and blood essence. Refine, refine. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodlines and began to refine them frantically. At the same time his figure flickered and he rushed to another place. Every time he devoured, he would sense it and feel that the other's intent realm was in line with his. Only then would he start devouring. As he devoured and refined the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming's 5 intents began to improve slowly. A paragon's corpse. Finally, Lu Ming came to a supreme being's corpse. It was the supreme being that Yan Kuangtu had killed. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and used his essential core to draw out 9 drops of blood essence that looked like resplendent blood-colored gemstones. He then stored them in the jade bottle. I need to get more blood essence of a supreme martial artist. Lu Ming's eyes darted around. It was too difficult for him to improve his bloodline now. Previously, when he refined a supreme blood essence, his 9 dragon bloodline did not improve at all. It was still at the 8th level of the divine level. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that his bloodline was improving after refining the supreme blood essence and was approaching the 9th level of the divine level. This meant that the supreme being's blood essence was still very useful. He only needed a small amount. As long as he had enough supreme blood essence, his bloodline would advance sooner or later. Boom! All of a sudden, the mountain rocks beneath Lu Ming's feet shook and a stone spear condensed. The sharp spear thrust out from under Lu Ming's feet, aiming for his throat. Sneak attack. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He did not dodge or evade. His neck trembled slightly and the 5-colored concept Riva levered around him. He used the prison suppressing heaven technique and a powerful force burst out. Bang! The stone spear immediately crumbled. Lu Ming had long cultivated the prison suppressing heaven technique to the point that he could attack every part of his body. He could even attack the throat. It was very powerful. Attack is defense. Chapter 1179. 1179 Lu Ming's goal. Not far away, an expert of the mountain-piercing sect was shocked. Kill. Lu Ming's killing intent exploded. He took a step forward and charged towards the pangolin sect powerhouse. This person had a cultivation of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he did not even last 2 moves before his defense was broken by Lu Ming and his heart was pierced. A one-shot kill. After killing this person, Lu Ming continued to look for a target to devour. The battle was extremely intense. The experts of the mountain-piercing sect fell like raindrops. As Lu Ming devoured, he kept the storage ring. As time passed, Lu Ming had devoured the essence of heaven and earth from dozens of spiritual god realm powerhouses. It's enough, it's enough. Spirit god experts all have very strong self-consciousness. If I absorb too much even after refining it, it will be very impure and affect my foundation. I need time to polish it. Lu Ming's figure moved and he retreated to the outside of the battlefield, back to the warship. Xianxia wasn't on the warship. He was fighting outside to train himself. Lu Ming asked Meng Chong and Jiang Ku to protect Xianxia in secret in case anything happened to him. Lu Ming stood on the warship, refining the concept runes that he had devoured while observing the situation of the battle. In the sky, the myriad mountain emperor was completely suppressed by Chu Luo and Mo Yi. He was already injured and his defeat was set in stone. It was the same for the battlefields below the emperor level. The mountain-piercing sect was powerless to turn the situation around. Wanshan, just surrender. Don't make any pointless struggles. Chu Luo said coldly. Don't even think about it. Unless you kill me today, don't even think about having a good time. Emperor of Myriad Mountains roared with a cold killing intent. He began to charge, planning to escape. As long as he escaped, he would definitely take revenge in the future. The revenge of an emperor was terrifying. As long as the emperor was not here, no one would be his opponent. Then I'll kill you today. Chu Luo revealed a strong killing intent and so did Mo Yi. They used all their strength, determined to kill Emperor Wanshan. Clang. At this moment, a fiery red light bloomed from below, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. While Yen Kuangtu was fighting the 3 great supremes, the Emperor's spirit tower emerged above his head. It trembled slightly and a ring of fire domain spread out. The 3 supreme beings of the pangolin sect were hit by the Imperial Spirit Tower's territory. Their faces turned pale as they spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. An Emperor's spiritual weapon. One of the supreme beings shouted in shock. Kill. Yen Kuangtu took out his Emperor Spirit Tower, and his combat strength was raised to a terrifying level. He stepped forward and his Emperor Spirit Tower enlarged, suppressing one of the supreme beings. No. The supreme being was locked down by the power of the Emperor Spirit Tower and could not escape. He could only resist passively. Bang. The supreme being was completely defenseless under the suppression of the Emperor Spirit Tower. He was torn into pieces and died on the spot. After killing one supreme being, Yen Kuangtu moved on to kill another supreme being. The remaining 2 supreme beings' expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to fight and retreated frantically. Yan Kuangtu stared at one of them and chased after him. Finally he caught up and killed him. Blood essence of a supreme being. Lu Ming moved again. He rushed toward the supreme being's corpse to collect the blood essence. Of course he wasn't going to let go of the supreme being's storage ring either. He planned to give it to Yan Kuangtu after he kept it. Lu Ming had collected the blood essence of the two supreme beings killed by Yan Kuangtu. He had also collected the blood essence of the other supreme being who had been killed by others. As Lu Ming was the commander, the people on his side naturally would not stop him. As for the pangolin sect, they were busy with their own affairs. Naturally no one stopped Lu Ming. Devouring a portion of true yuan energy. Lu Ming cast the devouring power and devoured the vital essence energy of a few 8th and 9th level spiritual god realm experts. Then he returned to the warship and continued to refine. His intent realm was improving, so his cultivation base could naturally improve as well. As the energy continued to be refined and transformed into essential core, Lu Ming began to break through to the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Boom, boom, boom. His true qi was boiling and surging, causing thousands of waves as it continuously attacked the bottleneck. At this moment the battle between the emperors in the sky was even more intense. The myriad mountain sovereign tried his best to escape, but he was attacked with all his might by Chu Luo and Mo Yi. At this moment, the myriad mountain sovereign was already severely injured. His body was almost split open and he was covered in blood, making him look like a blood man. "You can't kill me." Explode. The Wanshan Emperor's eyes were filled with madness. His Wanshan territory burst forth and his spirit body glowed. With a loud roar, his body was really about to split apart. At the same time his territory exploded crazily, and a terrifying power swept towards Tsiluo and Mo Yi. "This lunatic." Tsiluo and Mo Yi roared in anger. The myriad mountain emperor was using a self-mutilating method to block them, trying to buy himself a chance to escape. It was too difficult to kill an emperor who was trying to escape. Buzz. After blocking Chu Luo and Mo Yi, the Wanshan Emperor took this opportunity to escape. However, at this moment, a fiery red giant pagoda shot out from the sky and suppressed Emperor Wanshan. It was Yan Kuangtu. At the critical moment he rushed over with the Emperor Spirit Tower and attacked Emperor Wanshan. "Damn it, it's an Emperor weapon." Die. Emperor Wanshan roared and struck out with both hands, hitting the Emperor Spirit Tower. The tower shook violently and Yan Kuangtu was forced to retreat. But in the end he still managed to block Emperor Wanshan. Yan Kuangtu's cultivation was already extremely close to the martial royal realm. With the addition of his king's spiritual weapon, his combat strength could barely contend with the king. With this short delay, Chu Luo and Mo Yi had already arrived. "Wanshan, your fate has already been decided." Die. Tsiluo shouted and joined hands with Mo Yi, unleashing a terrifying attack that enveloped Emperor Wanshan. Clang. Yan Kuangtu controlled the Emperor Spirit Tower and charged toward Emperor of Mountains again. The heavily injured Wanshan Emperor was surrounded by 3 experts and could no longer escape. The Emperor's blood splattered across the firmament. In the end, the myriad mountain emperor was killed by 3 powerful experts and fell in the sky above the mountain-piercing sect. The emperor of a generation had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was still shocked. So what if he was an emperor? So what if he dominated the divine wilderness continent? Didn't he still fall? And this was the divine wilderness mainland, the overseas mainland, the larger mainland, and even the center of the primordial realm. The Yuan continent was more dangerous, with more powerful cultivators. Even with the cultivation of an emperor, they could die if they moved, unable to protect themselves. Becoming an emperor is not my end. I need to climb to a higher realm. Otherwise, I can't even protect myself, let alone my family. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His heart and his vision had become higher. In the past, his goal had been to break through to the emperor realm and kill Di. But now his goal was not limited to the emperor. His goal was to become a saint or even a saint. Perhaps only by reaching a cultivation level that could dominate the primordial realm could one truly control their own fate and protect their family. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The emperor is dead. The old ancestor has fallen. The mountain-piercing sect's disciples and elders cried out when they saw this scene. Some of them were terrified while others were sorrowful. Chapter 1180. 1180 5th Level Spiritual God Realm. The Myriad Mountain Emperor is dead. Why are you still not surrendering? Zhou stood high in the sky and looked down. His voice spread throughout the mountain-piercing sect, and the vast emperor's pressure covered the mountain-piercing sect, making it hard for people to breathe. I surrender. I'm willing to surrender. I also surrender. After the emperor was killed, many disciples and powerhouses of the mountain-piercing sect finally lost the courage to fight and surrendered. You traitors, have you forgotten the emperor's kindness to you? There were also people who were more unyielding and would rather die than surrender, so they were naturally killed on the spot. This was war and no one would be soft-hearted. Seeing this, more people from the mountain-piercing sect surrendered. Next, they tidied up the battlefield and made arrangements for the aftermath. Lu Ming did not participate. He sat cross-legged on the warship and focused on refining the concept runes and energy to break through to the next realm. Boom. Not long after, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body and soared into the sky, attracting many gazes. You've broken through. Qilua Mo Yi and the other powerhouses looked at Lu Ming with shock in their eyes. He had only wandered around the battlefield once and his cultivation had actually broken through. Furthermore, he had actually broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual god realm at such a young age. This was truly shocking. Lu Ming's aura burst out, but he retracted it in the next moment. However, he did not end his cultivation. Instead, he continued to refine the concept runes that he had devoured. He had devoured the intent runes of dozens of experts. They were at least at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm and above. His comprehension of the heaven and earth intent realm was very profound. Lu Ming would have to put in a lot of effort to refine them. Half an hour later, the battlefield had been tidied up, and the army had gathered, ready to fight the next force, the 100 Beasts tribe. Speed was of paramount importance in war, so they had to set off immediately. At this moment, Lu Ming had finished his refinement. He stood up and went to the front of the army. Let's go to the 100 Beasts tribe. Lu Ming gave the order. The army once again boarded the warships and they set off for the 100 Beasts tribe. As for those from the mountain-piercing sect who had surrendered, they had all been engraved with formations in their sea of consciousness. They would follow them to fight against the 100 Beasts tribe, leaving only a few people behind to guard the main headquarters of the mountain-piercing sect. The warship broke through the air and flew toward the 100 Beasts tribe at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in one of the rooms on the warship and continued to refine the concept runes. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The warship was already approaching the 100 Beasts tribe. At this moment, Lu Ming had finally refined all the intent runes that he had devoured. The wind, fire, thunder, and water concepts have all reached the upper tier of level 4. The earth concept has also reached the peak of the lower tier of level 4. It's only one step away from the upper tier of level 4. My cultivation has also increased to the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. The increase this time is really huge. However, I've increased too quickly and am now filled with impurities. My foundation is not stable and I can't continue to devour and increase my cultivation in a short period of time. I need to polish and stabilize my foundation. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. At the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, coupled with the great progress of the intent realm of heaven and earth, Lu Ming's combat strength had also improved greatly. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the room. He came to the deck of the warship and looked into the distance. In front of him, tens of thousands of miles away, countless sharp towers appeared. These sharp towers were all made of stone and stood on the vast grassland like sharp spikes. This was the 100 Beasts tribe. It could be said that it was the strongest tribe in northern plains, an ancient tribe with a long history. Every single spire was glowing. The light from every spire gathered together and formed a large formation that enveloped the 100 Beasts tribe. Countless figures appeared in the 100 Beasts tribe. Some rode on war beasts and floated in the air, while others stood on the ground and formed battle formations. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they were all very strong, burly, and full of valiance. It was obvious that the 100 Beasts tribe had already received the news of the battle at the mountain-piercing sect and had made preparations in advance. The warship stopped. Lu Ming and the rest flew out of the warship and stopped in front of the 100 Beasts tribe. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying auras burst forth. Chu Luo and Mo Yi stepped out, and their emperor's might spread out towards the 100 Beasts tribe. At this time an aura also rose up from the 100 Beasts tribe. A burly middle-aged man stepped out and floated in the air. His body exuded a shocking aura. Without a doubt this was an emperor, the leader of the 100 Beasts tribe, the barbarian emperor. Chu Luo, it's really you, but I don't think you have such a big appetite. First you destroyed the mountain-piercing sect and now you've come to my 100 Beasts tribe. It seems that you're a man of the chaotic heavens, divine warrior. The barbarian emperor said. Earlier Xiaowan had also led his army to attack the other forces. It was obvious that the barbarian emperor already knew of their origins. Barbarian emperor, since you already know, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise you will end up like the mountain-piercing sect. Chu Luo said coldly. The 100 Beasts tribe has existed for countless years. We have never surrendered before a battle. If you want to attack us, then let's fight. The barbarian emperor laughed, his voice incomparably domineering. With that, a glistening yellow staff appeared above the barbarian emperor's head. It floated above the barbarian emperor's head and grew rapidly, emitting shocking fluctuations. Emperor's spiritual weapon. You also have an emperor's spiritual weapon. Chu Luo and Mo Yi exclaimed at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, there were a total of 4 king's spiritual weapons. He had obtained one, while Yang Patian, Tuobashir and Wuliang Monk had each obtained one. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and indeed he saw Tuobashir in front of the 100 Beasts tribe. Tuobashir came from the 100 Beasts tribe, so he must have obtained this emperor's spiritual weapon from the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Let's fight. Even if the 100 Beasts tribe is defeated, you won't have an easy time. The barbarian emperor's eyes revealed a malevolent expression. Chu Luo and Mo Yi's expressions were grave. The barbarian emperor's combat strength was already very strong, even slightly stronger than Xiluo's. With the addition of the emperor's spiritual weapon, his combat strength was even stronger. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to win. Even with the addition of Yan Kuangtu, whose combat strength had barely reached the emperor realm, it was still hard to say. Even if they could win, if the barbarian emperor risked his life, it was not impossible for him to drag them down with him. Even if they could win this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. However, at this point he had no choice but to fight. Barbarian emperor, since you're so stubborn, we can only fight and destroy your 100 Beasts tribe. Chu Luo spoke and stepped forward, his fighting intent even stronger. Wait a moment. At this moment Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Chu Luo frowned and glanced at Lu Ming, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. But at the thought of Xiaowan's words he held back and stopped in his tracks. Lu Ming stepped out and came to the front. Most of the people from the 100 Beast tribe were looking at Lu Ming. They were secretly surprised. They did not know Lu Ming's background. He could actually make an emperor listen to his orders. But wait a minute, was heard, stopping one of the emperors. Lu Ming, it's him. In the 100 Beasts tribe, Tuobashir recognized Lu Ming. Chapter 1181. 1181 Chapter 1181 Betting on one move. What? He's Lu Ming? So this person is Lu Ming, the one who defeated the paragons in the central continent's holy city. Tuobashir's words shocked everyone from the 100 Beasts tribe. Back then, in the battle of the million-year sacrificial ceremony in the ancient Saint dynasty, Lu Ming had defeated the prodigies of the big shots in succession. His name had long shaken the divine wilderness continent, and he was regarded as a peerless genius, second only to Long Chen. He did not expect to see Lu Ming here. At this moment not only Chu Luo Mo Yi and the rest, but even the people from the 100 Beasts tribe were curious. They did not know why Lu Ming had stopped Chu Luo. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the 100 Beasts tribe and finally landed on the barbarian emperor. He said in a clear voice, "The 100 Beasts tribe has a long history. Wouldn't it be a pity if it was destroyed? Barbarian emperor, why don't I make a bet with you?" Bet. Many people were surprised. Bet. How to bet? You want to bet with me? Bet on what? How do we bet? The barbarian emperor asked. Let's bet on the problem between us and the 100 Beasts tribe. If I win, the 100 Beasts tribe must surrender unconditionally. If I lose, I'll take my men and leave, never stepping foot in the 100 Beasts tribe's territory again. Lu Ming said. These words made everyone's heart tremble. This was a huge gamble, a gamble on the fate of the 100 Beasts tribe. How should we bet? The barbarian emperor asked again. It's simple. Tuo Bashir is a peerless Heaven's Pride expert with unparalleled combat strength. This bet is on me and Tuo Bashir's battle. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, let's not bet on this. I know your combat strength is high and I'm not your match. Before Lu Ming could finish, Tuo Bashir interrupted him. That's right, Lu Ming. I can tell that your cultivation has reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Tuo Bashir is no match for you. The barbarian emperor said. The 100 Beasts tribe and Tuo Bashir were shocked by his words. This was especially so for Tuo Bashir. He was very clear that back in the holy city, Lu Ming was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming had already entered the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. This was too terrifying and abnormal. You two, let me finish. What I mean is that in my battle with Tuo Bashir, I will suppress my realm to the same level as him. Tuo Bashir's current cultivation should be at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, so I will also suppress my realm to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. Moreover, the bet is only one move. I will defeat Tuo Bashir in one move. If I can't defeat Tuo Bashir in one move, I will lose this battle. Lu Ming said. Everyone was shocked by his words. Defeating Tuo Bashir in one move at the same cultivation level? How was that possible? What? You suppressed your realm to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm and defeated me with one move? Tuo Bashir widened his eyes and glared at Lu Ming with a look of fury. This was an insult to him. That's right. Tuo Bashir, do you dare? Lu Ming said. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Ming, I promise to fight you. No one at the same level as me can defeat me in one move. Tuo Bashir strode forward, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Lu Ming. That's right. Tuo Bashir did not believe that anyone in the world could defeat him in one move. It was impossible. Long Chen was able to defeat him in one move during the Battle of the Holy City because Long Chen's realm was higher than his. At that time, Tuo Bashir had just reached the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, while Long Chen was definitely at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm or even stronger. He was also very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. When Lu Ming fought with Darkchild back then, it was rather difficult. He had to fight many moves before he could defeat Darkchild. Tuo Bashir's combat strength wasn't any weaker than Yang Potion's. Yang Potion was ranked 3rd among the 5 overlords of Central Continent. Even if he was weaker than Darkchild, he was only a little weaker. And now Tuo Bashir was even stronger. Furthermore, he had recently achieved a breakthrough in one of his secret skills, which was more towards defense. Tuo Bashir had always been inclined towards defense. Even Yang Potion's spatial intent couldn't break through his defense. Now that his defense was even stronger, his confidence had increased greatly, and he thought that he could suppress Yang Potion. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lu Ming when they were at the same level. Now Lu Ming actually said that he would defeat him in one move. This was an insult to him and it made him furious. Patriarch, let him fight me. We'll bet on this. I'll make them withdraw their troops. Tuo Bashir looked at the barbarian emperor. The barbarian emperor frowned slightly. He felt that Lu Ming was a mystery. However, he had the same thoughts as Tuo Bashir. In the history of the 100 Beasts tribe, Tuo Bashir's talent was extremely rare. He was much stronger than when he was young. He did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Tuo Biashir in one move when they were at the same level. "All right, I'll bet with you on this battle," the barbarian emperor said after a moment of silence. "All right, barbarian emperor, let's make a blood oath. After all, this is a matter of great importance. It would be bad if one of us reneges later," Lu Ming said. "But I want to know if you can make the decision. If you agree and they go back on their word, what then?" The barbarian emperor looked at Chu Luo and Mo Yi. "I am the supreme commander. I have full authority to make decisions now," Lu Ming said. The barbarian emperor and the others were shocked by his words. Lu Ming was actually the supreme commander, leading a large army including the emperor. It was somewhat unbelievable. "Commander, please reconsider." Chu Luo, Mo Yi and the others spoke to Lu Ming telepathically. They had heard of Tuo Biashir's name before. It was hard for them to believe that Lu Ming could defeat Tuo Biashir in one move when they were at the same level. "No need to say anything, I have my own plans." Lu Ming waved his hand and interrupted Tu Luo and the rest. Seeing this, the barbarian emperor set his mind at ease and took a blood oath with Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was defeated, they would retreat. If Lu Ming won, the 100 Beasts tribe would surrender unconditionally. "Patriarch, what if Lu Ming really wins?" A supreme being from the 100 Beasts tribe sent a worried message to the barbarian emperor. "I've also considered this matter. Now that the world is in chaos, all the major forces are at war with each other. No force can stay out of it and will be implicated. The war will come sooner or later. If it's not handled well, there will be a disaster of extermination. If Lu Ming can really defeat Tuo Biashir in one move, it will prove that he is extremely talented. His future will be limitless. If he doesn't die, it's very possible that he will dominate the divine wilderness in the future. It might not be a bad choice for us to join him." The barbarian emperor secretly transmitted his thoughts to the supreme being. As the barbarian emperor, he had lived for a long time. Naturally, he would not agree to the bet with Lu Ming just because of a moment of rashness. He had considered it carefully. In fact, Lu Ming had already considered this. His current cultivation level was still weak. If he only relied on his cultivation level, it would be impossible for him to intimidate the others. Therefore, he had to show his advantage. His advantage was his talent and his age. He was still young and was at the golden stage of a martial artist. His future was limitless. Only by displaying his amazing talent would these big shots be intimidated and be willing to join him. Just like how Xiaowan had formed an alliance with him, it was also because of this that he valued him. "Lu Ming, let's fight." Tuo Biashir stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Ming. A huge mace appeared in his hand, and his aura rose like an enraged savage beast. He glared at Lu Ming. Chapter 1182. 1182 defeated in one move, unifying Northern Plains. Pay attention. "Let's go," Lu Ming said as the aura on his body rose. It stopped when Lu Ming's aura rose to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. He suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, the same realm as Tuo Biashir. Groan. Groan. A dragon's roar rang out from within Lu Ming's body. Dragon energy burst out one after another. A purple glow spread across Lu Ming's skin as his muscles bulged, filled with explosive power. Tuo Biashir's expression turned serious. Not daring to be negligent, he raised his cultivation to the maximum. At the same time, a bloodline appeared above his head. Tuo Biashir's bloodline was a stone. To be precise, it was a stone as large as a mountain. It was crystal clear like a huge diamond. Tuo Biashir used his bloodline fusion and turned into a huge stone. His voice came from within. "Lu Ming, come on." His voice was filled with confidence. At that moment he had performed the blood meridian fusion. Putting everything else aside, he was confident that no one in his generation could beat him in terms of defense. He did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat him in one move. He's definitely going to win. Lu Ming can't possibly break Tuo Biashir's defense. He's too confident. Overconfidence is arrogance. The people of the 100 Beasts tribe were all overjoyed. Fight. The 3rd bloodline emerged above Lu Ming's head. In an instant Lu Ming's body was filled with endless killing intent. A wisp of energy from the third blood meridian gushed into Lu Ming's body, and he was enveloped in a layer of blood-red light. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the power he borrowed from the third bloodline also increased and became stronger. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch at Tuo Bashir. One could vaguely see the shadow of the prison-guarding steel on the fist, which gave off a heaven-suppressing aura. At the spine, the fragment of the prison-guarding steel trembled slightly, making the power of the prison-guarding heavenly technique reach its maximum. This. Lu Ming threw a punch and the expressions of the 100 Beasts tribe powerhouses changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's punch was too terrifying and shocking. Block it. Tobashir could also feel the terrifying power of this punch. Before the punch even arrived, the powerful pressure already made his heart tremble. His bloodline trembled and a layer of light appeared, increasing his defense. Boom! Finally, Lu Ming's punch landed on Tuo Bashir's blood meridian. The light screen trembled violently and broke as the fist landed on Tuo Bashir's bloodline. A deafening sound rang out and the space shattered like a spider web. Gotcha! Compared to Tuo Bashir's bloodline, Lu Ming's fist was very small. However, wherever his fist landed, Tuo Bashir's bloodline emitted a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the huge diamond-like rock. In an instant the crack expanded rapidly and finally exploded. Tuo Bashir's original body was revealed among the rubble. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a cannonball and fell to the ground in an arc. Boom! Tuo Bashir fell to the ground and only managed to get up after a long while. The entire place was silent. You won. Chu Luo Mo and the others muttered to themselves, their eyes filled with shock. Mo had been cultivating in the myriad demons abyss for many years and didn't know much about the geniuses in the outside world. However, when Tuo Bashir unleashed his bloodline, it was a 9th-level divine bloodline, which was even higher than his talent when he was young. He had such amazing talent, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Moreover, they were of the same level. This caused him to be greatly shocked. He was defeated? How could this be? The people of the 100 Beasts tribe also looked at this scene in shock, unable to say a word for a while. The peerless heaven's favorite of the 100 Beasts tribe, a heaven's favorite that only appeared once in 100,000 years, someone who was seen as the future heaven's favorite of the 100 Beasts tribe, had actually been defeated by someone of the same level in one move. This was hard to believe and hard to accept. They looked at Lu Ming and then at Tuo Bashir in a daze as if they were in a dream. He's been defeated. Tuo Bashir stood up and spoke with difficulty. There was a dejected look in his eyes. He was actually defeated by Lu Ming in one move when they were at the same level. As proud as he was, it was hard for him to accept this. At the same time he was extremely shocked. Compared to the battle at the Holy City, Lu Ming was much stronger. Was Long Chen, who was known as the #1 expert in the world, still a match for Lu Ming? Not only was Tuo Bashir shocked, but the barbarian emperor was also extremely shocked. This kid is unbelievable, unbelievable. The barbarian emperor's eyes flickered as he thought of a sentence. Barbarian emperor, I've already won. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, right? Lu Ming's gaze turned to the barbarian emperor. Don't worry, the people of the 100 Beasts tribe always keep our word. Since you've won, then the 100 Beasts tribe will surrender. The barbarian emperor's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. The people of the 100 Beasts tribe sighed, but no one spoke. Indeed, the people of the 100 Beasts tribe were true to their words. Moreover, they also understood that if they were to fight today, the 100 Beasts tribe would not be able to escape the fate of destruction, just like the mountain-piercing sect. But at this moment the barbarian emperor's tone changed. His gaze swept across Chu Luo Mo and the others before landing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the 100 Beasts tribe will only surrender to you and no one else. Chu Luo and Mo's expressions changed at this. The barbarian emperor's meaning was very clear. He only wanted to surrender to Lu Ming and not to anyone else, not to Xiaowan. Alright, I'll be the commander, so you'll naturally surrender to me. Lu Ming grinned. This was the result he wanted. If the 100 Beasts tribe surrendered to him, they would be considered his power. In the future they would definitely stand on his side. In this way his strength would truly surge and he would be able to stand on equal footing with Xiaoluan. Brother Tuoba, I apologize for my offense earlier. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Tuoba Shi. Brother Lu's talent is something I'm ashamed of. Tuoba Shi sighed and shook his head, but his eyes were filled with admiration. After that, the 100 Beasts tribe kept their formation and held a ceremony to surrender Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming received news that Xiaoluan had also been successfully taken down. On Xiaoluan's side, one was exterminated while the other surrendered. One of the overlords refused to surrender, and its emperor was personally killed by Xiaoluan. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Xiaoluan's combat strength was truly astonishing. He could kill an emperor on his own, and that was before he had fully recovered. He wondered how powerful he would be if he had recovered to his peak. At this point, the strength of the 5 overlords of Northern Plains had either been destroyed or surrendered, not to mention the other small forces. They all surrendered. Northern Plains was basically unified. Several days later, the news of Northern Plains being unified spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent, shocking the world. Although the Central Continent heroes were shocked, they had no time to care about anything else. The battle in the Central Continent was even more intense. The major forces were busy with their own affairs. The Imperial Xia family and the heaven-suppressing Divine Legion had been fighting fiercely in the geocentric sea in the Central Continent. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The remaining overlord forces that did not participate in the alliance were also in a chaotic battle. Only the Eastern Barren Territory, the Southern Nether and the Western Desert were peaceful. Chapter 1183. 1183 Refining the Blood Essence of a Supreme Being. In a secret chamber in the Demon God Valley, Lu Ming sat cross-legged with a jade bottle in his hand. There were 9 blood essences in the bottle that looked like blood diamonds. This was the blood essence of a supreme martial artist. It had been 7 days since the 100 Beasts tribe surrendered. In 7 days almost everything had been arranged. Moreover, the demonic qi in the Demon God Valley was abundant, which was conducive to Xianxia's cultivation. Lu Ming and Xianxia came to the Demon God Valley to guard it, while Xiaoluan led a group of people to guard the 100 Beasts tribe. Moreover, Lu Ming had already linked the talisman amulet sect's inter-territory teleportation formation with the teleportation formations of the major forces in Northern Plains. Now the talisman amulet sect could move freely and could teleport to Northern Plains at any time. These few days many people from Talisman sect had been sent to Northern Plains for training and tempering. After making all the arrangements, Lu Ming planned to start his closed-door cultivation. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. It opened its mouth and sucked in a drop of supreme blood essence. Then it began to refine it. It would be much easier to devour a drop of supreme blood essence, unlike the last time when he almost burst his 9 dragon bloodline. A few hours later, a drop of supreme being blood essence was refined. Lu Ming continued to devour another drop. One drop after another. In less than 2 days, all 9 drops of blood essence had been refined. The bloodline of the 9 dragons hasn't advanced yet. Lu Ming was speechless. In total he had refined the blood essence of 2 supremes, some perfected spiritual god 9th tier and 8th tier spiritual god, but his 9 dragon bloodline had not improved. The difficulty of raising one's level to divine level 9 was truly too astonishing. The 8 golden chakra rings around the 9 dragon bloodline shone brilliantly. Lu Ming could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the 9th level divine level bloodline. I don't believe it. Continue. Lu Ming took out another jade bottle. There were still 9 drops of supreme blood essence in it. Lu Ming continued to refine. In the tallest stone tower in the 100 Beasts tribe, Xiaoluan sat on the top, and below him sat the 2 sovereigns Tu Luo and Mo Yi. Ancestor Devil Lu Ming's influence is getting bigger and bigger. The barbarian emperor of the 100 Beasts tribe has directly said that he will only surrender to Lu Ming and obey his orders. In addition, he has allied with the Floating Mountain sect and the Talisman Amulet sect. The future is not good for us. Chu Luo said to Xiaowan. That's right. Furthermore, Lu Ming has shocking talent and is improving at an abnormal speed. I'm afraid he'll be able to reach the Emperor realm within 20 years. Once he reaches the Emperor realm, I'm afraid it'll affect your authority and prestige, Ancestor Devil. Mo Yi also spoke. With a smile on his face, Xiaowan raised his wine cup and slowly sipped. After Chu Luo and Mo Yi finished speaking, Xiaowan smiled faintly and said, "Your vision is still too narrow, too short-sighted." What? Chu Luo and Mo Yi were both stunned and confused. Mo Yi, as you all know, Lu Ming has unparalleled talent. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, he is rarely seen. With such talent, what do you think his future will be like? As long as this kid doesn't die, his future will be unpredictable. Chu Luo said after a moment of thought. Mo Yi also nodded. That's right. Lu Ming's talent is far inferior to mine when I was young. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about him is that I can't see through him at all. This child's first bloodline is the 9 Dragons bloodline. It's needless to say that it's one of the legendary top 10 battle beasts with endless potential. But this kid's second bloodline is even more amazing. It's the prison guarding steel. You might not have heard of it, but I've read about it in an ancient book overseas. It seems to have a shocking background. I can't see through this kid's third bloodline at all. I don't have a clue at all. However, I feel that it's unfathomable. It's as if there's an unimaginable and extraordinary power hidden within. That's why I formed an alliance with him. If he goes to the Yuan continent in the future, there is a high possibility that he will join those big sections. Then, in the future, he will probably recommend us to join those big sections. You are all emperors. When you pursue higher realms, you must look far ahead. Xiaowan explained his thoughts in detail. It's actually so shocking. The fiend ancestor's vision is far beyond us. Xilua and Mo Ye's eyes were filled with shock after hearing this. They only knew that Lu Ming was very talented, but he did not have as deep and far-reaching vision as Xiaolan. If they could join a big sect in the Yuan continent, it would be a fatal temptation for them. The reason why the central continent was in chaos and the war was all because of a Heavenly King token, a token that allowed one to join the Sky King Hall, a major power of the Yuan continent. Therefore, the higher Lu Ming's talent is, the better it is. If he can break through to the Emperor's position one day, what's wrong with me helping him wholeheartedly? In the future, you must all wholeheartedly listen to his orders, understand? Xiaowan warned. Yes, don't worry, fiend ancestor. Xilua and Mo Yi nodded. Yes, Xilua. Return to the Demon God Valley and help Lu Ming guard it. Xiaowan ordered. Naturally, Lu Ming did not know about this incident. He had been refining the supreme blood essence for several days. Lu Ming refined the blood essence of 2 supremes in a row. However, his 9 dragon bloodline still did not advance. It remained at level 8 divine level. Lu Ming had already refined the blood essence of 4 supreme martial artists. Just how much supreme blood essence is needed to advance? Lu Ming sighed and was somewhat speechless. Now he had refined all the supreme martial artists' blood essence in his hands. Forget it, I'll slowly improve in the future. Lu Ming was helpless. He could only put aside the matter of the blood meridian and start to polish his conception and condense his essential core. After the battle at the mountain-piercing sect, Lu Ming had improved a lot, especially his concepts. All 5 of his concepts had improved by a large margin. He needed time to slowly polish them and stabilize his foundation. Time flew by and 2 months passed in a flash. After spending 2 months, Lu Ming's foundation was finally completely stable and impregnable. In the past 2 months, the outside world had not changed much. Central Continent was still in the midst of a huge battle. There were no signs of it stopping. On a mountain peak in the Demon God Valley, there was a stone table. Lu Ming and the Barbarian Emperor sat opposite each other. Lu Ming was seeking guidance from the Barbarian Emperor. The Barbarian Emperor had also cultivated the Earth mentality. Of course, the Barbarian Emperor had already transformed the Earth mentality into the Earth domain, so his comprehension of the Earth mentality was naturally very profound. The Barbarian Emperor told Lu Ming everything he knew, which greatly inspired Lu Ming. He felt that it would not be long before his Earth Essence realm would break through. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Barbarian Emperor. Lu Ming raised his wine cup and toasted the Barbarian Emperor. Ah, you're too kind, General Lu. It's your comprehension that has surprised me, the Barbarian Emperor said with a smile. As Lu Ming was the commander, the Barbarian Emperor and the others addressed him as Commander Lu. Although there was a huge age gap between the two, they got along very well. They drank and talked about martial arts. Qila. At this moment, the sky suddenly split open. A huge hand reached down from the sky and grabbed at Lu Ming. The vast aura made Lu Ming and the Barbarian Emperor's faces change. Chapter 1184. 1184 Xiaowan fights D. Who is it? The Barbarian Emperor let out a long roar and his aura burst forth. He soared into the sky and punched at the giant hand. Boom. There was a shocking boom, and then the Barbarian Emperor's body trembled. He was actually no match for the Barbarian Emperor and was blasted down. The huge hand did not stop and continued to grab Lu Ming. Enveloped by this huge hand, Lu Ming felt as if the space around him had been locked down. Lu Ming's body was pressed down by endless gravity, making it difficult for him to move. "De!" Lu Ming shouted. He was very familiar with the aura of this big hand. It was De, a martial emperor. Lu Ming did not expect that martial emperor De would make a move at this time. Previously, Lu Ming had thought that De might take action. However, the Demon God Valley had a sovereign. Lu Ming thought that De would be afraid. Boom, boom, boom. 8 streams of dragon energy burst forth in Lu Ming's body. At the same time, his third bloodline emerged and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Break, break. Lu Ming roared in his heart and exploded with all his strength, trying to break open the surrounding space. However, the surrounding space was extremely firm. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could not even move an inch. Who is it? You're looking for death. A long roar was heard. From another direction in the Demon God Valley, a demonic light shot up and a vast demonic blade slashed at the giant hand. Boom. After the Barbarian Emperor's punch and the saber, the huge hand finally collapsed and disappeared. The pressure on Lu Ming's body was also lifted. Lu Ming's body felt lighter and he regained his freedom. Buzz. With a flash of demonic light, Xulua appeared beside Lu Ming. The Barbarian Emperor also came to Lu Ming's side. An iron rod floated above the Barbarian Emperor's head, emanating a terrifying aura. It was an Emperor's spiritual weapon. The two of them looked at the sky with a grave expression. A golden light flashed in the sky, and a figure stepped out of the spatial crack. It was Martial Emperor De. De of the East Baron, what do you want to do by coming to the Demon God Valley? Do you want to start a war with us? Chu Luo coldly shouted. In the Divine Wilderness continent, there were only so many emperors, so they naturally knew each other. I'm only here to take Lu Ming away. This has nothing to do with you. De's entire body bloomed with golden light. He stood high in the sky like a high and mighty emperor, looking down on the common people. Take away General Lu? What a joke. De, not only can you not take anyone away today, but you can't even leave. The Barbarian Emperor's eyes flickered with a malevolent light. Buzz. Whoosh. At this moment, from all over the Demon God Valley, there were sounds of people flying through the air. The commotion just now had alarmed the entire Demon God Valley. Stop. Don't come over. Lu Ming's voice was heard and everyone stopped in their tracks. When the Emperor took action, the others could not help at all. 2 people did not stop and directly flew over. They were Xian Yanqing and Yan Kuangtu. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing held Lu Ming's hand and looked at De in the sky, looking worried. De. Yan Kuangtu licked his lips. The Emperor's spirit tower floated above his head, revealing a powerful fighting spirit. If you don't hand it over, I'll personally take it. De's cold voice rang out. He clenched his fist in the air and a golden combat sword appeared. Buzz. Whoosh. The golden combat sword emitted an infinite amount of golden light. The sword light was as large as a mountain and a vast pressure bloomed. It slashed down violently towards the barbarian emperor and the others. Attack! The barbarian emperor shouted and rose to the sky, holding the iron rod in his hand. The iron rod grew rapidly, turning into a giant rod tens of thousands of meters long, and swept toward Di Yi's sword light. At the same time, the demonic qi on Chu Luo's body soared to the sky, and he slashed out a huge saber light toward the sword light. Above Yan Kuangtu's head, the Emperor's spirit tower expanded rapidly and crashed toward the sword radiance in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying explosions sounded in succession. First, it was the barbarian emperor. He held a huge rod and smashed it against the sword light. His whole body trembled as if he was facing an undefeatable force. His body fell down like a cannonball. Then Chu Luo's demonic blade was crushed by the sword radiance and finally collided with Yan Kuangtu's Emperor Spirit Tower. Bang! 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 The barbarian emperor, Tu Luo and Yan Kuangtu were sent flying one after another. They staggered in the sky and retreated hundreds of miles, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yan Kuangtu's condition was the most serious. His face was pale and bloodless. In one move, Di had injured 2 emperors in Yan Kuangtu. He had displayed his terrifying combat power. How can he be so strong? Chu Luo shouted in disbelief. The barbarian emperor and Yan Kuangtu were both shocked. The 3 of them had to work together to block Di Yi's sword, but they were all injured. It was unbelievable. They had all dealt with Di Yi before, but they had never expected that Di Yi's combat power would be so strong. No one can stop me from taking Lu Ming away, Di said coldly. He stretched out his hand and a big golden hand formed out of thin air. It exuded a vast pressure and grabbed Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Yan Kuangtu, the barbarian emperor, and Chu Luo shouted loudly. They used their strongest move to stop Di. However, Di took a step and 3 golden sword lights condensed in the air. They hit the 3 of them and forced them back again. The golden hand did not stop and continued to grab Lu Ming. Boom. At this moment, the space in front of Lu Ming cracked open and a black fist radiance shot out. It collided with the golden hand and both of them disappeared. Then a tall figure stepped out. Fiend Ancestor. Chu Luo was overjoyed to see this person. Thank you, Chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xie Wan stood in front of Lu Ming, looked at Di and said, "It's rare to have an expert like you among the younger generation. But with me here you can't take Lu Ming away. Chaotic Sky Emperor, you have been suppressed for 30,000 years and are no longer the same as before. Do you really think you can fight me?" Di spoke. Even in the face of the Chaotic Sky Divine Warrior, he was still full of confidence. "We'll know if we can fight him or not after we try. Let's go up and fight him." Xie Wan took a step forward and rushed up to the sky. Di glanced at Lu Ming. He took a step forward and together with Xie Wan rushed into the sky. Boom. An extremely terrifying rumble suddenly sounded from an unknown height. A bright light flashed out like a sun exploding in the sky. Could be seen even from millions of miles away. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, terrifying rumbles rang out continuously in the sky. Rings of light lit up one after another, as if many suns had exploded at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. Lu Ming and the others looked up into the sky, but they could only see a dazzling light. They could not see the figures of Di Martial Emperor and Xie Luan. So strong. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and was secretly shocked. The fluctuations and auras caused by the battle between Xie Wan and Di were obviously much stronger than that of an ordinary emperor. What realm had they reached? Pie eyes. Someone exclaimed. Some people with low cultivation looked up at the battle in the sky. Their eyes were blinded by the light and they didn't dare to watch anymore. Chapter 1185. 1185 Di Yi's Realm. In the sky there were hundreds of explosions as if hundreds of suns had exploded. If that kind of power landed on the ground, it could destroy the earth and penetrate the earth's crust, causing a terrible disaster. At this moment the sky suddenly quieted down. All the fluctuations seemed to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. How is it? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Buzz. At this moment a figure flickered and Xiaowan appeared. At this moment Xiaowan's breathing was a little shallow. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He had actually been injured. Chu Luo, the barbarian emperor, and the others found it unbelievable that Xiaowan had been injured in the battle with Martial Emperor Di. Ancestor Devil, how is Di? Chu Luo asked. Di has retreated. Xiaowan spoke, his eyes grave. I didn't expect the East Continent to have such a powerful cultivator. I can't defeat him with my current combat strength. Senior Xia, what realm has Di reached? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, Di's combat power was beyond his imagination. He had thought that Di was just an ordinary emperor. Now it seemed that he was not. He was much stronger than an ordinary emperor. After this period of time, Xia Luan had recovered and was stronger than he had been a few months ago. However, he was still injured in the battle with Di. Lu Ming, the martial emperor realm is the same as the other realms. It is divided into 9 levels, but the difference between each level is huge. As for the divine wilderness continent, the conditions are too poor. It's not suitable for emperors to cultivate at all. To be able to break through to the emperor realm is already the limit. It's too difficult to go further. Hence, most of the emperors in the divine wilderness continent are at the first level martial emperor realm. For example, barbarian emperor Tu Luo and the rest, as well as most of the emperors from the overlord forces in central continent, are all at the first level martial emperor realm. Xiaowan introduced. Chu Luo and the barbarian emperor nodded. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the sovereigns he had met were only at the lowest level of martial emperors. Xiaowan continued to explain, once someone breaks through to level 2 martial royal realm, his combat strength will be greatly improved. He will be able to suppress and even kill other martial royal realm experts. The gap between level 1 martial royal realm experts is very obvious. I guess there are some martial royal realm experts in the royal family and the heaven-suppressing divine army. And my cultivation back then was at the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. Now I have recovered to the peak of the 2nd level. However, it will be extremely difficult for me to recover to the 3rd level. Firstly, the conditions of the divine wilderness continent are too poor. Secondly, after being suppressed for so many years, my source has been injured. It will be very difficult for me to recover to the peak without a few years. Is Di's cultivation also at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Di's cultivation is indeed at the peak of the level 2 martial royal realm. He's not far from the level 3 martial royal realm. I feel that Di can break into the level 3 martial royal realm at any time. By then he will be unrivaled in the world and no one in the divine wilderness mainland can defeat him. Xiaowan said, his eyes grave. Di is so strong? Yan Kuangtu clenched his fists tightly. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. He and Di had to fight a long time ago, but now it seemed that this battle would be more difficult than he had imagined. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Now the second body has obtained the inheritance of the mysterious Sky Saint and is improving rapidly. My martial cultivation can't fall behind. If my martial cultivation and the second body both break into the Emperor realm, I can suppress Di even if he breaks through to the 3rd level of the martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with confidence and fighting spirit. If the main body and the secondary body both broke through to the Emperor realm and joined forces, their power would definitely be beyond imagination. All of you can leave. With a wave of Xiaowan's hand, everyone below the emperor level dispersed. Xiaowan then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you don't have to worry too much. The conditions in the divine wilderness continent are really bad. It's extremely difficult for a martial artist in the emperor realm to make a breakthrough. It's not that easy for DE to break through to the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. He might not be able to break through for a few years, or he might not be able to break through in his entire life. It's possible. Back then, I was stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial royal realm and was unable to break through to the 4th level. He can't do anything to you if he can't break through to level 3 martial royal realm. Xiaowan smiled and consoled him. Thank you, Senior, I'm fine. The stronger DE is, the stronger my motivation will be. I will kill DE with my own hands this time. This day will not be too long. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Good, haha. Xiao Wan patted Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed. What? At this moment, Xiao Wan suddenly turned his gaze to the northern sky. The others were stunned. What did Xiao Wan discover? Could it be that DE had returned? However, they soon realized. In the sky to the north, a huge warship broke through the void and was flying at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. As the warship sailed past, it let out a deafening roar. It was like a divine sword that split the space in half. Everyone's expression changed. Could it be that they were coming for them? Who in the divine wilderness continent had the guts to do that? Moreover, they came from the north. Very quickly they realized that they had been overthinking. The warship was not heading towards them, but was flying past the Demon God Valley. From a distance, the warship was carved with beautiful patterns, and there was a misty light flowing on it. Look, there are people on the warship. Chu Luo shouted. As expected, they saw a middle-aged man at the bow of the warship. He was wearing a black robe and stood with his hands behind his back. He was just standing there casually, but he seemed to have a domineering temperament. At that moment, the black-robed middle-aged man seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's gaze and looked over. With just a glance, Lu Ming could feel his heart thumping. It was like the vast starry sky and he felt extremely small. At the side, Xianxia's grip on Lu Ming's hand tightened and his face turned pale. However, this person only glanced at them and didn't look at them again. He turned his head. So strong. This person is so strong. It's hard to estimate. The barbarian emperor's voice rang out. Lu Ming turned around and was shocked. At that moment, the barbarian emperor's forehead was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were filled with shock. Third-level martial emperor realm. Xiao Wan muttered to himself, his brows tightly furrowed. Everyone was shocked. How is that possible? Third-level martial emperor? How can there be a third-level martial emperor in the divine wilderness continent? Xilua exclaimed in disbelief. Who said they are from the divine wilderness continent? I have seen the patterns on that warship overseas 30,000 years ago. If I am not wrong, they are from the divine ruins continent. Xiao Wan said. The divine ruins continent? Why would the people from the divine ruins continent suddenly come to our divine wilderness continent? The barbarian emperor asked in surprise. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Yan Kuangtu on the other hand looked puzzled. The divine ruins continent? Where was it? From the name it must be from a mainland overseas. Why would someone from a mainland overseas suddenly descend into the divine wilderness? Chapter 1186. 1186 People from the continent of the Divine Ruins. The Divine Ruins continent is a continent that is much stronger than the Divine Wilderness continent. There are many experts here, so why are you here today? Lu Ming, do you want to go and take a look? Xiao Wan looked at Lu Ming and asked. Good. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming was also very curious about the sudden arrival of the Divine Ruins continent. The two of you stay here and guard the place just in case. Lu Ming and I will go and take a look. Xia Lun instructed Chu Luo and the barbarian emperor, and the two of them nodded. Shaoqing, big brother Yan, wait for me here. I'll be back with Senior Xia. Lu Ming said to Xianxia and Yan Kuangtu. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Xianxia warned. Lu Ming nodded. Let's go. Let's go. Xiao Wan shouted. The demonic light wrapped around Lu Ming, and he stepped into the air and flew out, following the warship from the Divine Ruins far behind. The warship from the continent of Divine Ruins kept flying south at a very fast speed, and soon, it flew out of Northern Plains territory and arrived at Central Continent, flying towards the center of Central Continent. The people from the continent of the Divine Ruins seemed to be flying towards the place where the Imperial family and the heaven-suppressing Divine Army are fighting. Xiao Wan softly said. Could it be that one of the two sides invited a helper? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent would change drastically. The warship broke through the space and flew extremely fast, quickly approaching the central continent. "There's a huge battle ahead," Xiaowan said as he gazed into the distance. Lu Ming's expression turned grave as he sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the south. He sensed that there was a slight fluctuation in the space. There was definitely a terrifying battle going on because it could be determined that the battle was still very far away from here. The warship from the continent of the Divine Ruins suddenly stopped here, and the black-robed middle-aged man standing at the front of the warship looked into the distance. He then stepped out and headed south. "Let's go." Xiaowan and Lu Ming went around the warship and headed south as well. Boom. Boom. Not long after, he heard a terrifying fluctuation in the sky far away. Lu Ming could vaguely see two figures fighting in the sky. The strength of his aura had actually surpassed that of an ordinary emperor. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The two people fighting had extremely terrifying combat strength. They were above the barbarian emperor and Tuo. Although they were not as terrifying as the battle between Xiaran and De, they were not much worse. They should be on the same level as Xiaran and De. Below the battle was a huge lake. On both sides of the lake there were many experts. The Earth's core lake was the place where the imperial family and the heaven-suppressing divine army fought. The black-robed middle-aged man from the Divine Ruins continent appeared not far away. He looked at the battle ahead and did not participate for the time being. "Xiaxing, you're already so old. You're no match for me." In the middle of the battle, a voice rang out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard from Xianxia that the previous sacred emperor was called Xiaxing, and he was the grandfather of the current sacred emperor, Xiaqian. He had stepped down from his position 6,000 years ago and focused on his cultivation. The outside world thought that after so many years, Xiaxing had already passed away. However, there were also people who said that Xiaxing was still alive. However, there had never been any proof. Now it was proven that Xiaxing was indeed still alive. The other side is the battle martial emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. The man who was fighting with Xiaxing was a peerless expert of the heaven-suppressing divine army, the 100 battle martial emperor, the one who had won every battle. Both of them were the leaders of their respective forces. Their cultivations had already entered the second level of the martial royal realm, and they were engaged in an intense battle. "Whether I'm a match for you or not, we can't say for sure until we fight to the end. Baijan, I advise you to hand over the Heavenly King token. This is the inheritance of my imperial family. It's not something you can take," said Xiaxing. His voice was ancient, but it was like thunder, rumbling through heaven and earth, traveling an unknown distance. "Xiaxing, you're already so old. Don't think about the Heavenly King's order anymore." The battle martial emperor laughed heartily, and the battle between the two became even more intense. In the horizon, when the black-robed middle-aged man in the Divine Ruins continent heard the three words Heavenly King token, he raised his eyebrows and muttered, "I didn't expect the Divine Wilderness continent's Heavenly King token to still be here. This trip was not in vain." With that, he flicked his sleeves and took a step forward, rapidly approaching the battlefield between Xiaxing and the Baijan martial emperor. "Who is it? Who is it?" As soon as the black-robed middle-aged man approached, Xiaxing and the Baijan martial emperor sensed it. They shouted and separated from each other, staring at the black-robed middle-aged man with a serious look. They only noticed the black-robed middle-aged man when he was so close to them. This caused them to be shocked. They scanned the black-clothed middle-aged man with their spiritual sense and realized that they could not see through his strength. They were even more shocked. "What?" Seeing this, Lu Ming and Xiaowan were a little surprised. It seemed that the people from the Divine Ruins continent were not the help of the imperial family or Xiaowan. Otherwise, Xiaxing and the Baijan martial emperor would not be so surprised. "You have the Heavenly King's order." The black-robed middle-aged man looked at the battle martial emperor. "Who are you, sir?" The battle martial emperor frowned and asked. "I'm not answering your question. Let me ask you again. Do you have the Heavenly King's order?" The black-robed middle-aged man's voice turned cold. There was a hint of impatience in his tone, and it sounded like he was giving orders. His words made the Baijian martial emperor's face turn ugly. In the divine wilderness continent, no one dared to speak to him in such a tone. So what if I have the heavenly king's token? The 100 battles martial emperor said. Oh, it's good that it's on you. Hand it over, give me the heavenly king's token. The black-robed man said. Ha ha ha. The 100 battles martial emperor laughed and said, You're really funny. You appeared out of nowhere and asked me to hand over the heavenly king token. You're too confident. I wonder if you have the ability to be confident. The battle martial emperor's eyes flickered with a cold light. So you're saying that you're not handing it over? Then I'll take it personally. The black-robed middle-aged man took a step forward as soon as he finished speaking. Boom. With this step, the sky and the earth shook violently. Below him, the core lake created thousands of waves. Suppress. An indifferent voice came out of the black-robed middle-aged man's mouth. He struck out with his palm, and endless spiritual chi gathered in the sky. A towering ancient tree as tall as the sky, pressed down on the Baijian martial emperor. As soon as this move was used, the battle martial emperor's expression changed drastically, and his face became extremely grave. 100 Battle God Fist. The battle martial emperor punched out 100 times in an instant. Each punch contained a monstrous combat power that could penetrate the earth and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 fist forces gathered in the air and merged into one fist force. Its power increased by 100 times. Boom. The fist force hit the ancient tree, making a world-destroying sound. Press. The black-robed middle-aged man spat out another word. He pressed his palm down and the branches of the ancient tree stretched out. Green light shot into the sky. Boom. Baijian martial emperor's fist force collapsed instantly, and the towering ancient tree continued to press down on him. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.